Thank you. I'll just check that the audio and visuals working okay. Looks all good. Thank you. So welcome to Day 18 of the Inquiry and Advisory Committee hearing for the Kentbruck Green Power Hub Project Environment Effects Statement. This hearing is being audio recorded and the recordings will be available on the Engage Victoria website. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm Chair of the Inquiry and Advisory Committee hearing this matter, and I'm sitting today with my colleagues, Deputy Chair Member Kirsch on my right and Member Lachlan Wilkinson on my left, and Member Ken Joyner is joining us online. We are sitting in Portland today. The Manager for Major Projects, Amy Selvaraj, is also joining us here in Portland to assist parties and the IAC, and I'd just like to say thank you to Ms Selvaraj for her assistance. Today we'll be hearing submissions from the Nature Glenelg Trust, who are with us. Welcome to you. And we'll also be hearing submissions from the Victorian National Parks Association, BirdLife South East South Australia and BirdLife Australia. I note the Australian Speleological Federation has advised it no longer wishes to be heard at the hearing. So the IAC has received a number of documents over the last few days. I'll just run through those. Firstly, in anticipation of submissions that we'll hear tomorrow, Mr Cumming has provided a number of documents, documents 413, 414, 415, 417, 418, 419, and Ms Lenahan, who will be presenting to the IAC on Wednesday, has provided documents 412 and 416. We've received the hearing, submission and presentation from the Nature Glenelg Trust, documents 420, 421. We've received a letter from the proponent raising procedural issues relating to the submissions we'll be hearing this morning that we'll talk about shortly. That's document 422. And this morning we've received BirdLife South East South Australia's written submission and presentation, so document 423 and 424. So firstly, we'll just run through a number of preliminary matters, and I will ask then if there are any other matters we need to discuss before we move into submissions this morning. So I'll keep an eye on if anybody online has preliminary issues, please raise your virtual hand and I'll come to you shortly. But firstly, we will discuss the proponent's correspondence that was received yesterday, so document 422. And just to summarise that, the proponent's letter raises concerns relating to the volume and nature of new information being provided by Nature Glenelg Trust, the timing of the submission and representation by ecologists Matt Herring and Emma Bennett. So we'll ask the proponent to speak to those in a second. Before I do, I will just note that parties can use anybody they choose to represent them at a hearing, and that regarding the timing that the Trust had advised, whilst a formal extension wasn't issued, the Trust had advised that their submission would be late. So that was advice had come to the Planning Panel's Victoria office. And also, of course, noting the materials being provided as a submission to the IAC, and there will, of course, be opportunity for response in closing submissions by the proponent. But having said that, Mr Chesler, I'll come to you and invite you to speak to your concerns.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, this is a bit louder than I
Yes, I know.
expected.
I'm feeling that as well.
We'll need a little bit of time to explain our position in full, but in essence, in our submission, the material that was filed over the weekend by Nature Glenelg Trust gives rise to serious issues in respect of procedural fairness. And I'll explain why, but in essence, the issues arise as a consequence of three things. Firstly, the documents seek to introduce a substantial amount of new matters in the nature of evidence that were not previously raised. Secondly, the Trust proposes that these new pieces of evidence, new data, be addressed in submission by presenters who are advanced as having subject matter expertise. And thirdly, based upon the written materials, those presenters are purporting to express expert opinion as to the consequence of the new material, the new evidence, the new data that has been filed. And in our submission, each of those three things is highly problematic in circumstances where, firstly, the IAC made very clear directions about the filing of expert evidence in advance of the hearing. Secondly, where the proponent has called its evidence and concluded its case without having the opportunity to review or address any of the new material. And thirdly, where none of that material was put to our witnesses during their evidence. And the upshot of those things is that in our submission, the Trust should not be able to advance the new material that it now seeks to rely upon in the way that it does, and we seek a direction to that effect. Now, there are a number of matters I want to address to explain why it is that in our submission that's the appropriate direction for the committee to make, and I'll attempt to do that as speedily and efficiently as I can. The committee will recall that the Trust elected, at its prerogative, to not engage with my client in the assessment process at all. And you recall that we raised that in the context of the notice that was given by Mr Tuck, I believe his name, an ecologist that works with the Trust, of the additional entries that had been added to the Victorian Biodiversity Atlas, that is on the eve of the evidence that was given by the ecologists. And you might recall, or you might have perceived a degree of frustration on our part that those matters had only been raised on the eve of the evidence, notwithstanding that the relevant records had been recorded many months, if not in some cases many years, before the evidence was given. But even in that scenario, we were able to have those matters considered by our witnesses and addressed in evidence. Now, the Trust's written submission confirms that it elected to not engage with the proponent. That is, there is a reference within the written submission to the position of the Trust in 2019, directing that no consultation occur between it and the proponent, and that the proponent not provide it with any information in respect of the project. That is a matter that the Trust itself acknowledges. And one might question the merit of that approach in the context of an assessment process, and it seems that the Trust has had its reasons for doing so, concerning what it says is its independence, and we'll come to that in due course. But my client has respected that request on behalf of the Trust, but in our submission, electing to not engage with the proponent throughout the assessment process is something that has certain consequences. Mr Buckman, you'll recall, attended the directions hearing conducted in respect of this matter and made submissions about the independence of DECA and, as I recall, called for certain subject matter experts within DECA to appear before the committee. It's not a matter that we'll revisit. But what we do note is that, given Mr Buckman's attendance, it's quite clear that the Trust was aware of the directions given by the committee, including directions about the giving of expert evidence and the exchange of evidence in advance of the hearing. And you might recall that one of the matters that was raised separately at the directions hearing concerned new material that was being prepared by DECA and the appropriate way to facilitate the consideration of that new material throughout the running of this case. And you recall that DECA undertook to provide that material as quickly as it could. Why did it do that? Because it is a fundamental rule of procedural fairness that parties not be surprised during the running of the hearing and that they not be forced to respond to new matters after the conclusion of their case and after calling their evidence. Now, the Trust filed a written submission in respect of this matter, and we engaged our witnesses to prepare a response to that written submission. You will have seen that in the expert evidence that had been prepared by not just Mr Organ, but by the Biosis team. Those submissions responded to the document that had been filed with the committee. That is a document that was attributed only to Mr Buckman. There was no suggestion in that document that it had been prepared with the input of any other person. Again, we have prepared and run our case and prepared our submission and response in light of the materials raised in that document. Now, The Trust, furthermore, elected to not call expert evidence in this proceeding. They elected to not cross-examine our witness or our witnesses. That's a decision that the Trust made. And we understand that parties need to make decisions about resourcing and the like. We don't suggest otherwise. But we do make the point that this is a case where the proponent went out of its way to facilitate a comprehensive testing of all of the ecological evidence. We broke that evidence down into parts. We clearly identified when we would call evidence on discrete topics. And the Trust never, as far as we are aware, indicated that anyone other than Mr Buckman would present material before it. It certainly did not indicate that in the timetable, and at no point in time were any matters, notwithstanding, well, nonetheless the new matters that are now in the material that I'll come to, none of those matters were put to our witnesses in circumstances where we have attempted to facilitate a process that would allow a fair and comprehensive testing of all ecological issues that arise in the case. Now, we received the Trust materials, that is document 420 and 421, on Saturday afternoon. That is in breach of the direction that they be circulated on midday the day before, the business day prior. They were only made available to the council team on Sunday. We had a chance to review them then, and we immediately raised this issue with the committee through the correspondence that you've identified. Now, as we understand it, the Trust proposes to deliver its case in various parts. One of the parts is to be delivered by Dr Herring in respect of the Australasian bittern. Another is to be presented, as I understand it, by Dr Bennett in respect of mortality monitoring. And in our submission, and I'll take you to this in due course, but both sections of those submissions are unambiguously presented to be in the nature of expert evidence and in the nature of expert opinion. And I'll come to this in due course. It's tempting in matters like this, or in circumstances like this, to say, oh well, we'll just treat this in the nature of submission. But in circumstances where the submission itself introduces new evidence and where a presenter is said to possess particular subject matter expertise that then goes on to inform the expression of opinion evidence about the new material, well, it's simply not in the nature of a submission. And so in our submission, it would be procedurally unfair even to proceed on the basis that the material you will hear today is only submission, because it is not framed in that way and it is not of that nature. And I'd like to explain why we say that. Does the committee have document 420 to hand?
Yes, thank you.
If you turn please to PDF page 3. Do you see there's a section, introduction of Nature Glenelg Trust speakers? And can I inquire, has the committee had an opportunity to review this document and read it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to that in due course. But what one sees, firstly, is that at the very outset of this submission, the Trust seeks to establish the qualifications and expertise of the various presenters. And in our submission, that is wholly irrelevant in the context of a submission. That is, where a document is to be presented as a submission, it matters not what the relevant qualifications of the person making the presentation are. Instead, what this document clearly seeks to do is establish qualifications and expertise as the presenters as a basis to support the expressions of opinion that are contained within the various parts of the submission, expressions of opinion that are unambiguously in the nature of expert evidence. One cannot simply say, oh, it's just a submission in circumstances where it is presented so unambiguously as a document to be presented by experts who are expressing opinions based on new material that was not presently before the committee. And we'll take Dr Herring as an example. At paragraph 9 of that document, at PDF page 4, you see reference here to Dr Herring being an ecologist of 25 years of experience, to him running a private consultancy, Murray Wildlife, but is representing the Trust today as a volunteer, given that he contributed to our initial written submission to the IAC on matters related to Australasian bittern. And then it said, well, Dr Herring is widely recognised as the national Australasian bittern expert in Australia, and various matters are advanced seeking to support that proposition. Now, in our submission, that is of some consequence. You recall that Dr Herring's name has been mentioned previously in the context of this proceeding. You recall that Mr Organ reached out and sought to gain material from Dr Herring, particularly in respect of the GPS tracking undertaken in respect of Australasian bittern. And you recall that that request was denied by Dr Herring. You recall also, or you may recall, that I indicated that the applicant had separately, that is the proponent, had separately sought from Dr Herring access to the same data, and that request had been denied. Now, there's a document that we filed this morning, email correspondence between Ms Davidovitz and Dr Herring concerning this matter. Does the committee have access to that document? I'm not sure that it's been allocated a document number.
If you just give us a moment, I'll check. Yes, I'll just circulate that. So the title is Emails between Minter Ellison and M Herring, 10th of April. Thank you.
That's the one. And so if you see there's a email chain, if you like, and you start at the bottom of the document at PDF page 2, you'll see the requests that have been made by Ms Davidovitz to Dr Herring. There's a description of the background to the request, a recognition that reference had been made to the Bitters in Rice research project within the environmental effects statement. And if you turn over to PDF page 3, you'll see a request for data. We're writing to you to request that you provide the raw tracking data that has been collected for the Bitters in Rice project as it relates to different temporal and geographic location movements of the Australasian bittern. The reason for this request is to ensure that the data collected for the project can be assessed in relation to the project's potential impacts on Australasian bittern, with the broader objective of ensuring that the IAC has all relevant information available to it when considering the project's potential environmental effects. Please note that the data would not be used by NEOAN for any other purpose. In addition, if there are any concerns about ensuring the information remains confidential, please let us know, as there are solutions we can discuss to manage this. And the response that was received is a response on PDF page 1 of the document from Dr Herring. Hi Danny, we are still in the process of analysing all that data and writing up the paper. Once published, it will be publicly available. For various reasons, we are unable to provide the raw data in situations like this. Kind regards, Matt. Now, and that exchange occurred in April of 2025. So the request was made on the 9th of April. The response was received on the 10th of April. Now, that response is one thing in circumstances where Dr Herring is not a direct participant in this process. But it's a very different thing in circumstances where we now learn that Dr Herring had authored aspects of the submission of the Nature Glenelg Trust as they concerned Australasian bittern, submissions that had already been filed in the proceeding at that time. No reference whatsoever was made to this fact by Dr Herring, and if we had known that Dr Herring was actively participating in this process and relying upon that very same data, well, we would have called upon the production of that data in full, and we would have had an opportunity to test it in evidence. And you recall that Mr Organ independently made the request for the data, and so too did, as I understand it, Mr Van Oster. So we made concerted efforts prior to the commencement of the hearing to gain the very data that now, 6 weeks into the hearing, has been presented by the very same gentleman who responded to this response, and where it's not just that the data has been presented. Various opinions are now sought to be expressed about the consequence of that data in respect of, amongst other things, collision risk modelling, in respect of movement corridors that are said to be of national significance, in circumstances where none of that was raised in the submission. None. I'm going to continue addressing the matters that are in the submission to make good these propositions. I suppose, before I do that, while we're on this point, it's of significance because it demonstrates that had we known these matters, we would have run our case differently. We would have sought, at the earliest opportunity and at the least, access to this data. We did, in fact, seek access to the data, but we would have sought a direction from the committee, a direction that we would imagine the committee would make if other parties to the proceeding have access to the very same data that we are seeking access to. And the fact that we were denied access to that material in circumstances where we have gone to the lengths that we have to call evidence to comprehensively test these matters, and when none of these matters were put to those witnesses, is of real significance in our submission. If the committee returns to the written submission, you'll see that at paragraphs 12 and 13 and 14, similar matters are identified in respect of Dr Bennett, that is, similar matters seeking to establish Dr Bennett's qualifications and expertise to make submissions contained within the written document that are undeniably in the nature of opinion evidence. If you turn to PDF page 40, you'll see that part of the written submission that concerns the Australasian bittern. And I'll just make some observations about the contents of this part of the written submission. At PDF page 41, you'll see statistical data that's sought to be introduced in respect of what's said to be Australasian bittern observations within Pig Swamp. You'll see at at page 168, a reference, paragraph 168, a reference to the satellite tracking undertaken in respect of Robbie, the bittern that has been addressed at length in the evidence to date. And you'll see at 169 a reference to Dr Herring estimating, that is I, Dr Herring, estimating movements of species based upon the data that has been collected. You'll see at 169 estimates of likelihood of collision and likelihood of movements through the site. You'll see at PDF page 43 heading 4.4, which concerns satellite tracking, that is the very same data that we sought access to. And you'll see reference to some of the data that is available from the Nature Glenelg website. But others, including that at paragraph 188, appears to be new records, or at least records that haven't yet been publicly released but have now been presented as evidence in this submission. Now, what one sees at paragraph 190 is again an expression of opinion about the conclusions that should be drawn from that data which has now been released in respect of other bitterns undertaking similar movement patterns which would intersect with the wind farm site. Then, at PDF page 46, you'll see a section, the intersection of the Discovery Bay and New South Wales Riverina movement corridor with the proposed Kentbruck wind farm. And you'll see at paragraph 198 a heat map, for lack of a better word, that's sought to be advanced in support of a proposition that somehow this project sits in an important flyway for the species. Then, over the page at 47, you'll see a section of the submission concerning flight height data, and views sought to be expressed about data in respect of flight height gathered from the GPS tracking undertaken by Dr Herring. That is, again, the data, expressly the data that we sought access to but were denied. And then further commentary and opinions being expressed in respect of other data sourced by GPS tracking. At PDF page 48, what you then see is a conclusion where Dr Herring seeks to express opinion evidence about the response of this project to relevant significant impact criteria that apply to the species. And again, none of this is presented in the nature of a submission. This is a document that contains new evidence and opinions based upon those new evidence, purportedly from somebody who possesses expertise in respect of the relevant species. Now, I've only addressed you on the material in the written submission. When I go to the presentation document, there seems to be further material still, that is further new material still, and it's very difficult for us to make any sense of that, but we do make the observation that it's not simply the material contained within the submission. And so if we pause there, in our submission, to allow this new material to be relied upon would be a clear denial of procedural fairness. It clearly cannot be treated as expert evidence. It hasn't been circulated in advance of the hearing. It hasn't been considered by our expert witnesses. It cannot be tested under cross-examination. And as I mentioned a moment ago, that the temptation perhaps in these circumstances is to say, oh, well, we'll just treat it as though it's a submission. But in our submission, that would be inappropriate in this circumstance. That is, that would be counter to procedural fairness. Why? Because it's simply not in the nature of a submission. It relies on new data to which we've been denied access, notwithstanding that we sought access to that data. And it relies upon opinions expressed by somebody who is presented as having a particular expertise. Now, we can't properly respond in the time that's available. We've called our expert evidence. We've complied with the committee's clear directions about that. We sought and were denied access to the data that's now been relied upon. And even if it was admitted to this proceeding as a submission, it would be necessary for us to do the following. We would need to re-engage our expert witnesses to review the new materials. That would put my client to significant additional cost in circumstances where it's already incurred massive cost to facilitate a fair testing of that evidence as part of this process. We'd need to be granted a direction from the committee to have access to all of the raw data held by Dr Herring. We'd need a chance to review that data. We'd need to prepare an additional response. It may be necessary to recall the witnesses to give oral evidence. We'd need time for the legal team to engage with the experts. And it seems to us very unlikely that this could be facilitated within the next week, that is within the time frame contemplated for the conclusion of this hearing. It seems very likely as a consequence that the hearing would need to be prolonged in circumstances where this matter has already been run for a period of over 6 weeks. And we say that that would be an unfair outcome in circumstances where the trust itself elected to not engage in the EES process or engage with my client at any time of the process, where the committee made very clear directions about expert evidence, where Dr Herring was asked to provide data and refused, where, as it's turned out, he was actually directly involved in this process all along as a direct author, as we understand it, of part of the Nature Glenelg Trust submission, where Mr Buckman attended the directions hearing and was clearly aware of the need to circulate new material in advance of the proponent's evidence, and indeed in circumstances where up until yesterday or on Saturday we had no insight whatsoever that it wasn't to be Mr Buckman that was presenting the submission on behalf of the Trust, but instead Dr Herring and Dr Bennett in part. And so we make the same submission in respect of Dr Bennett's presentation. I'll do this very quickly. If you turn to PDF page 62, you'll see part 6 of the submission. There, Dr Bennett seeks to express or address matters concerning known impacts on birds and bats at operating wind farms. And that section relates almost entirely on opinions expressed by Dr Bennett about what are said to be known impacts. You see, for example, that paragraph 328, a reference to in the order of 20,000 to 50,000 bats per year being killed through direct collision. Well, there's no reference to the basis upon which that view is expressed. There's a reference to a global figure that is, has a citation, but not the local figure. At paragraph 330, an expression about the risk posed in respect of different species. That's a view in the nature of an opinion. 331, opinions about impacts in proximity to native vegetation. 332, opinions about differences along coastline. 334, views about the adequacy of survey efforts domestically versus internationally. I mean, I can go on. 349 over the page or over 2 pages, an expression of views, opinions about categories of birds that are said to be particularly vulnerable. And finally, and perhaps most relevantly, at 6.5, views about the adequacy of cut-in speeds as a form of curtailment. All these matters, read properly, are exclusively matters of opinion evidence given by someone who's presented as possessing particular expertise in respect of the matters that are the subject of the presentation. And again, the fact we don't have any opportunity to test these matters or have been denied an opportunity for our witnesses to consider those matters in advance of them giving evidence is a matter of significant procedural unfairness. And contrast, for example, the approach taken here by the Trust to the approach taken by the Department, where it flagged that new material would be delivered and undertook to provide that in advance of the evidence that was given. Whilst that placed a burden on the proponent, we were able to respond to it in the running of our case. And that opportunity has been denied to us were this material even to be admitted as a submission. So there are other aspects of this document where expert opinions are sought to be advanced. Mr Buckman, for example, seeks to express a view that notwithstanding the success that his group has had in revitalising wetland areas in the immediate vicinity of the site, it would be very difficult for others to achieve the same outcome. These are all matters of expert opinion that should have been tested, that should have been allowed to be tested. And it all points in our submission to the correct course being for the committee to direct that this new material not be allowed to be relied upon, and that instead the Trust be directed to address the committee on the matters contained within its original submission by Mr Buckman, being the person who that submission was attributed to. That is, we seek a direction that this further material, which really is expert evidence in the guise of a submission, should not be allowed to be received by the committee or presented by people who are purported to have expertise, but who are not available to be cross-examined. Thank you. That's our submission on that issue.
Thank you. So I will. There's quite a lot of material that Mr Chessel's just covered, and I'm interested to get any comment from the Trust. Mr Buckman, I will come to you in a moment to see if you have any comment. After that, we'll run through a few more preliminary matters and we'll break for a little while the IAC considers the issues raised and how we will proceed. But before that, I would just like to give you an opportunity to provide any initial comment to that, if you're in a position to, yes, or if to the extent that you have any view or comment on how you'd like the IAC to proceed.
Well, I just ask for the right for our organisation to be heard. We are not in a position, as I explained very clearly in our submission, to engage with this process in the way that other parties are. I mean, for instance, the submission that we've provided you with, the reason that it was late, due to my other commitments running a not-for-profit organisation, I can't attend this hearing. I haven't been following all of the material closely. I haven't been able to keep track of all the, yes, I sat in on that initial directions hearing, but I haven't been able to pay attention to every nth degree of what's been going on here simply because we don't have the time to engage with this process. But as we expressed to at the very beginning, we've been concerned about this development, and I'm not sure. This is the first time we've engaged with a process like this, so I'm a little bit confused about if we're a not-for-profit organisation who, by virtue of what we do, have expertise, are we not allowed to put that in our submission? To me, I would be puzzled if we're not allowed to actually talk about the things we know about. We're engaging with this process in a way that we can, not in a way that others are demanding of us, because this is what happens in the real world. Like we honestly can't be here every day. I do also want to clarify that I authored the original submission with the input of many people. I called Matt and I spoke to him, but he did not write that material. And I'd also like to clarify that this submission that you see before you, I have written after hours in the last week. So I wasn't in a position to provide this to anybody any sooner than now, because engaging with this hearing in the way that I've been able to, that's the best I can do. And you don't want to know how many hours of sleep I've had in the last week. Not very many. So I'm just trying to get through today. And I'm asking for the right to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll cover a couple of other issues that we need to run through, and then we'll break for a short while and we'll come back and make a decision. Yes, did you have something to add?
Sorry, yeah, just very quickly to add, I need to clarify that there is nothing in my presentation today, nor in the submission, that the proponent and their consultants couldn't have done themselves. So the data that I have denied access to lots of people is not used in my presentation today, nor in the submission. There seems to be some sort of confusion pointing to some of those figures, for example. They have been online for 9 years. So even a cursory look at the Bittens in Rice website would have shown that that's not concealed data. It's been publicly available for almost a decade.
So are you saying that about all of the content in the submission, that all of the data underpinning it is publicly available data?
Yes.
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 And the data, the exchange and request for data from the proponent, was that data is that now publicly available data?
No.
No, so that is separate and it's
no.
not publicly available. Could you just explain for my benefit the purpose of the data that data that was requested? What's the context of the data that was requested and that you weren't able to provide or didn't provide at the time?
Sure. It's the raw data, which is still undergoing analysis, and the reason why scientists like myself do this is because prior to it being published, the data can be misinterpreted, and so you control the conclusions, through the peer review process, and so we don't want that to be hijacked.
And could I just, I'm interested to understand the purpose of the data that you're referring to and its intended use. In what capacity are you doing that research?
In a capacity...
For the trust specifically, or are there other...
No. It's a team of us. As you'll see in the presentation, there's a team of us that came together a decade ago to answer a crucial question about where the world's largest Australasian bittern population disperses to after the rice season and the environmental watering season finishes each autumn.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we'll just move on to a couple of other matters and then, as I said, we'll break. So firstly, our member Kirsch does have a question for the proponent. This is following Mr Chesler. At the end of last week, I think we just wanted to just cross-check and make sure that we had everything that we needed based on the information that had already been presented to us. So we've been back through our notes and we have a couple of things we wanted to raise.
And it's completely unrelated to what we've been talking about. You'll recall that there's been discussion about the three transmission options, the north, central and south. And
yes.
I'm sure you can recall that north and central were proposed, the north and south options were proposed in the EES. There was an initial view that the southern option was preferred. Subsequently, the proponents advised the IOC that there's a central option, which is an above ground option, and that's now the proponent's preferred position.
Yes.
Going through the process of reviewing the various evidence that you've provided around that matter, we're just mindful that the evidence of Mr Gibson and Mr Vanosta expressed preference for the southern option on the basis that it was underground.
Yes.
And their concern about the central option was that it was above ground.
Yes.
The question from us is, has the proponent considered the option of undergrounding the central option?
Yes.
And whether that is a live option in terms of the committee's position on that issue and what it might recommend?
Yes.
And clearly take that one on notice.
Yes. No, thank you. The question's clear, and I'll come back to you. You're correct in describing the proponent's position in the way that you have, that it's the preference for the above-ground central option. The ecological witnesses expressed a view, all other things being equal, that below ground would be preferable to above ground for obvious reasons. Obviously, your assessment need be undertaken not through what is a preferable option, but an acceptable option, particularly in the context of the planning decision-making framework. I'll come back to you about that particular question in respect of undergrounding the central option with firm instructions. It is a matter we've discussed, but I'll come back with clear instructions. Thank you.
Thank you. Another matter that's a separate matter again relates to the shadow flicker and the technical note that the proponent, Tech Note 33. So just we've reviewed all the material relating to shadow flicker, so the EES Tech Note 33 and the proponent's submissions. And in that context, I wanted to ask a general question for the proponent to review the LV06 in the context of all of that material. And I ask that just noting that it's unclear with the intent of the mitigation measure with the current drafting and its practical application, particularly also in light of the conclusions of EES 12 that talk about minimising impacts, but also the reference to assessment, the assessment methodology with regard to the guidelines. So with those matters, the question is, could you please have a look at that mitigation measure and come back to us?
Madam Chair, you mentioned, I think it was ES 12?
Sorry, Chapter 12. I may have miswritten my...
ES 12. I wasn't quite sure what that was.
I have written appendix... I've written the wrong thing, actually. So it's Appendix M, but it's the conclusions in Chapter 12. Yes. So it's just pulling all those threads together and then having a look at the mitigation measure and the intent of it. So just to confirm it, it was unclear what the actual intent of that mitigation measure was and how it would be applied practically. Maybe perhaps looking closely at the wording of the last sentence, as well as the requirements, if there is any useful guidance in the wind energy facility guidelines that are referred to in that mitigation measure. And my reason for referencing Chapter 12 was to do with the conclusions specifically around minimising impact. And I'm happy for you to take that and come back to us if you do have any suggestions.
Thank you. Yes, we'll take that one on notice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I just ask one question of clarification through you,
Yes.
Member Kendall? Dr Herring indicated, as I understood it, that all of the material recorded within his statement is material that is available from the Bittens in Rice project. I just want to confirm that that includes the screenshot set out at paragraph 188 of the written submission. If you have access to
Thank
that
you.
document.
I'm happy for you to answer that, Dr Herring. Thank you.
PDF page 45, which bears certain annotations about dates when certain movements occurred.
So paragraph 182, is that correct, Mr Chessel?
Paragraph 188.
88.
Yes, that image is drawn directly off the website.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you. So from the IOC, there are no other preliminary matters that we need to cover, but I note that we have hands up from Mr Cumming and Mr Turner. So I will first go to Mr Cumming to raise your issue, and then Mr Turner. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I've been to about 14 panels.
Mr Cumming, your audio is very quiet. We'll just give us a moment to see if we can get that better. I don't know if there's anything you can do at your end. Okay.
I don't know.
Excellent. No, it's working, Mr Cumming. All sorted.
Is that any better or not now?
Yes, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. I've been to about 14 panels, and at one other panel, a proponent panicked and tried to stop information being provided because it potentially stopped their project. And the chair, Nick Winbush, basically said to prevent a submission or information, even if it was deemed to be new information, would be in effect perverting the course of justice. So that's just a thought. The other thing is my submission. I know you want it in by midday, but I've got some technical issues with some of the slides. They've got a graph format and other things popping up in them, so I need to fix that. But I also want to watch the panel this morning, so I may not be able to provide my submission till after the panel finishes tonight, if that's okay.
So we ask that you circulate it as soon as possible, Mr Cumming, and if it's in a version where the format's not quite right, you're welcome to circulate that and to update or provide a correction later, if that is
okay. So even if it looks fairly bad, you want it by what?
Well, I'll leave it for you to judge the legibility of it, but if I could ask that you circulate it as promptly as possible, thank you.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Mr Turner. Oh, we can't hear you, Mr Turner. And you are still mute, so hopefully you can fix that.
Yes, very good. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
I'm just seeking a point of clarification with respect to document 163, which is the Downer Engineering Basis Report. There's a note there that no survey data was available for the last section of Boiler Swamp Road. I'm seeking information from the proponent with respect to that missing survey data for Boiler Swamp Road.
Could you please give I've got the document number, could you give the document, the content reference again, please?
It's section 3, PDF page 7. I've just got it up on the screen there if it's any of your assistance. It's a list of the inputs to the engineering basis work that Downer did. There's a date there, the 22nd of August 21, Kentbruck shapefiles from Biosis, and it has an asterisk on it. And then there's mention there that the survey data for the west section of Boiler Swamp Road is omitted from their work. In Appendix C, the Axiom Arborist Survey of the Trees, the date there was the 11th of June 21.
I will just direct that to the proponent. Is that something that you're able to clarify?
If I might answer it this way, Madam Chair. You'll recall earlier in the proceeding that there was a series of requests by Mr Turner for the various appendices to this document. And we explained to the committee why they weren't relevant, because this document addressed an earlier form of the proposal, and the committee made a ruling that there was no need for us to produce any of the data that sat behind this document. Now, I would say that this request is already captured by the committee's earlier ruling, that it's not necessary for reasons, as we've understood it, of lack of relevance.
Mr Turner, is there anything you wanted to add?
Yes, I feel the survey data and the information about Boiler Swamp Road is critical for the project. There's a significant amount of critically endangered trees along Boiler Swamp Road, and if there's missing data from that, in particular the committee's understanding of the amount of trees that to be impacted, I think it's very important that it's identified that if there's gaps in the information provided in the EES and before the committee.
And thank you. Just to clarify, can I confirm that you're on Mr Wright's description of the data that was requested earlier? The data that you're mentioning now does fall into the same category.
I'm not asking for the appendices. I'm asking for identification of the gaps that this report identifies and bring them to the committee's attention, please.
Thank you. So we'll note that and we will come back to the proponent if we feel that we need any further information on it. Thank you, Mr Wright. Thank you, Mr Turner.
Thank you.
So I think that covers the hands raised. So we're going to break now.
Yes, sorry, just to respond to the submissions that were made in response to our application in respect of the material. As I understand it, what Dr Herring is saying is that none of the material in the report is material that is not publicly available. That does not cure the defect, the principal defect that we identify, which is that this submission purports to be a submission presented by somebody with particular expertise who is expressing opinion evidence based upon the data that's referred to in the report. That is the fundamental defect. Even if we accept at face value that somehow all of this is publicly available, Dr Herring is the only person with access to the data that underpins that material and is seeking to draw expert opinion and express expert views in respect of that data far beyond any views expressed within, certainly not expressed within any academic literature or expressed within the website. These are expert opinions that cannot be tested. That's the defect. That is amongst other things, a fundamental problem in the way the Trust is now seeking to present its case, which deviates markedly from the material that was submitted previously. So we wanted to make that point so that it's clear in the committee's mind.
Thank you. So it is 11. I suspect we'll be at least 15 minutes or 10 to 15 minutes, so we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll see everybody back here about 10 past 11. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So I will run through where the IAC landed. So we do thank you for your submissions, Mr. Cheslin. We certainly understand the concerns raised by the proponent about the submission and the expertise of submitters. However, we do wish to hear from the Trust and we wish to hear the information to inform our assessment, noting that it expands on the original submission of the Trust. I say that in the context, however, that the manner in which the submissions are being provided, the information is being provided as submissions will influence the weight that the ISC can place on the material. And the proponent, of course, will be able to review and comment on the material in its reply submissions. And we will certainly consider requests from the proponent if you require additional time or suggest additional processes to adequately review and consider the material. But we would like to proceed with submissions today and to revisit that issue following the hearing of the information.
Well, as the committee pleases, we'll make some inquiries at our end about our capacity to respond to what we maintain is significant new material, and our capacity to respond will be complicated, no doubt, by availability of experts and the like. I'm aware, for example, that Mr Van Oster has had a car accident that has precluded him from working recently, so we'll make some inquiries and we'll come and address you on what we submit would be the appropriate ruling to make in response to or as a consequence of the ruling that you've made.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chessel.
Thank you.
So we'll move into submissions. Mr Buckman, I'll hand to you, noting it's 11:25 and we'll break for lunch at 1 o'clock.
I will just share my screen. All right, so everybody's happy with that?
Thank you, that's clear.
Okay, well, good morning. My name is Mark Backman. I'm the founder and managing director of Nature Glenelg Trust, a not-for-profit environmental organisation that works across southeastern Australia and has grown to presently employ approximately 35 staff and is now undertaking on-ground environmental projects and field-based surveys and research across Victoria, South Australia, Tasmania and New South Wales. My professional background is an ecologist with 27 years of postgraduate experience in threatened species ecology, landscape ecology, bush management and regeneration, strategic planning, historical geography and wetland hydrology and restoration. I have extensive experience in both government and non-government environmental sectors. I previously worked for 12 years in state government, and for the last 13.5 years I have led Nature Glenelg Trust since we founding the organisation in 2011 and we publicly launched in January 2012. Throughout this professional background, I have developed and overseen the implementation of a large number of wetland restoration projects on private and public land, including the Discovery Bay coastal wetlands in South Australia and Victoria. I've also been involved in a range of flora and fauna threatened species surveys in the South Australian reserves of Discovery Bay, including surveys for the nationally threatened swamp antechinus, which is a mammal, as part of my honours research thesis, and was responsible for the establishment, coordination and management of a wide range of Australian government-funded threatened species recovery projects in the Limestone Coast region from 2003 to 2011, which involved species of birds, mammals, bats and reptiles. Relevant to this hearing, I provided local expert technical input into the Australian government listing process and documents for the the 2 Ramsar sites, which are now designated in the Discovery Bay area, and the Karst Springs and associated alkaline fens endangered ecological community, which was listed in 2020. Some of my other credentials, including positions on state and Commonwealth government boards and advisory groups, are provided in your notes if you wish to refer to them, but I won't go through them today. Today I'm joined by Dr Matthew Herring, an independent ecologist with 25 years of experience working on waterbird and wetland conservation. Matt runs a private consultancy, Murray Wildlife, but is representing NGT today as a volunteer, given that he contributed to our initial written submission to the IAC on matters related to the Australasian bittern. Matt is widely recognised as the Australasian bittern expert in Australia. And again, for a long list of Matt's credentials with this species, please also refer to the submission notes. Later, we will also hear from Dr Emma Bennett, who is also an independent scientist and is one of Australia's most experienced specialists in wind energy and wildlife interactions. Emma has led the...
Sorry to interrupt, Mr Buckman. We seek a particular direction from the committee that submitters not be identified as independent ecologists or independent experts. They are not. If they are making a submission, they are a submitter on behalf of the Trust.
Thank you, Mr Chester. I'm not going to issue any directions or rulings associated with that, but we understand the context in which the submissions are being made to us.
Thank you.
May I continue?
Thank you. Yes, continue.
Thank you. Emma has led the implementation of best practice post-construction fatality monitoring at operating wind farms and was a pioneer in the use of detection dogs for bird and bat surveys. Emma also spearheaded Australia's first wind turbine curtailment trial. With over 20 years of experience as an independent consultant across Australia and Southeast Asia, Emma's contribution to our presentation today is also being made in her capacity as a volunteer. Additional information about Emma's qualifications and experience can be found in the submission notes. I'll just make sure my screen is changing slides. Nature Glenelg Trust is an independent, charitable, science-based, not-for-profit environmental organisation. We are overseen by a voluntary independent board and employ a team of professional ecological staff working alongside volunteers, community groups, landholders, government agencies and First Nations people in Victoria, South Australia, New South Wales and Tasmania to deliver lasting ecological restoration outcomes across all land tenures. Our purpose is to lead and inspire people to restore nature, and our mission is to restore ecosystems and reverse biodiversity loss in southeastern Australia. The environmental values of the temperate high rainfall agricultural regions where we focus our efforts have been impacted by up to 2 centuries of land clearance, artificial drainage and development. Against this backdrop, achieving our purpose and mission requires identifying common ground and building trust with a wide range of people and organisations working across different land uses and sectors to underpin implementation of our day-to-day work. As a result, we are widely respected and seen as pragmatic and a reliable partner in the rural and regional areas where we work, including within otherwise conservative farming districts, which have traditionally been more reluctant to work with environmental organisations. We are conscious of protecting that reputation, our organisational culture and our values in everything we do. For anyone familiar with NGT's on-ground focus and collegial approach to public communications, they will recognise that our presence here today is highly unusual. In the 13.5 years since NGT began operations, this is the first time that our organisation has made an in-person submission to any hearing associated with the development proposal in Victoria. This is because, unlike other environmental NGOs whose mission explicitly involves public advocacy, NGT is not structured, designed or funded to work in this way. We also wish to make it known to all parties that I've personally chosen to not engage with any other submitters during the hearing proceedings. The reason for this is out of an abundance of caution to fiercely protect our independence, both perceived and actual. As a result, I can unequivocally state that in making this submission today, that NGT's representatives here are not associated or affiliated with any other party and that our attendance here is voluntary and unfunded. This submission itself was prepared voluntarily after regular work hours. We bring a perspective that is genuinely independent of financial or political influence and simply wish to draw attention to the logic and purpose of relevant environmental protection laws to ensure that they are fully and correctly applied in this instance. As you will hear in our submission today, Nature Glenelg Trust, our partners, government agencies and the general community have invested a huge amount of time, energy and effort in the restoration of wetland habitats on public land in Discovery Bay in both Victoria and South Australia. In some cases, the projects have taken decades to materialise and now, at least theoretically on paper, are offered the highest level of protection possible within Australia's environmental legislative framework. Not only are the wetland restoration sites at Piccaninny Ponds and Long Swamp now situated within reserves listed as Ramsar wetlands of international significance, but they offer additional or recovering habitat to significant populations of nationally threatened species and ecological communities, which otherwise continue to suffer declines in abundance or habitat availability across the rest of their range. These sites also function as general reservoirs of biodiversity. We are speaking today because we are concerned that if this EES process recommends that the wind farm proposal be permitted to proceed in any form in this location, it is likely to compromise those values this community has worked so hard to protect and enhance. NGT was first contacted by the proponent of this proposed wind farm development in late March 2019, and our reaction to the proposal then remains the same today. I won't read it out in full, but in the submission notes you will see that I have provided a direct quote from an email that I sent to NEON on Sunday the 7th of April 2019, where I made NGT's position on this proposal clear. I articulated why NGT simply could not work with them or their consultants in any capacity given the poor choice of location for the wind farm. Today we will explain why NGT's position has not changed in the last 6 years. Given that NGT do not have the time or resources to critique every element of this proposal in detail due to its vast size, complexity and the countless number of issues it raises, we are choosing to focus on a subset of key issues that we feel clearly illustrate the high level of risk and uncertainty this proposal poses to the environment in this location. Those key issues will be addressed as we work our way through the various parts of this presentation today. Next, we'll cover the bigger picture. In part 3, I'll talk about wetland restoration. In part 4, I'll hand over to Matt, who will discuss the Australasian bittern. In part 5, I'll talk about fully accounting for potential impacts. In part 6, Emma will talk about known impacts on wind farms on wildlife. And finally, I'll wrap up in part 7 with a summary and conclusion. So, sorry, I should have clicked through them as I was talking. There we go. So, in terms of the bigger picture, according to the Victorian State of the Environment report, since colonisation, more than 14 million hectares, or approximately 60% of the Victorian land mass, has been cleared, making Victoria the most cleared state in Australia. Within the Glenelg-Hopkins region specifically, where the Kentbruck Green Energy Hub proposal is situated, the impact of land use change on biodiversity is even more drastic, with around 83% of the original native vegetation cleared, and 81% of that is now farmed. The map you can see here shows the land cover extent associated with different land uses across the Glenelg-Hopkins region based on 2002 data. Further, the Glenelg-Hopkins region is estimated to have lost more than 50% of its wetland extent since European colonisation, with a much greater proportion than this degraded, and in some wetland types it's worse than that because they've been specifically targeted for development. For example, shallow marshes and swamps, which lend themselves more readily to drainage and conversion to grazing and other agricultural enterprises, means that the region's actually lost 78% of its shallow freshwater meadows and 66% of deep freshwater meadows. Please also note that many smaller wetlands, remnant, modified or drained, are scattered across the wider agricultural landscape represented on this map, and they're difficult to see at this scale. In the adjacent Limestone Coast NRM region in South Australia, which is relevant given how close it is in proximity, more than 87% of native vegetation has been cleared, and more than 97% of the original wetlands have been lost. Broadly speaking, the main larger scale remnant vegetation zones you can see on the map here are the Grampians, which are the sort of top central area, and the remnant woodlands, wetlands and coastal systems that are situated in the west and southwest of the map, which are interspersed with forest plantations, which are indicated in pink. The latter includes the proposed wind farm location adjacent to Discovery Bay, the Discovery Bay and Glenelg Estuary Ramsar site, and a series of associated public land reserves. Such mapping makes it exceedingly simple, even for a person without scientific training, to quickly identify broad zones of high biodiversity value at the landscape scale. This level of assessment is possible even without exploring in more detail individual species requirements, movement pathways or wider ecological processes. Wind farms not only involve construction of the turbines themselves, but also the wide range of associated infrastructure, including roads, substations and transmission lines, which in remote areas with a higher proportion of remnant vegetation, risk disturbance, management, displacement effects, that can impact biodiversity across a much wider area than the development footprint alone. There are an additional number of ways to visualise the relative importance of the remaining native vegetation and wetlands across Victoria. Firstly, for example, in October 2003, the Federal Environment Minister officially launched the National Biodiversity Hotspots Policy after work undertaken by the Australian Government's Threatened Species Scientific Committee to identify priority areas nationally. 15 national biodiversity hotspots, as shown, were first identified in 2003 as areas that support natural ecosystems that are largely intact and where native species and communities associated with these ecosystems are well represented. Also, these areas have high levels of locally endemic species, but crucially, these are also areas where the level of identified stress or future threat were considered to be high. Victoria's hotspot, the biodiversity hotspot number 6, which covers Victoria's southwest and southeast of South Australia, specifically includes the remnant woodlands, wetlands and coastal systems that I highlighted on the previous map. Further, in the early 2000s, Birds Australia, which is now known as BirdLife Australia, took the lead in identifying important bird and biodiversity areas, or IBAs, across Australia. These areas are now known as key biodiversity areas, which makes them internationally consistent with the movement globally to identify KBAs. KBAs in Australia play a crucial role in maintaining biodiversity. These areas are identified based on globally agreed criteria and standards, ensuring they contribute significantly to the persistence of biodiversity at both national and global levels. KBAs help to focus conservation efforts on the most vital areas for these species and ecosystems. Since 2009, over 334 KBAs have been identified for Australia, and a subset of those are shown here on the map in southeastern Australia as orange polygons. Because of a different set of criteria used, you'll note that not all of these overlap with the biodiversity hotspots previously mentioned. However, of note, the Discovery Bay wetlands and coast, from Piccaninny Ponds to Portland, is flagged under both prioritisation models, and methods I should say. They're not models, methods. If we move to public land, only a relatively modest subset of public land in Victoria is offered the highest level of protection under the Parks Victoria Act, and only a fraction of this estate is designated as a Ramsar wetland of international importance. You can see those areas that are the subset are blue. The rest of the Parks estate there is marked green. Again, the biodiversity value of the Discovery Bay area is clearly highlighted by being offered both forms of designation and protection. It's also worth noting that only 12 sites in Victoria are considered wetlands of international importance under the Ramsar Convention. In 2024, last year, the Australian Energy Market Operator announced a series of high-level candidate renewable energy zones, as they are called, in southeastern Australia, and these are shown on the map. However, a rapid visual comparison of this map with the various maps on that you can see there adjacent illustrates the high likelihood of planning and land use conflict between renewable energy and key biodiversity assets and values within these zones and beyond. Also last year, DECA released a statewide habitat value map, which is shown above the reserves map there. And in the same year, VicGrid also released a map of geographical areas for further investigation for renewable energy and transmission infrastructure development, as shown top right. These maps illustrate how the presence of high habitat values resulted in the most intact biodiverse areas of the state within and around Parks Victoria reserves being deprioritised, in inverted commas, for renewable energy development in the first phase of VicGrid's assessment. It should therefore come as no surprise that this broad level landscape assessment is even more clearly reflected in the recently released draft 2025 Victorian Transmission Plan. As the final map, bottom right, illustrates, this draft plan aims to protect areas with significant environmental, cultural and social values and to minimise impacts on farmland and focus development in areas where farming and renewable energy can coexist. The approach appears to be an attempt to coordinate and concentrate renewable energy development and associated transmission infrastructure in a smaller number of locations over a shorter distance to reduce the overall footprint of development in regional areas. As shown, the proposed southwest renewable energy zone completely avoids the most significant areas of large-scale remnant native vegetation in the southwestern corner of Victoria that we've highlighted previously. While this is relatively new mapping and guidance material yet to be finalised, the proponent cannot claim that they were unaware of the significance of this landscape that surrounds the proposed development site. Not only should the significance of this landscape have been pointed out to the proponent by their consultants at the very first opportunity, but key information was clearly available publicly at the outset. For instance, the values of adjacent protected areas on public land, including significant wetlands, the presence of a wide range of at-risk threatened species in ecological communities under the FFG and EPBC Act, the listing of the Glenelg Estuary and Discovery Bay wetlands in the Directory of Important Wetlands of Australia, which occurred in the 1990s, the designation of the National Biodiversity Hotspot in 2003 that covers this area, the inclusion of the Discovery Bay Coastal Park as an East Asian Australasian flyway shorebird site in 2006, the designation of the Discovery Bay to Piccaninny Ponds IBA, which became a KBA in 2009, the listing of the two Ramsar sites in Discovery Bay, 2012 in South Australia at Piccaninny Ponds and 2018 for the Glenelg Estuary and Discovery Bay wetlands in 2018. And finally, the clear communication by NGT that I referred to earlier, but also a range of other parties that I'm aware of that made very clear to the proponent back in 2019. That feedback was provided at the very first opportunity, outlining that the general landscape in this area is incompatible for a wind farm, based on the high level of risk associated with proposing that type of development in this location. The image you can see now on the screen is an impression of the layout and size of some of the turbines shown in Google Earth. And this is, I'll also note that this is adjacent to the direct restoration project site that you'll be hearing about soon, that we've worked on in Long Swamp. I'd also note that the proponent didn't generate any oblique aerial perspectives that show this landscape impact on movement pathways for birds and bats from above ground level, which is really important for sort of understanding the potential impact on movement through the landscape. This imagery was generated by an NGT volunteer using a publicly available wind farm model and includes the proposed turbine tip height, hub height and rotor width, as well as the full potential 360-degree blade sweep zone, which is why they look a little bit like, they look a bit fluffy. I have attempted to understand why the proponent ignored the early advice and have pressed ahead with the Kentbruck Green Power Hub wind farm proposal, despite being fully aware of the environmental values of the surrounding landscape. Given that the EES was required, and I'm quoting here directly, to provide an overview of the proponent's environmental performance and track record, end of quote, it is worth noting a recent example of the proponent's approach at their Caban Wind Energy Project site at Tamulin in Queensland, a short distance west of the Wet Tropics World Heritage Area. At this location, NEON sought and were granted approval to clear up to 129 hectares of woodland habitat that supports several EPBC Act listed threatened species. The impacts, both direct through habitat loss and indirect through fragmentation caused by the poor siting of this development, are evident from these before and after aerial images. Further, photos taken of the project site during the land clearing and construction process just a few years ago are also shown here for your reference. This is a site in an area of high biodiversity that previously supported intact native vegetation that is now fragmented by tracks, clearance footprints for each turbine, and any ongoing collision or habitat avoidance impacts associated with the operation of turbines in this remote woodland setting. This project was legally approved and completed in Queensland, where native vegetation continues to be cleared at the fastest rate of any jurisdiction in Australia. The key point here being that land clearing is both a major source of carbon emissions and is a primary driver globally of biodiversity loss. The fact that Neoen chose to pursue a project in this location, despite causing significant detrimental environmental impacts, raises important questions about the company's ethical and philosophical approach to biodiversity protection and what impacts they consider are acceptable. Rather than impact avoidance being an upfront driver of strategic siting decisions, it appears that matters like wind reliability, a lack of neighbours in a remote location and proximity to existing power infrastructure were Neoen's primary considerations in this case. It indicates that environmental impacts were treated as a secondary issue to be dealt with later through the approvals process. This very clearly suggests that the proponent has exhibited a past culture of not applying the requisite degree of caution to biodiversity and environment protection matters at the early stages of project development, when crucial siting and site suitability decisions are being made. Social licence in relation to environmental matters is built upon companies making the right call when faced with these types of decisions. At Caban and at Kentbruck, it is NGT's submission that the proponent has simply not made the right call at that critical site selection stage. So moving along to wetland restoration, which is part 3 of our presentation today. The ongoing trend of loss of wetlands in southern South Australia and Western Victoria was actually a key initial motivator for my personal decision to lead the creation and establishment of Nature Glenelg Trust in 2011-12. The agricultural regions of southeastern Australia, where NGT now works, in Victoria, SA, New South Wales and Tasmania, have been extensively modified over the past 200 years, which explains the high proportion of wetland loss outlined earlier in this presentation. Of note, this trend extends beyond private land, where past modifications to wetlands as a result of agricultural practices are particularly acute but are expected. This trend also includes areas of public land, which may have experienced hydrological modifications decades prior to their reservation. A selection of Ramsar sites where NGT has or continues to be involved in wetland restoration investigation, planning and or implementation of restoration projects is listed here. At Malting Lagoon, we have been working with NRM South on an Australian government-funded wetland restoration project over recent years. The example images shown here are from a significant salt marsh area at Long Point, a Tasmanian Land Conservancy reserve adjacent to the Ramsar site, where NGT has now removed a system of old levee banks, actually built by convicts about 200 years ago, to restore hydrological connectivity of this nationally threatened ecological community. If you look at the bottom right image here too, you can see just how fast salt marsh species re-establish in these narrow disturbance footprints that were left behind after levee removal. Because the image in the bottom right and the one above it are only taken in the same view, taken about 2 years apart. On other public land, we've been involved in a wide range of restoration projects at different stages, with many of these now complete. NGT's project at Walker Swamp, which is actually also a Nature Glenelg Trust reserve, with a small embedded area of Parks Victoria managed lake reserve. We have been responsible for the transformation of 1,000 acres of floodplain wetlands adjacent to the Grampians National Park. Given that a previous owner had converted the floodplain to commercial blue gum plantation, the transformation we have achieved at this site has been remarkable. This photo point of exactly the same view shows what that transformation has looked like at the ground level, as blue gums were removed, drains were backfilled, and areas of land were allowed to sustain inundation for the first time in over 70 years. We also work with First Nations groups, including on Indigenous protected areas. The photos here are from recent drain remediation work NGT has been involved in supporting the Bundjalung traditional owners at their Minimai IPA, in northern New South Wales. These examples I've touched on are just a small glimpse of our work, but I hope they give you an impression of the types of things that we're doing. Over the past 13 years, NGT has evolved to become one of the most active and trusted non-government partners in Australia that is involved in wetland restoration projects across thousands of hectares of public and private land. We have specific expertise in carefully investigating and planning projects that involve reinstatement of natural wetland hydrological regimes at sites impacted by past artificial drainage and in using methods that work with the landscape and natural ecological processes to maximise long-term ecological benefits while minimising the use of hard engineered infrastructure. In summary, we have now restored the hydrology of several dozen wetlands across southeastern Australia and have a deep understanding of wetland ecological values in the wider landscape relevant to the Kentbruck wind farm proposal. So just moving along now specifically to the wetlands of Discovery Bay. So not long after I completed university in the late 1990s and prior to commencing full-time employment with the state government in South Australia, I was actually employed for a period of time by the Nature Conservation Society of South Australia to help protect coastal swamp scrub wetlands in the southeast of South Australia. This is one of the core habitats actually of the nationally threatened swamp antechinus, which was the subject of my honours research at the time. And I'll just draw your attention to the images. Just for those of you that aren't familiar with small mammals, the bottom left is a swamp antechinus, which is a small marsupial, native marsupial carnivore. The other two there are just shown for comparative purposes. That's a swamp rat in the middle and a bush rat, the right, just to show you how different these look to our native rodents. And if you're interested, all three of these species actually occur in Discovery Bay as well. Despite many successes working with farmers to fence off fragments of remnant wetland vegetation on their land, the experience I had through this work alerted me to the fact that simply restricting grazing was not addressing the key underlying threat to this ecosystem type. That key threat was altered hydrology. Every site, literally every site I visited for the project was impacted by artificial drainage, causing a reduction in the extent, depth and duration of inundation. The photo you can see here, top right, is from Pick Swamp, a site you'll be hearing more about shortly, before it was restored, more than 20 years ago, when the area was drained and farmed. As I got to know the wider region over subsequent years, I found the trend I've just been discussing was repeated almost everywhere I went, even within formal conservation reserves, due to that issue of prior land use. So when it comes to identifying and planning a potential wetland restoration project, water security itself is the most important ingredient. With this in mind, common factors capable of modifying the water balance of a site include things like the drying climatic trend that we've been experiencing, development and land use change, which is obviously relevant to this discussion today, forestry plantation establishment, groundwater extraction for irrigated agriculture, and of course artificial drainage or upstream diversions. With this context in mind, the near coastal wetland systems of Discovery Bay have been and are being impacted by a number of these threats, but we are fortunate in terms of giving us an indication about the suitability for restoration that any artificial drains that occur in this area still tend to flow reliably with discharging groundwater. This means that water availability has not yet been irreversibly compromised, making these sites ideal candidates for restoration. Within Discovery Bay itself, there are three major freshwater karst spring-fed wetland systems. Stretching along that section of coast you can see on the screen from between Port Macdonald in South Australia and Portland in Victoria, bisected by the estuarine Glenelg River mouth and Oxbow Lake. Despite local differences in the proportion of different habitat types, broadly speaking, these freshwater wetland complexes were originally home to a similar suite of aquatic habitats, communities and species. These usually consisted of the following. You'll see here firstly what a karst spring looks like, and the waterways that emanated from these would often have open aquatic habitat, flowing open aquatic habitat associated with them as well. Aquatic reed beds, which don't necessarily, sometimes associated with a spring pool, sometimes not. Dense sedge lands, that's an image of cutting grass, which tends to form in thickets in areas that stay saturated but don't sit underwater for quite as long. And then you have these areas of alkaline peat, the sort of, I guess, typical peat fen community, which ultimately establishes in areas over thousands of years. As the level of the peat sediment builds up, you end up with these saturated shrublands, where if you've ever been through one of these areas and you're walking past someone nearby and they jump, you'll feel the whole surface move. You've got the roots of these trees holding the surface together. It's all saturated and floating on groundwater, and so you'll literally feel the ground moving beneath your feet. So the state of each of the Discovery Bay wetland complexes up until 20 years ago is best explained by briefly revisiting the history of each site. Firstly, the 8 Mile Creek swamp was largely untouched until the 1930s and 40s, when it was comprehensively drained, cleared and developed for soldier settlement blocks by the South Australian government. You can see here the process of land conversion, where drainage allowed for clearance, clearance allowed for eventual pasture establishment. Surveys prior to its development confirmed this particular swamp was an immense area of peat fen wetland with dozens of rising spring pools dotted across an area of thousands of acres of coastal swamp scrub and aquatic habitats. However, development has left the former swamp almost completely devoid of its original vegetation. However, and indeed, despite that degree of change, in spite of it, critical elements of aquatic habitat still occur in the rising spring pools and the complex network of waterways and artificial drains that remain. One of these features you can see there right in the very bottom of the image, called Ewan's Ponds, is now a tiny reserve surrounded by modified land. Next we have Piccaninny Ponds karst wetlands, which had its central portion protected as a conservation park in 1969. Having witnessed the loss of 8 Mile Creek swamp, the Field Naturalist Society of South Australia successfully lobbied the state government to protect a coastal peat fen wetland before this rare habitat type was entirely lost from the region to agricultural development. However, despite its conservation status and native vegetation cover, the system was already impacted by a series of artificial drainage cuttings that had altered the character and condition of this site. And you can see all of those drainage lines you can see there on that map are all artificial. Eventually, those parts of the swamp at either end of the conservation park were fully drained and sown with introduced pastures for grazing, leaving this system in a partially modified state. Then finally, as we come east and to Long Swamp, this site was partially drained by 2 ocean outlets that were cut in the 30s and 40s, but beyond being used as rough native pasture for livestock grazing, this wetland escaped further development prior to its gradual reservation by the Victorian Government as a coastal park from the 1960s onwards. This wetland system is the least overtly modified of the 3, consisting entirely of native vegetation that in some areas had shifted over time in response to a changing water regime. In a region with some of the highest value agricultural land in Australia, cost is a key barrier to land for ecological restoration. This is why wetland restoration projects on public land, where outcomes are automatically offered the highest level of perpetual legal protection, are so critical. Former wetlands that have been drained and developed for agriculture on private land often consist of valuable soil types that most farmers cannot afford to take out of production, especially where former wetlands occupy entire parcels of land, as was the case with the example I showed you earlier at Walker Swamp. The only way that was feasible was for an NGO to buy the property because so much of the property was a wetland. It wasn't viable for a farmer to continue to farm and restore wetlands. So therefore, incentives may need to be paid or land purchase outright before restoration can begin. In the context of the 3 wetland systems of Discovery Bay, this item is a crucial overarching determinant of where and in what order restoration works have occurred. Broad-scale restoration has not yet occurred in the former 8 Mile Creek swamp, despite the incredibly important aquatic values associated with the remnant springs and watercourses within that system. However, thanks to a very recent initiative, which is only just getting underway, of the Limestone Coast Landscape Board, a small western portion of the former 8 Mile Creek swamp near Deep Creek was recently purchased and will be made available for the first small-scale wetland restoration project within that wider former wetland system. In contrast, about a third of the neighbouring Piccaninny Pond system was reserved, as we mentioned, in 1969, and that left the privately owned parts of the system in hands of just 4 different private landholders, which, when I looked at this 25 years ago, seemed to me a more feasible restoration prospect. Fortunately, in Long Swamp, the entire wetland system, despite the effects of drainage, was already reserved, fully reserved for nature conservation by this time. And as you might also recall from the earlier example that I provided of the photo point at Walker Swamp, where drastic changes occurred in the recovery of the plants you could see there, the great opportunity presented by using water management as a restoration method is that ability to trigger a self-sustaining, spontaneous process of recovery. It gives it a natural advantage over terrestrial restoration methods like the sort of tree planting that you'll see people doing around the place as well, which is extremely important too. To show you exactly what is possible, I will outline what unfolded at the Discovery Bay case study sites where works have since occurred. Now we'll start at Piccadilly Ponds, where as part of my former role for the South Australian Government, my early experiences in the region led me to propose a plan for the coordinated restoration of the Piccadilly Ponds system in 2003, which has been partially implemented in the time since. Funding soon followed for some of the activities that were flagged, and the first of those was the installation of an adjustable weir and fishway on the main artificial outlet to the sea, which if you recall the previous image we were looking at was the third outlet marked as number 3 on the map. These works were completed in 2005 and were later upgraded when we lifted it to a higher level. And it was done to halt the declining water levels that had been observed in that part of the system as a result of the free drainage of spring water to the sea out of that outlet, which was constructed to facilitate grazing before Piccadilly Ponds was reserved. The area upstream of the structure underwent a dramatic change with the recreation of additional aquatic habitat and other vegetation communities in the vicinity basically being forced to move back upslope into areas that they had crept down from. Around the same time, 2 private land purchases by the South Australian Government, which I strongly advocated for, expanded the existing conservation park, including the 230 hectare farming property, which everyone now knows as Pick Swamp, which is there to the west of the original park. Now, works at this site took a couple of years to get funding and to do the restoration planning process. Works eventually commenced in 2007 at scale, which you can see underway here, and started to have immediate results, despite it being a dry winter in 2007, because we were engaging with discharging groundwater and allowed it to be retained on site. And here you can see the process as it was seeping its way across the paddocks for the first time in decades. To restore the site fully, most drains across the property were blocked and a levee bank and regulator were also installed along the property boundary to the west, which protects the neighbouring farmland in the rest of the wetland system that is still drained and farmed from inundation. Today, as shown in this photo point from the dunes, Pick Swamp provides a successful example of how a site with permanent access to groundwater can be completely transformed. And here you'll see the top image is 2007, when it's still being grazed by cattle. A short time later, the water is there after the drains were backfilled. And the final image you'll see is a diverse functioning ecosystem dominated by naturally regenerated, not planted, native aquatic vegetation just a few years later. It is now 18 years since restoration works began and the results now speak for themselves. This image here was taken in 2021. You can see there in the left of this image how we've had to maintain a drainage service for the neighbouring property there along the western edge, which continues to discharge groundwater to the sea. And these images show habitat change within the wetland system at ground level, although noting this is not exactly the same photo point this time, but these photos were taken 15 years apart. The wildlife response at Pick Swamp has been dramatic, with around 180 bird species now recorded by the local volunteer birdwatching group during monthly surveys of the site, and I understand you'll be hearing from them later today. Populations of other threatened species, such as fish and mammals, have also expanded their range into suitable habitats that have been recreated. One cryptic species that we will return to in part 4 of the submission in some detail, the Australasian bittern, has been regularly encountered. Another species that arrived immediately at Pick Swamp in 2007 is the brolga. A pair arrived in 2007 and, due to the reliability of inundation, appear to have remained resident, breeding virtually every year since, as represented in the observation data shown here. And this has come from the surveys conducted by BirdLife Southeast SA, which I referred to a moment ago. You'll note there that the numbers indicate that other brolga also visit this site at times. It's an important location for wider movement of brolga in the landscape. At Pick Swamp, the restored wetland area differs from what originally occurred at the site before agricultural development. This is partly driven by drainage-induced peat subsidence and also reflects the capacity of different species to respond to restoration after 35 years of altered land use. Although different to what historically occurred at this site, we've now recreated a wetland type that is severely depleted across southeastern Australia, but is on a new positive trajectory of biodiversity recovery. This freshwater marsh habitat is teeming with water birds and aquatic life, assisting the recovery of nationally threatened species, cycling nutrients and sequestering carbon. It was also included in the Piccadilly Ponds Karst Wetlands Ramsar site when it was declared in 2012, only 5 years after restoration began. Now, nearby, within the Discovery Bay area in Victoria, locals had long been concerned about vegetation shifts that they'd been seeing in Long Swamp that were indicative of a drying trend. And coupled with that, the loss of associated areas of more open aquatic habitat. This process is what we refer to as terrestrialisation. It's where woody species invade wetland areas that were previously more open as the ecosystem responds to drying conditions over time. Basically, the edge species move downslope and start growing in the wetland bed areas. This terrestrialisation process is going on within remnant native vegetation areas, basically anywhere where there's compromised hydrology, and it's very common across southeastern Australia, resulting in an ongoing loss and reduction in the quality and availability of wetland habitat. Nature Glenelg Trust became formally involved at Long Swamp in 2012, not long after we launched the organisation at the request of the late Lila Hubner of the Nelson Coast Care Group, who is very sadly missed. A short time later, NGT completed an aquatic fauna survey of Long Swamp and undertook a review of historic information sources. This work confirmed the trend of change observed by locals and the history of an artificial outlet from Long Swamp to the ocean at Nobles Rocks, which is situated immediately opposite to the proposed Kentbruck wind farm site. As a result of this work, we proposed a restoration trial, which then formed the subject of a successful grant application to the Victorian Government. And if you're not watching the screen, I'd encourage you to watch one now, because there'll be a lot of images flicker past your view, which show that structure being put in place with the help of all the community volunteers you can see there. So NGT completed this first stage in May 2014 with the help of 45 local community volunteers. This was followed by a second low-level minor structure upstream, close to where the channel exited the swamp in its drain state. Real-time monitoring of the operation of these two preliminary trial structures in 2014 enabled us to design a more substantial trial structure for the third and final phase. Now, this is the one that you also want to watch because it's the big one, and I've got lots of images about to flicker on the screen. So that's the location, I should say, of the third one, and here it is under construction, again by volunteers. So this structure, which consists of 7,000 sandbags and was installed over a period of several weeks in April 2015, took more than 120 days worth of collective human effort to complete, noting that, again, much of this was contributed by volunteers from the local community. We then made a final adjustment, which you'll see here, another 2 layers of bags on top, because that was still spilling at that point. This allowed us to achieve the desired finish level for the wetland and ensure that flows didn't continue to spill down the artificial drain to the ocean, but instead were directed downstream to the Glenelg River estuary instead. Additionally, in a quirk of timing, within weeks of its completion, the restored wetland behind the trial structure also attracted the very first satellite-tracked Australasian bittern named Robbie, who flew from Matt Herring's project site in the New South Wales Riverina to Long Swamp at Nobles Rocks, first via Pick Swamp, which you've heard about in nearby South Australia, and then along the coast via the Glenelg River estuary at Nelson. I've known Matt ever since, so that brought us into contact all that time ago. Additional information about Robbie and the importance of Long Swamp to the Australasian bittern in Australia will be provided in part 4 of this submission. A few years after the commencement of the trial in spring 2018, three key things happened in quick succession. Firstly, and after many years of work led by the Glenelg Hopkins CMA, the Glenelg Estuary and Discovery Bay wetland system was listed as Australia's 66th wetland of international importance under the Ramsar Convention. Secondly, the Society for Ecological Restoration Australasia announced that NGT was the joint winner of the National Award for Restoration Excellence for large-scale projects for our work with the community to restore the hydrology of Long Swamp in Discovery Bay Coastal Park. And finally, after completing the planning required in mid-2018, NGT was awarded grant funding from the Victorian Government to convert the trial structure to a permanent solution. Now, to give you a feel for the project back in 2018 and the level of local community support, this nice little summary video, which only takes a few minutes, was played at the Society for Ecological Restoration Australasia's awards night. So, and it'll mean that you don't have to listen to, well, you will hear me in the video, but it's got some background music, so it might break the monotony of my voice for you for a moment at least. Hopefully this works. Well, Long Swamp is not only locally significant as a really important wetland feature, but it's also listed as a nationally significant wetland in the Directory of Important Wetlands in Australia. It's large, it's in a relatively good condition, and it's known to host a wide range of important wetland species, including a whole host of nationally threatened species. Well, one of the concerns that had been around for some time, particularly among people in the local community, was a trend of change they were observing in the character of the swamp. Species that would normally grow on the dry margins of the wetland were seen to be encroaching the lower lying areas and moving downslope, which was indicative of this drying trend, which has been observed in many wetlands in the region. The restoration trial unfolded over 2 years in 3 stages and culminated in the creation of this rather large 7,000 sandbag structure behind us. We worked out it was about 130 days of combined human labour went into building this thing. Dozens of volunteers over about 10 or 12 days spread out over an 8 or 9 week period, and the end result is what you see behind us.
It was a working bee type situation where we put all the sandbags together and had a go. Didn't quite get it the first time, but got it the second time, and it was wonderful to see so many people doing it. And we're very proud of that.
I'm enjoying seeing the added water. It wasn't very enjoyable lugging sandbags and you know, my knees still haven't recovered from that.
We've got about 200 hectares of wetland immediately upstream that is being directly influenced by the level set by this structure. So in the context of a 1,000 hectare wetland system, it's a significant proportion. But perhaps more importantly, as a result of getting that level right, what we're also seeing is more water being tipped downstream. Those additional flows and connectivity through the system are really important for the health of the wetland and for the species that live in it, and we're seeing that directly play out in the monitoring results. And what we've found in the most recent round of monitoring is that 2 of our nationally threatened fish species are actually in the wetland just behind the structure now. They weren't there before, and that's as a direct result of the works that have happened. A wide range of other environmental attributes are improving before our very eyes. We're seeing changes in the vegetation composition and a shift towards conditions that are more conducive to our wetland species doing really well. We've seen nationally threatened wetland birds return to the area.
Long Swamp is back to where it should be in the first place. Had a lot of water in there, and the eels are growing in there, the frogs and all the little creatures that live in these freshwater inlets. They're happily in there.
It's a case of trying to give the planet something back, and mankind's just leaching from the planet constantly, and if we can preserve an area and even improve an area and bring it back to something like what it was pre-European settlement, I think that's all for the betterment of the environment, for the betterment of the planet, and it'll be there for our kids and our grandkids and our great-grandkids and generations to come.
The permanent restoration work, which involved reinstating the sand dune that was breached in the 1930s, was completed in 2019 in a project managed by NGT senior ecologist Jonathan Tuck. Rebuilding the dune was not a regular construction project and required some creative soft engineering. Not only is this our preferred approach, but it also accommodated the fact that the site is culturally significant for the Gunditjmara people and ecologically sensitive. We decided to capitalise upon the well-established and highly stable trial structure made from 7,000 geofabric sandbags by repurposing the trial infrastructure as a permanent solid core, in inverted commas, of the reformed dune. We determined that the lowest impact method for moving more than 500 cubic metres of sand was to pump it as a slurry from the beach via a temporary pipeline up the artificial channel through the dunes before walking a small excavator up the beach to help shape the sand into its final form. A couple of weeks later, the task was complete and jute matting was rolled over the whole structure to help prevent erosion before vegetation established. As you can see, more than 500 cubic metres of sand makes for a significant change. Spending so much time on site during the construction period led to some interesting fauna sightings by NGT staff, including almost daily appearances by multiple Australasian bittern and numerous great egret. The restoration works have now successfully stabilised and the dune is almost fully covered with planted and/or naturally regenerating indigenous coastal vegetation, which is, for me, a really nice way of showing the difference in our approach to restoration projects compared to the more hard engineering sort of options that people tend to gravitate towards. At the same time, the action of wind and water in this dynamic and high energy coastal environment has been reshaping the former artificial outlet where it reaches the sea into something resembling a more natural form. That's the image from before works, and here you'll see that sand has been gradually filling in the formerly free-flowing drain, and on the beach where it used to flow out, a huge volume of sand is now building up and forming a well-vegetated primary dune. Behind it, you'll also see the steeply eroded and much larger dune that was being cut away by the artificial outlet is now also starting to stabilise. At this photo point within the restored area of Long Swamp, the sustained increase in the depth and duration of inundation has caused a shift towards more desirable ecological attributes in parts of the system. This is favouring key aquatic species and habitats that had been disadvantaged by reduced water availability and drainage since the 1930s. Finally, this map helps to illustrate the positive impact of the restoration works on the hydrology, connectivity and function of Long Swamp and its relationship with the Glenelg River estuary. Upstream of the restoration project site, which sits at a slightly higher elevation, we're not going to claim any sort of outcomes there that we're aware of. That area was already still experiencing its more natural hydrological regime. At Nobles Rocks itself, noting that I should have pointed out the natural fall here is from east to west, and that sort of very far bottom corner is what you'll hear me refer to as Lake Momboing, which is the original pronunciation in local Aboriginal language rather than Monibiong or Mombiong. But so Lake Momboing is in that bottom right-hand corner and is the point where flows commence throughout this chain of connected wetlands all the way to the estuary. It's about, I think, 18, 19 kilometres from one end to the other. So at Nobles Rocks we've had a major influence on the portion of Long Swamp that you've been seeing in the previous imagery. And then downstream you've got this zone where we've created a marked increase in flows, benefiting the hydrology of approximately 12 kilometres of wetlands of Long Swamp downstream of that point all the way to the outlet via Eel Creek into Oxbow Lake and then ultimately the Glenelg River estuary and mouth. So just some key summary points from what you've heard so far. I would start by saying the most successful wetland restoration projects take enormous effort. Large-scale restoration is not easy and it takes that effort, goodwill, funding to achieve a positive outcome. It has to be driven by people with the right ecological and hydrological technical skills, knowledge and passion, and requires persistence over long time frames. The most successful wetland restoration projects are heavily supported by a community that is invested in the site and trusts those who lead the work. Secondly, there are many ingredients beyond those covered in this quick overview that go into developing a successful wetland restoration projects. The outcomes achieved at discovery-based sites cannot be easily replicated to this standard. The reliability of groundwater, surrounding landscape attributes, scale and existing habitat connectivity are a big reason for these being some of the most outstanding results achieved in wetland restoration in the region over the past 20 years. Those underlying ingredients, especially year-round reliability of inundation, are not easy to find or replicate elsewhere, as we have been acutely reminded of during this drought year, when I might say that every other, except for our coastal wetland restoration sites, all of the dozens of other wetland restoration sites we've worked on in the region completely dried out this past summer and autumn. The only sites that still had water that we've been involved in restoring are the ones in Discovery Bay. Thirdly, we strongly caution against using these outcomes, against these outcomes being portrayed by others who have no direct experience in similar wetland restoration projects as somehow being a simple solution or one that can be made to water. At Pick Swamp and Long Swamp, we have had great success with Australasian bittern, but these projects did not have a predetermined outcome or obligations in mind to meet, nor fixed timeframes, and we now look back on the results with the benefit of hindsight. Wetland restoration projects involve all sorts of complexities and should not be suggested as a quick or simple solution. We do not recommend its use by industry to offset the degradation of existing high-value sites, when those impacts could simply be avoided through better siting decisions. Further, as far as I'm aware, the wind energy industry does not yet have a track record of success in restoring wetlands that it can point to for meeting individual species offset requirements. And finally, as a summary point from what you've heard in Discovery Bay, the outstanding ecological outcomes we've achieved at Pick Swamp and Long Swamp, which have enhanced this already biodiverse landscape as a refuge for threatened wildlife, have relied on a huge amount of volunteer and community effort. This additional source of uncosted investment in their recovery is substantial. If the voluntary effort invested in these projects is undermined in any way, but especially by nearby development compromising hard-won ecological outcomes, it would have a deeply damaging, lasting effect on future engagement and participation of the community in restoration projects on public land. Now, at that point, if you don't mind, we'll just do a time check because I'm about to hand over to Matt, and so you would like us to go to 1, is that?
Yes, at this stage we've got a lunch break scheduled at 1, but I was just checking the timetable as well. Next event will be a little gap after the lunch break.
Oh, I'm sorry, but we've just had a huge amount of our presentation time taken up by other...
Could you just let me finish?
Oh, sorry. Of course, yep.
So we did have a lunch break scheduled from 1 to 2, and I was just explaining there was a small amount of time allocated for the after the lunch break. So I was just considering...
We can't hear the chair.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. I'll start again. I was just considering the timetable as well and thinking about the time, how we would manage this afternoon. So we do have a number of submitters coming after you. What I was saying is the lunch break, there was a lunch break scheduled from 1 till 2 and then a small portion of time at the end of that for you to come back and finish your submission, with the next submitter starting at 2:15. So we can look at some flexibility with how we do run the day to make sure that the parties can present their content. What's the most efficient time, Mr Buckman, that you could do to present the balance of the submission?
I just need to calculate, because I had worked all this out based on the time that we were provided. How long do you need? Are you comfortable? Do you want to have a little bit more? Or would you, if we start lunch slightly later, at 1:10, that would give you, what, 45 minutes? Yeah. Is that acceptable? If we did that, then I would still have, after, if Matt were allowed to go through to lunch, or if, to save breaking up his presentation, if we were able to do it that way and go till, say, 10 past or 1:15, that would allow us to get to the end of part 4. And then, according to my estimation, I would still need about an hour and 5, an hour and 10 minutes after lunch to complete the material that I have to get through.
Okay, thank
and
you.
that would be, and that will have, yeah, that would have us about on time for the amount of time we'd originally planned. I mean, we don't mind having a shorter lunch if that helps.
Yes,
others.
we will look at having a shorter lunch break, I think, to accommodate. I have just had a message, and I'll just confirm. So we have, is it Mr. Cook? Sorry, I'll just check. Open the right screen. So Mr. Cook is with us, who's joining us after lunch, so welcome to you. Mr. Cook, is it correct that you might only need 45 minutes to present your submission? Yes, so we do have allocated an hour at the moment, so we might have a 15-minute gain there. We'll look to have a 45-minute lunch break. Other than that, we do have a little bit of wriggle room this afternoon because of the Speleological Federation no longer presenting to us as well. But my preference would be to keep things moving and to run as efficiently as possible. So I do understand, obviously, this morning's discussion has eaten into the submission time. And without wanting to cut you short, we also don't want a particularly long day. So we'll keep things moving now. We'll break it as soon as you've finished with your presentation. And then we'll have a 40 to 45-minute lunch break. We'll come back and we'll do a time check again at that point.
Okay.
And yeah, if I can just ask for you to present as efficiently this
I'll do my
afternoon as
best.
possible.
If that means we're returning about 2, I can do my best to try and finish by about 3.
Let's confirm the timeframes
Okay.
when but if it's possible to, even understanding that the MPA will be looking at a slightly shorter submission, we do have a little bit of wriggle room, but if it's possible to bring it in under an hour, we would appreciate it.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and panel members, for allowing me to speak today. I'm focused entirely on this one species, the Australasian bittern, and it has been the focus of my work for almost half my adult life. I'd like to credit Jamie Woods from the Narri Narri Tribal Council for this wonderful photo that we got just last breeding season, showing the birds up in the sky, high as they go sometimes, which of course is the crux of the issue today. My presentation today is made in context of wind farms emerging as a potential key threat to the species, not just here in Australia but also in New Zealand. And I'm very mindful of a lot of proposals coming through in the area that I mainly work, in the New South Wales Riverina, which, as you'll see, is the core population. I'm here today voluntarily and independently. I have had other opportunities to be involved in the process over the past few years and during this hearing. But it's one of the reasons that I work for myself is because I like being able to present my data independently, and so I thank Mark and the NGT for allowing me to present alongside them today. My presentation today is also made as a supporter of renewable energy to mitigate climate change. I say that because a lot of people have contacted me over the years, and it becomes quite clear that they are ideologically or philosophically opposed to wind farms or solar farms, and that they're fishing for some sort of tool to stop a development. It took me 11 hours to get here yesterday. This is not a case of not in my backyard. I certainly recognise the difficulty facing the panel. It reminds me of the sustainability trade-off that we have in the rice field situation, where saving water for the environment comes at the expense of the breeding habitat for the Australasian bittern. So I appreciate the difficulty of this situation. My presentation today is also made at a time where wind farm impacts in Europe and North America are deeply concerning for some species. And here in Australia, researchers like myself are basically in a race against time to to produce useful information to inform these kinds of developments. So here is this wonderful bird that so many of us love so much, the iconic bunyip bird. There's at least 8 different language groups that have linked the sound of the mythical bunyip to the boom that the males make during the breeding season. And I've always imagined, parents over many thousands of years using this as a way to keep the kids out of the swamps, from getting bitten by snakes or whatever it might be. So it's culturally very significant. They depend entirely on wetlands and the cover in those wetlands. The latest population estimate for Australia is 1,300. That's from the latest action plan for Australian birds published by CSIRO. Approximately 3/4 of those use the Murray-Darling Basin, and like I said in my introduction, the New South Wales Riverina in particular is the core region. We have around 700 in New Zealand, and so you're looking at a bird that exists on Earth with an entire population of around 2,000. Over the last 10, 15 years, it has been the focus of a lot of wetland conservation work. For example, recent National Landcare Program projects focused on the species in, perhaps half a dozen or a dozen different locations. Now, before I get into the details, I just wanted to tell you about some of the upfront key points that I have. The satellite tracking that we did, it showed a key connection between this core region in the Riverina and southwestern Victoria. These are the 2 most important regions for the species in Australia, and in hindsight we should have known that they were linked, because we think that the connection that the tracking has revealed reflects an ancient movement corridor between inland and coastal. Like mentioned, might only be just one bird, sample size n equals 1, but the tracking of other birds showed a broader pattern with flight paths connecting key coastal wetlands such as Pick Swamp and Long Swamp to these core inland breeding areas. I think there's a high likelihood of a significant number of bitterns that use the same or a similar flight path to Robbie, and potentially at heights around the lower end of the proposed rotor-swept area. As you'll see in a minute, the proposed Kentbruck wind farm dissects this key flight path and movement corridor for the species, and it undermines the avoidance principles in the mitigation hierarchy, and it certainly represents a potentially significant impact on the species. This potentially significant impact has been underestimated and downplayed, especially in expert evidence. Although it is really difficult to estimate, it's reasonable that around 50 separate individuals each year could fly directly across or adjacent to the proposed development. Now, based on Robbie's movements, this is an average of 3.39 flights per year, so it works out at about 170 flights for 50 birds. Now, here's some of the problems with the expert evidence and other documents related to the proponent. I won't read them all out, but in referring to those movements, you can see in red there, quote, "These events are expected to involve relatively small numbers of individuals and are unlikely to constitute regular flight paths across the turbine layout." And again, in red, the project area is unlikely to represent either core habitat or a movement corridor of frequent use by the species. And down the bottom, the conclusion that regular use of the site by Australasian bittern is unlikely. So I hope to address these in my presentation today and show that these claims are false. There's also contradictions in some of the documents put forward. This one here by the proponent, the Australasian bittern is a cryptic species and there is limited information about its behaviour. However, the information that does exist suggests that it is likely to cross the project area infrequently, albeit at a height below the rotor-swept area. And yet in the environmental effects statement, Chapter 7, Australasian bitterns have been recorded flying at 3 to 200 metres above ground level, and they may be at risk of collision with wind turbines when flying at rotor-swept height, given the distribution of potential and known habitat south, north and east of the project area, the likely local and seasonal movements across the wind farm site, and the known occurrence of mature and juvenile Australasian bitterns in the wetlands surrounding the project area. A portion of Australasian bitterns using the local wetlands are expected to fly across the pine plantation where turbines will be located. That quote there is much more reasonable. So I'm hoping to address some of the contradictions in the documents put forward. First, I'd just like to focus on the hotspots and what draws me to work in the rice fields of the New South Wales Riverina. You can see this bird is primarily found in southeastern Australia by the map up there in the top right. And we've estimated, as you'll see in a minute, that each year, or most years, around 750 birds use those agricultural wetlands around towns like Griffith, Deniliquin and Finley. But there are other key sites such as the Barmah-Millawa wetland complex, the Low Bidgie system, the Five Bow Swamp, another Ramsar site. There's a bunch of sites in southwestern Victoria that support multiple birds, and just down the road we've got Pick Swamp with up to 16. Bull Lagoon supports around 30, at least around 30, 20 or 30 booming males, and presumably there are females. The best site ever known in New Zealand, Whangamarino, has undergone a 90% decline. John Chain, a friend of mine in the early 80s, recorded 148 booming males there, and now they can only find around 15. So this is the focus on the Riverina and why it's so important to the Kentbruck wind farm. We established this project about 13 years ago. It's all about partnerships. There are many organisations involved, but a few of the key ones are shown below with their logos. It's very much about the science and the research, but also the engagement. And we've had great success getting the community on board. In the centre there, I even managed to get the president of the Rice Growers Association to dress up as a bittern for a film for school kids. We have children's books. We've had the Threatened Species Commissioner come and visit down in the bottom right. First Dog on the Moon, the Guardian's cartoonist, did a lovely cartoon for us. We've kept people up to date regularly with local radio. And when Robbie went offline, much to my fear, I had to do a live interview for BBC World News. There was so much interest in this project and these birds. We've also had 3 minutes on prime time news in Sydney, and this guy Milton, his quote sums up what we've been trying to achieve. We're tweaking the crop to better accommodate the bitterns. People chat about it with a bit of pride. I've got the birds, you haven't. It's turning into a bit of a competition.
Mr Herring, sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm
Yes.
just mindful of the time. I'm just
Yes,
going to ask if we
sure.
could move through a little bit faster on some of the content that's less significant to the committee. Thank you.
Yes, no problem, Madam Chair. This is the data behind the significance of the population. We randomly sample farms and then we do the occupancy modelling. As I've mentioned, there's about a population of about 750 Australasian bitterns using those rice fields in the Riverina, and there's widespread breeding. There's some of the information that we've been able to glean from finding 37 nests. This is the cycle. The fields are flooded in spring. The rice grows rapidly and then nesting by Christmas time. The chicks are hatching as the new year starts, and harvest. And then the chicks are growing, and then harvest usually occurs around April. So it's a very tight time frame for them to breed successfully, as shown on this graph, which people can follow up in the paper listed below. We've been able to model the ponding commencement date and the ponding period to incentivise growers to have a specific ponding period of around 150 days by getting the water on in October. We've looked at the prey. We've shown that these traditionally managed crops have much more tadpoles and frogs in them. These are the key aspects of bittern-friendly rice growing. Like I said, early ponding, sufficient ponding, not spraying the banks, having artificial refuges, getting on top of the cats and the foxes, and also trying to provide nesting patches in the crop where the rice has grown faster, so that we can fast track those females to breed and get it all done before the rice season ends. Here's Scott Williams, one of the many great bittern-friendly growers that we're working with. We've done the research to show that these people are often willing to do this in kind, and there's more information in the paper there about their willingness to forego annual profit margin to support these birds. We've been working very hard with growers in the Riverina to get the best outcomes for the Australasian bittern. Here's one trial where we had 3,630 hectares signed up, and it was far better than the controls. We had 17 nests and 2 to 6 times more birds than the controls. There's another wonderful grower, Hayden Cubmore, getting the water on early in October, and on average it's 77 days later. In a paddock like that, we have one of the world's most endangered birds breeding. There we are at a field day. We've even looked at consumer-funded programs where people would pay a premium to support bittern-friendly rice so that we're not reliant on government funding, and the results are very encouraging. The reason why the Riverina is so relevant to the Kentbruck proposal at the wind farm is because of this movement pattern that exists and because of the significant numbers involved. It's not just about rice fields. Here's some of the beautiful low bidgy reed beds. So it's about the Riverina altogether, not just the rice. There's two very different types of landscapes. So the big question mark is down the bottom there, and that's what led us to do the satellite tracking. All the other things we know we can do. We can target the delivery of environmental water, and we can work with rice growers and so on. But where are they for the other half of the year? And that's why we started the Tracking Bunyip Birds project. It was a crowd-funded project. About 300 people and 20 community groups donated. I think it's really funny that when we made this video before any tracking took place, is that we made a mock tracking pattern, and it took us right to this part of the world. And sure enough, that's what happened with the first bird. The reason why we hypothesised this coastal inland pattern is because sites like this at Edithvale, Seaford, had shown an influx in autumn and through winter. You can see the numbers there. It was great fun catching these birds, a lot of effort, very difficult. The adult males were lured into the cage by a mirror and a speaker on top. They go to defend their territory and can't resist but going inside the cage. We tracked Robbie for almost a year, and that's where that 3.39 figure came from, because as you'll see, he went across the proposed wind farm at Kentbruck or adjacent to it 3 times. What's important with this data, unlike newer GPS solar panelled units, is that it has a duty cycle. So for example, Robbie's was on for 8 hours and off for 48 hours, and this is to preserve the battery. Had we not have done that, we wouldn't have got the 323 days of data that we did. There's the wonderful bird there himself. And instantly we saw this coastal inland movement pattern in the early years. Now, the first couple of slides here are ones that I know have been used frequently in the proponent's proposal. They show Robbie's movements there at Long Swamp and moving between Pig Swamp past the Glenelg mouth at Nelson. But there's all these other images that have been online, like I said at the beginning, for 9 years or so, that tell a bigger part of the story. We've been very transparent with this data because it was crowd-funded. We have a social licence. We're obligated to tell people the results. That is Robbie's entire 323-day movements, and the majority of his time was spent down here in this part of the world. This is another bird, Milo, that showed a similar pattern going.
I'm into the hearing now.
Sorry, what? Was that a question?
Someone's not muted.
There was interference with somebody joining us online, so I'll just ask everybody to check their microphones are mute. Thank you.
This is another bird that showed a very similar pattern, Milo, going to Coomanderi Swamp at Shoalhaven Heads, returning to the rice growing region, just like Robbie did. But back to Robbie again. Here's some of the slides on the website that have been there for 9 years, showing the 3 movements over or immediately adjacent to the proposed Kentbruck wind farm. There's the dates. So Robbie first came down at the end of the rice season on the 1st of May, and you can find more information about this in our submission and on the Bittens in Rice website. He spent the whole winter there and then went back to the Riverina in spring, but it seemed he was too early for the next rice season, and so he didn't stay long in the Riverina at all and slowly made his way back in October of the same year. There's the map that everyone knows so well of the proposed wind farm, and there's when he went back in September, directly through the middle of the Kentbruck proposal. This is another map from, I think this was the environmental effects statement or the expert evidence, I'm not sure, but the key point is that there's been all these records of Bittens since in the same area that Robbie concentrated on, and I think that's supportive of the idea that this is a regular flight path or movement corridor right through the middle of the proposed area. There's the beautiful Long Swamp that I was able to visit and see where Robbie was using habitats at the time. So just a little bit of a sum up. We know during the breeding season they're very tight. Those little samples there in the top right. My colleague Emma O'Donnell over in New Zealand has had some breeding males that have been quite mobile, but generally during the breeding season they're very tight, and then there's significant dispersal after breeding, up to 600 k's. Others will stay local, but they rely on a network of wetlands, especially as conditions change. This is bird watching effort, all publicly available data on request from BirdLife Australia. It shows that bird watching effort is concentrated around the major capital cities, but this is the kernel density of Australasian bitterns, and you can see the hotspot that emerges in this part of the world, and that's why beyond Robbie we have this inference that this is a very important flyway. In fact, it seems to be the most important flyway for the species, at least in Australia, but possibly in the world. Here's some more data showing the significance of the far southwest coastal area of Victoria and the far southeast coastal area of South Australia, just adding weight to the importance of the region and its connection to the New South Wales riverina. The flight height data from the particular units that we use, unfortunately, is not as detailed or as accurate as the GPS units that you can use now. But this is the information that I've been supplying people with over the past few years that everyone has had access to. That's why it's there in quotes. I think it's reasonable that 50 individuals could fly directly over or adjacent to the proposed development. Like I said in my introduction, it equates to approximately 170 flights per year and a collision risk of just 1%, keeping in mind that it is often a lot higher than that, would be 1.7 deaths per year, or about 51 over the project lifespan. This species is particularly high risk because of its large size, its big wingspan and its slow speed, and also the fact that its important sites and movement corridors are near where the wind farm proposals happen to be. In New Zealand, we have better data to draw on with GPS units that give you a lot more fixes, and the flight height data is a lot more accurate, and these are some of the results there. You can see this one bird in particular spent the vast majority of its time flying within the rotor-swept area, while some others tended to fly below it. For this New Zealand work, the rotor-swept area, let me just remember, was 30 to 220. So the sample sizes on all this tracking are very small, but even if Australasian bitterns generally move below a rotor-swept area of 60 metres when making their flights across flat areas, it's completely unknown if they will actually avoid such wind farms and be displaced, disrupting key flight paths and movement corridors like the one from Long Swamp to the New South Wales riverina. It's very difficult to estimate with our limited data, but a potential for at least a 1% population mortality of around 13 birds, I think is reasonable, especially over a 30-year lifespan. That is conceivable, and it emphasises that this is a potentially significant impact on the species under the EPBC Act. I think the population estimates for this region, Long Swamp and Pick Swamp, of 37 to 119 are pretty solid, and up to 228 based on the wetland area in the broader region. So you'll see in a minute what that equates to. Despite uncertainty and applying the precautionary principle, the assessment found that collisions with wind turbines could lead to a long-term decrease in the size of the Australasian bittern population. This is one of the triggers under the EPBC Act, and that is certainly the case. The proponent also correctly identified that this could interfere with the recovery of the species, but it also seems to qualify for about 5 of the other 8 or 9 criteria. There's some of the key references. I apologise I had to fly through that, but hopefully we might even have time for questions if you had any, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. If you just give us a moment. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Herring, for moving through the material efficiently. We will break now for 45 minutes, so we're making up a little bit of time, which is great. We will have some questions for you at the end of the presentation, or when we come back for lunch, we'll make a decision about when we run those by you. But at this stage, we'll break now for 45 minutes and come back. My check on the timetable, given we're running we're getting back on track, and with the MPA only needing 45 minutes, I suspect we may even find ourselves hopefully back on the timetable by mid-afternoon, but we'll see how we go.
Madam Chair, if you're finished with that.
I'll just have a question coming from Mr. Buckman. I'll just sort of deal with that first. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I'd just make the point that I feel like whether it was a tactic, I'm not sure, but we lost a lot of time this morning, and I'd be concerned if others feel they have to rush today to accommodate that loss of time. It just doesn't seem right to me.
Yes, we're not asking people to move faster than they need to, and we do have one party who was going to present to us who won't be, so we've got a little bit of wriggle room, and we'll take the time that we need to hear people's submissions, and I certainly acknowledge the time people have requested, and if people are able to move more efficiently, we appreciate it, but we're certainly not expecting that be the case, so it might be a slightly longer sitting day. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Wright.
Just very briefly, Madam Chair, to your question earlier about LV06,
yes.
I was hoping to use the lunchtime to just make sure I have a proper response to you, but I've got to be clear. I'm not sure I entirely understand the committee's question.
It was an open question, so I'll let you proceed if you've got some specific queries, and then I'll do my best to clarify.
What I'd heard from you, Madam Chair, was that you were querying, as I understood it, the practicality of particularly the final sentence in the mitigation measure, which relates to agreements must be in a form that applies to land comprising a pre-existing dwelling for the life of the facility to the satisfaction of the RA and provided to the RA upon request. In circumstances of the conclusions reached in respect of Appendix M about shadow flicker impacts, which is that there are only 2 properties that have the 30-hour threshold exceeded, and for both of those properties, agreements have already been entered into by the proponent about that metric. So my question really is what the committee seeking is clarification of the precise wording, which I think is not entirely clear for that sentence, or is there a broader concern about the wording of that mitigation measure? What I'm really asking you is if I put it to you this way, because there will be changes to the turbine layout, if approval is given, there will need to be a further shadow flicker assessment. But my understanding of the proponent's position is that if whatever the changes are, there cannot be a turbine that leads to more than 30 hours shadow flicker on any existing property unless there's an agreement that's been entered into with the landowner. That's the intent. I'm not sure if the drafting is precisely clear enough about that intent, but I'm hoping that the committee can provide a bit more
I
clarity
will
on
do my.
the question.
I will just to clarify. So I'm asking the proponent to have a look at that mitigation measure with fresh eyes in the context of all of the information that's before the committee. A couple of things that have come to my mind relate to the guidelines that are referred to in the mitigation measure that are referred to in the context of the assessment that would be required, the further work that you've just described. And I am, having looked at the guidelines, it's not clear to me that it provides clear
there's nothing in there
methodology.
about this.
That's right, thank you. So that's one point. The mitigation measure, just as an aside, doesn't refer specifically to the Appendix M findings, so whether there may be some value in looking at that. The final sentence I was unsure about. I didn't find it clear in the way that it was expressed around the role of the responsible authority, and probably in the context that discretion in providing something that it needs to be satisfied with is in practical terms wouldn't.
It's effectively a binary. If it's exceeded, it's exceeded, and then the landowner needs to agree to that exceedance.
Yes, I understand that. Could I just say my final point, which relates to the conclusions in Chapter 12 that talk about the mitigation measure requiring efforts to minimise shadow flicker, and I couldn't see that clearly expressed in the mitigation measure either. So there are probably a whole number of things. I was just, without being too prescriptive in terms of the questioning from our side, to ask for fresh eyes on that mitigation measure.
Thank you. I understand now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Great. We'll break now until 1:45. We'll see everybody back here then. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Mr. Buckman, I'll hand to you to continue with your submission. Thank you.
Thank you. So you didn't want to ask questions of me now? Or?
We will ask questions at the end.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So moving on to part 5 of our submission. The precautionary principles' modern origins trace back to German environmental law in the 1970s. Just make sure this is working, my slides. My apologies. Yep, that's better. The precautionary principle emphasises taking proactive preventative measures to protect the environment, even in the absence of complete scientific certainty about the harm. Put another way, where there is a risk of serious or irreversible threat and scientific uncertainty about it, precaution means the benefit of the doubt is given to environmental protection. This is further explored in Principle 6 of the Earth Charter, which was developed by an international committee in the decade following the 1992 Rio Declaration, and is explained in this way as the need to prevent harm as the best method of environmental protection, and when knowledge is limited, apply a precautionary approach. This involves taking action to avoid the possibility of serious or irreversible environmental harm, even when scientific knowledge is incomplete or inconclusive. It places the burden of proof on those who argue that a proposed activity will not cause significant environmental harm. And finally, it requires ensuring that decision-making addresses the cumulative long-term, indirect and long-distance consequences of human activities. The mitigation hierarchy is a framework for minimising environmental damage that originated in the late 20th century, primarily within the field of environmental impact assessment. It gained prominence as a response to increasing biodiversity concerns due to ongoing development and land use change. The mitigation hierarchy typically involves 3 or 4 core steps to cover both bases. I've listed 3 in my written submission, and there's 4 in the image that is shown. The mitigation hierarchy is now commonly referred to in state and Commonwealth government environmental impact assessment policies. Of most relevance for the Kentbruck wind farm proposal, it features in policies that relate to the management of renewable energy developments on biodiversity, and features in the IAC terms of reference and the EES scoping requirements. Of key importance, the precautionary principle and the mitigation hierarchy are related concepts. The precautionary principle suggests taking preventative measures, even in the absence of complete scientific certainty about the harm, while the mitigation hierarchy provides a framework for prioritising actions to minimise or avoid environmental damage. In this way, the precautionary principle informs the application of the mitigation hierarchy, particularly in the crucial avoidance stage, which is the most important for taking proactive measures that anticipate and prevent environmental harm. It is the avoid stage where NGT suggests the proponent has completely failed to meet their obligations at this critical first hurdle under state and Commonwealth legislation and policies. The proponent has not correctly applied the precautionary principle and mitigation hierarchy, nor followed through on the intent of these policies by showing no regard for the landscape attributes and values surrounding the proposed development, an area consisting of Parks Victoria reserves of high biodiversity significance and a Ramsar wetland of international importance. Based on the material presented by NGT in Part 2 of this submission outlining the broad values of this landscape, we contend that, with the exception of siting a wind farm within intact native vegetation, as NEON chose to do at their Caban Green Power Hub in Queensland, the proponent simply could not have chosen a less appropriate site in Victoria based on adjoining land use and landscape values alone. Strategic avoidance of impacts through more appropriate project siting is not a difficult concept to understand and is widely referenced. For example, Principle 3 of the Handbook for the Development of Renewable Energy in Victoria states, siting renewable energy facilities requires careful planning. Locating projects in areas of lower biodiversity value will help to reduce costs and avoid project delays and impacts to the very same species and natural assets the government is trying to protect from climate change. End of quote. Further, the draft 2025 Victorian Transmission Plan states that the draft areas earmarked for renewable energy zones across Victoria, where possible, and I quote, avoided such areas as national parks, World Heritage Sites, Ramsar wetlands, residential areas and other areas of significance. And secondly, I also quote, sought to minimise impacts to areas of high biodiversity value and prioritise areas with relatively fewer land use constraints. These two examples illustrate the correct application of the precautionary principle and mitigation hierarchy frameworks based on proximity to key biodiversity attributes alone. They illustrate how any reasonable person would interpret the requirements already in place via the FFG and EPBC Act for the existing legislated application of the precautionary principle, which directly applies to the proposed Kentbruck wind farm. Further, it follows that siting a project away from the most intact and biodiverse areas of the landscape then minimises the number of individual species that are likely to require more detailed assessment and consideration, because the core habitat requirements and movement pathways of far fewer species are likely to be impacted at wind farms sited within more disturbed areas of the wider landscape. The sheer number, variety and complexity of environmental issues raised by the Kentbruck wind farm proposal are a clear indicator that the intent of the precautionary principle and mitigation hierarchy have been completely overlooked by the proponent in the site selection process. We submit that, having chosen a site that in its entirety fails to meet the avoid criteria of the mitigation hierarchy, the range and number of known, predicted and potential impacts that simply cannot be avoided are vast. Trying to subsequently break down those issues and address them individually, as is the current case within the EES, to be examined one by one, does not change the impression of a much wider systemic overall degree of impact. This is especially the case when one considers that there are also a number of challenges with the completeness of data in the proposal and its modelled impact on those matters. 6 years have now passed since the proponent first announced their intention to build a wind farm in this location. NGT questions whether the methods adopted by the proponent delivered satisfactory survey effort in terms of duration, regularity, intensity and geographic spread that is genuinely proportional to the known biodiversity values of the investigation area and the potential risk posed to those values. The maps provided by the proponent in the EES indicate that for many species, the number, location and overall time period that surveys were conducted for a site as large and diverse as the Discovery Bay Coastal Park was not adequate and could overlook values and significantly underestimate risk. And two examples that I will show you on the screen at the moment. Bottom left is the survey effort for Australasian bittern, and on the right is the bird monitoring locations. Now, given the many kilometres of distance involved across that landscape, these maps just don't, they don't do justice to how thin that effort is on the ground. Of note to bittern in Long Swamp, we could see that the consultants for the proponent went back and revisited the site where we'd been seeing bitterns regularly at Long Swamp, at the restoration trial site. But if I draw your attention to the image in the top right there, you'll see that that's a view from Nobles Rocks looking downstream towards Nelson and the Glenelg River estuary to the west, another area of highly suitable habitat that has been made more reliable through the work that we've done, where there's been absolutely no survey effort completed. And by us included, because these areas are very difficult to access. It takes a long time to hike in there. There's no tracks. We've got a fish survey site in Long Swamp that we've had great difficulty maintaining simply because it sort of almost breaks the staff. It takes so much effort to get in there. This is a really remote and difficult place to sample. The fact that so many of the target species were encountered across both the study area and the wider investigation area, even with inadequate spatial and temporal coverage, points to the high biodiversity values of this landscape. It is noteworthy that despite limited spatial coverage and survey effort, of the 29 threatened species recorded in the proponent surveys across the wider investigation area, 11 were also found to be utilising the pine plantation matrix. That's a proximity effect in some instances by being close to a high-value conservation asset. As outlined in the unaccompanied tour video presentation that I provided to the IAC, the majority of Long Swamp is remote, inaccessible to normal visitation, and due to its distance from major cities and academic institutions, also comparatively poorly studied. Further, despite NGT's work in the wetland system over the last 13 years, we are also acutely aware of the limitations of our own surveys, spatially, thematically, in terms of the limited number of taxonomic groups we've been able to target, and in terms of their duration, due to the limited public funding available for collecting biodiversity data within Victoria. For example, when an NGT staff member was located at Nobles Rocks during the permanent dune reinstatement works that I've already referred to, Australasian bittern was sighted almost daily. When the work finished, the sightings ceased because no one was there to observe them. Notably, this location also doesn't account for all the other areas of potentially suitable habitat, as I just mentioned before, throughout the entirety of Long Swamp, not being accessed and observed at all, including many downstream of the restoration project site. The spatial and temporal distribution of survey effort is important to collect adequate data about species, populations and change over time. As previously discussed in this submission, nearby Pick Swamp is also a hotspot for records for the Australasian bittern and provides a useful case study to highlight this very point. One of the reasons for the reliability of the records at Pick Swamp is the fact that the restored wetland habitat is not only highly suitable for the species, but the second key element, which is often overlooked, is the fact that this form of farmland, because this is a former farmland site, there is a network of tracks and access points all around the restored wetland. Many of these tracks are close enough to the dense wetland vegetation around the margins to allow regular inadvertent flushing of bitterns simply by walking or driving past. This site is infinitely more accessible to humans for survey effort than the neighbouring originally reserved portion of Piccaninny Ponds Conservation Park, which shares similar access challenges to Long Swamp. To summarise, a more comprehensive and reliable picture of the biodiversity values of reserves and Ramsar wetlands can be built by using historical incidental observations, community surveys and academic research. However, at Discovery Bay, its remoteness, the density of wetland vegetation, the lack of access points and vast size, noting it's around 18 kilometres from Lake Momboing to Oxbow Lake, means that we do not have the benefit of this additional data to call upon. Just imagine the number of additional incidental records there would be, not to mention public interest in this particular development, if this Ramsar site was situated within an hour of Melbourne. Another issue that is extremely important to consider is the difficulty that practitioners continue to have in working with naturally rare or cryptic threatened species. These are species that may occur in low densities, in hard to access habitats or have behaviours that make them difficult to detect. For example, many small mammals often occur in low densities and can be hard to detect, such as the nationally threatened swamp antechinus, which also occurs in Discovery Bay. I am considered one of a handful of national experts in this species, which was the subject of my honours thesis across its distribution in South Australia, and having co-authored the section on this species in the publication The Mammals of Australia. In my experience with this species over the last 26 years, it perfectly illustrates the issue of data deficiency and detection rates for threatened species. For example, as you'll see on the screen in the bottom right-hand corner, there is only a handful of records in the Atlas of Living Australia, which reflects wider databases like VBA and museum records for Long Swamp. However, this does not provide an accurate reflection of the species distribution nor the vital importance of this large area of habitat to the species. Understanding this means understanding how records are generated. The primary methods that have generated past swamp antechinus records, in my experience with this species over the last 26 years, are either A, incidental observations by people, or B, records generated by dedicated small mammal wildlife surveys. In a location like Long Swamp, where access is so poor, few people live nearby, and the walking track along the coast does not regularly intercept core habitat for the species, so incidental observations by people are extremely rare. And, well, not rare, they haven't happened there, I should say. They're very unlikely because of that rarity of likelihood of interaction. Hence, it appears that a lack of small mammal surveys likely explains the complete absence of swamp antechinus records in Long Swamp since 1980. Additionally, standardised small mammal methods are often not sufficient to result in the detection of rare species. In my experience, and depending on the site and habitat suitability, successful detection requires more traps placed for a longer period of time and an understanding of the right locations of where to actually survey for this species. I have not undertaken targeted surveys for the swamp antechinus in Discovery Bay Coastal Park. However, I have sampled a small portion of Lower Glenelg River Conservation Park in South Australia, which you can see is that little tiny loop adjacent to the border that adjoins Lower Glenelg National Park, where the river crosses into South Australia, and also Piccaninny Ponds Ramsar site, where I detected the species at both locations, and you'll see those clusters of records. They largely they almost entirely represent records that I have generated. Based on my knowledge of the species core habitat requirements and how to detect them, Long Swamp is an area where I would expect to readily encounter this species if sufficient time and survey effort were invested. I share this example not to specifically highlight the swamp antechinus, because I accept that this is a species that is less likely to be impacted by the wind farm proposal, but it is a great example of highlighting how relying too heavily on past database records for rare and cryptic species that are hard to detect can be highly misleading, distorting our perception of conditions actually going on the ground. This remains the case for many species across several taxonomic groups that are potentially impacted by the Kentbruck wind farm. As outlined in our overview of the Australasian bittern, this issue is especially relevant to this cryptic species. Until Matt Herring undertook the satellite tracking study on bittern movements 10 years ago, we had no information on how this species moved through the wider landscape. Of note, this work highlighted how their long-distance episodic movements appear to be completely at odds with their normal, seemingly more sedentary behaviour when generally flushed and observed at any given wetland. Rather than being treated as an outlier and downplayed, the confirmed flight path of this species over the Kentbruck wind farm site illuminates a key threat that may have been entirely overlooked if not for this work, which I'd also point out was done on a shoestring budget via crowdfunding. The fact that more sophisticated research has not been undertaken by the proponent on this species over the past 6 years, or indeed any other species, appears to amount to what I would call conscious avoidance. Without it, we are left to coarsely estimate their true number and distribution in Long Swamp and the risks to their flight paths to the New South Wales riverina and other wetlands within the local region. Despite 6 years of opportunity to do so, the proponent has done little to improve wider understanding of the threatened species across the Glenelg Estuary and Discovery Bay Ramsar site most at risk from wind farm development, and confidence levels in the completeness and adequacy of existing data for many threatened species in Discovery Bay Coastal Park is extremely low. It is evident from the data that was collected and from the limited number of sites sampled, if further surveys had been conducted, more detections of threatened species would have resulted. This is especially the case for rare, cryptic or hard to detect species, many of which are the most highly threatened. It is a challenge, indeed perhaps an inherent design flaw of this EES process, that there is no incentive for a proponent to look any harder or more intensively for threatened species than the minimum amount permissible, given how such data can make the approval process more onerous. The EES generally downplays the risk of movements by birds through the proposed project area. To illustrate why this is a significant problem for water birds in particular, the map on the screen shows, firstly, habitat value as modelled by DECA, where the darker green colour highlights the darker the green values they're shown. Like you see, the greens sort of vary. The darker the green, the higher the modelled value of that habitat. And it also shows current DECA mapped wetlands in the wider landscape that surround the proposed project site. And you'll see these are all marked in different colours according to the modelled wetland type, whether they're, that's just a classification that's been done remotely. Except for the obvious movement pathway for birds that follows wetlands along the coast, which is well understood and recognised, the likelihood of regular movement pathways for all water bird species across the pine plantations north of Long Swamp, including the Brolga, and as now proven for the Australasian bittern, is extremely high given the wider distribution of wetlands in southwest Victoria. For example, in the very top left of the image, you can see that touches on the corner of what's known as the Caladbro flocking area for Brolga, which is an area where some of the largest numbers of Brolga mass in southern Australia to pair up prior to distributing themselves across the landscape for breeding. Throughout the rest of the image are wetlands scattered in every direction from the proposed project site that, based on the records that do exist, we know are frequented by Brolga, Australasian bittern and a wide range of other water birds that also utilise Long Swamp. The risk of the proposal to the interruption of movement pathways around this network of wetlands in the wider landscape has not been considered at all in the EES. NGT suggests that on the basis of the information provided in the EES, the proponent has not sufficiently accounted for the inherently dynamic nature of wetland ecosystems at the local, regional or national scale. This can take many forms and includes changes to water availability, water quality, vegetation character, fauna species movements and interaction with wider landscape trends over time. In this way, wetland ecosystems are more dynamic and less predictable over time than terrestrial ecosystems, making snapshot assessments highly problematic for quantifying their values. We are fortunate that in being one of the most reliable areas for rainfall and underpinned by shallow groundwater, as I referred to earlier, the wetlands of Discovery Bay are actually not as changeable over the short term as many other wetland types that experience more extreme wetting and drying cycles driven by seasonal or episodic conditions. This reliability of inundation for portions of Long Swamp has only increased since the successful completion of the restoration project at Nobles Rocks, a similar pattern to what has been observed at Pick Swamp, turning both sites into additional habitat drought refuges. However, climatic patterns, including droughts and floods, both locally and at the continental scale, in other parts of Australia can have dramatic implications for what values are observed within wetland systems, like both Ramsar sites in Discovery Bay, and crucially, where and how species are moving through the landscape at any given point in time. For instance, with the current unprecedented drought conditions locally, there are very few wetlands across the wider landscape inland of the coastal zone now holding water, yet the Discovery Bay Ramsar wetlands in South Australia and Victoria remain a key ongoing drought refuge sustained by groundwater. These images are from the driest time of the year several weeks ago in Long Swamp. We suspect that this access to open fresh water over recent months may be attracting a wider range and abundance of birds and bats from further afield to Long Swamp than those which might ordinarily use the site, providing access to a critical resource for any species not migrating outside the region. We say suspect because at this site, unlike Pick Swamp, we do not have monthly bird surveys being conducted by volunteers, so we don't know for sure, and no one else, including the proponent, is collecting any data that would allow us to test this important hypothesis. It is noteworthy that regional droughts, like the one we are currently experiencing, are predicted to become more frequent with climate change impacts in this region, making local drought refuges, like the Discovery Bay wetlands, even more important. In contrast, for species that can and do move more broadly around the continent, the local drought is being offset by new temporary habitat opportunities offered by floods in other parts of the country at the present time. However, there are times in the national cycle of water availability for wetlands that the places like the Discovery Bay Ramsar sites and other wetlands along Australia's southern coastline are required to take on a vital, disproportionate role in offering reliable habitat at the continental scale. We know this because the volunteer collected data at Pick Swamp demonstrates it. While we suggest the IAC may choose to seek more information from BirdLife Southeast SA, who hold the full data set, analysis of the first 6 years of data at Pick Swamp for waterbirds and ducks, which was conducted by one of our senior ecologists, Brian Haywood, presents an interesting pattern when compared to rainfall, as shown. So a couple of the things you'll see on this slide are that when all of southeastern Australia was comparatively dry in 2006 and 7, Pick Swamp immediately acted as a drought refuge for waterbirds once restored, noting that that restoration work only commenced in mid-2007. So this happened instantly that we put water in the landscape there. Secondly, you'll see that when significant portions of eastern Australia were wetter in 2009 to 2011, and more habitat was available both within the region and further afield, the abundance of waterbirds was consistently lower. Finally, you'll also see there that when the local region alone was relatively dry in 2011-12, Pick Swamp also acted as a drought refuge locally, even though other parts of southeastern Australia were wetter at that time. Although I understand the entire data set may not have been processed yet, similar patterns are likely to emerge for waterbirds between 2013 and 2025. However, I do have one very interesting example I'm able to share that was extracted from the complete data set for magpie geese, which highlights the variability of habitat use over time. As you can see, increasing numbers of this species have been utilising this restored wetland over time, with additional changes in abundance also appearing to correspond to regional rainfall. The largest numbers of this species ever counted at the site have been over the past few months, at a time when Pick Swamp and Long Swamp are providing some of the only fresh wetland drought refuge habitat that remains in the wider landscape in this region. In fact, the data point for May 2025, you can see there, when 4,476 magpie geese were counted, was several days after I captured this image of Pick Swamp, which was taken when I recorded the video notes for the IAC back in May. If similar surveys to those in Pick Swamp were conducted on a monthly basis in Long Swamp, and the many various, mostly remote, more open swamps and water bodies more generally across Discovery Bay Coastal Park, NGT suggests that it is inevitable that key additional but currently unknown values of the Ramsar site would emerge, including for threatened species. We are continuing to discover new information about wildlife at Pick Swamp. This is especially true during drought phases in the longer-term climatic cycle, like the one we are currently experiencing. Even after 18 years of monthly bird monitoring at Pick Swamp, new values for regional biodiversity protection and recovery continue to emerge. The Kentbruck proposal, should it proceed, would introduce a new threatening process for a minimum of 30 years and possibly longer, potentially interrupting episodic, currently undocumented flight paths for a whole host of water birds utilising 2 of Australia's 67 designated Ramsar wetlands of international importance. Because we do not have access to high-quality longitudinal survey data over that time, which would help us to fully understand the role of the Discovery Bay wetlands in the wider national context, we are unable to adequately assess the risk posed to this project to all water birds, including those protected under various international conventions and the EPBC Act. The problem of using snapshot surveys to define the values of a dynamic wetland system is compounded by the earlier described challenges of the inaccessibility and lack of past survey effort across much of the site. This raises an important question for the IAC of what level of survey effort and understanding should be insisted upon to overcome data deficiencies under these circumstances when a wind farm is proposed so close to a highly sensitive site with values that are offered the highest level of legislative protection under Australian law and international conventions. It is our contention that a handful of surveys conducted over a single year or two, when a site does not have the benefit of extensive records from other sources, is simply not adequate. It leaves many unknowns and confers high risk. If this project is allowed to proceed in its current location and form, it would set a problematic precedent for how close a major wind farm development can be placed near to a restored internationally significant wetland, providing confirmed habitat for nationally threatened species within a protected area and Ramsar wetland. Under this scenario, where offsets would clearly be required for a species like the Australasian bittern, we wonder what a sufficient setback zone around any chosen offset site might look like, where it would be located, how big it would be, and how its protection from future harm would be legally enforced. For instance, would a new wind farm proposal that later comes along within 500 metres of that offset site be allowed to proceed? We ask this question noting that under this hypothetical scenario, the highest level of site protection already available under Australian law would have proven incapable of preventing similar harm to a much larger and more significant Ramsar-listed restored wetland on public land. This raises important questions about precisely where in Victoria wetland-related offsets on private land could ever be sought with any degree of certainty to ensure that they remain secure from future detrimental impacts from other wind farms, if formal protected areas on public land are not. To set the appropriate legal precedent ahead of Victoria's looming exponential growth in renewable energy development, wetlands within protected areas, especially those with Ramsar site designation, must have their long-term protection from avoidable harm upheld. We ask the IAC to carefully consider what minimum setback or buffers should apply, applying a sufficient level of caution to ensure absolute and long-term protection. Given that 60% of Victoria is already cleared, NGT suggests that the cautious application of a mandatory minimum 5-kilometre buffer around all protected areas and Ramsar sites associated with this proposal is reasonable and would achieve a balanced outcome at the landscape scale. It would also set a valuable precedent for future wind farm proposals in Victoria and other jurisdictions in Australia. In this instance, doing so would automatically offer better protection also for the inland flyways to and from the Ramsar site for the most at-risk species, like the Australasian bittern and other migratory birds. At this point, I will jump across to the contribution of Dr. Emma Bennett, which you can see on the screen.
Hello, I'm Dr. Emma Bennett. I'm a post-construction fatality monitoring expert, or a wind and wildlife expert. I've been engaged in this role for over 20 years and am probably arguably one of Australia's most experienced people in this field. I have in the past undertaken the post-construction fatality monitoring at the Portland Wind Energy Facility, as well as numerous other facilities right across Victoria and New South Wales. And I currently work in both Southeast Asia and across Australia. So I'm happy for any part of this recording to be used as part of NGT's submission, as I am not available on Monday. As a post-construction fatality monitoring expert,
Can I just
will you
please
change
confirm
technical,
this is pre-recorded? I
Yes.
wasn't. Thank you. I wasn't aware that that was the case. So.
Oh, my
And what's the
apologies.
time for
I mentioned it to Amy when I got here that because the contributor to this section wasn't available right now, that this is basically, rather than me reading her submission, this is her presenting that material.
Thank you. It's exactly the same written material, is it?
Yes,
that's before us as well.
That's correct.
Do you have the timing of this video? Could you?
It's 20 minutes.
It's exactly 20 minutes,
Exactly 20
is
minutes.
it?
Yep.
I'm just thinking, given that we.
I am, according to the times that I've kept, I'm perfectly on time at this point.
Yes, and I'm not so concerned about the time. I was just thinking about the opportunity that if we had any questions, it's that if we're reading it and we're listening to it, it's the same as submitting it.
Not, well, she expresses herself differently in the video. I think it's important that you hear it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
survey underneath wind turbine post-construction for somewhere between sort of 2 and 5 years, collecting all of the fatalities and providing the adjustments and correction factors to estimate overall mortality of the wind farm site. In general, wind farms are having adverse impact to both birds and bats across Western Victoria. For bats, this is in the order of 20 to 50,000 bats per year that are impacted, and this cumulative impact is growing. It affects both common and critically endangered species, and our current survey efforts are actually underestimating what our impact is and are failing to find those rare events with critically endangered species such as southern bent-winged bats, as our survey effort is not strong enough. For birds, we see this impact across a multitude of species. There are some particularly threatened species that are at high risk, such as white-throated needletail and raptors, including the sea eagle, and of course brolgas. Now, there is some evidence that we see higher mortality with closer proximity to native areas, particularly with the bat species. So areas with higher tree coverage tend to find a greater diversity of bats that are impacted, as well as higher impacts in general. For bird species, we do see some different impacts along the coastline, particularly to our shorebirds, which are not generally as well studied as some of our inland wind farms. So this impact has been noted in some of our earlier developments, such as Kentbruck and Portland. But as we have improved our survey methodology on the inland, we haven't gone back to the coast to quantify these impacts. So it is likely that the impacts we know about from the past are actually significantly higher now than what we know about. The current survey effort that we put into our post-construction fatality monitoring does not meet international standards and is often not good enough to detect some of these rare events. So if we're talking about threatened or endangered species whose numbers are naturally low in the landscape, we would expect naturally low mortality just based on that. So those chance events of mortality, given our survey methods, is monthly. And in the past, what we've done along that coast with that Portland Kentbruck was in the early days when our survey areas were smaller, those turbines are smaller. We just didn't do a good enough study to detect these rare events. And what we've found is when we do have a rare event impact to a critically endangered species and we increase our survey effort, we tend to find more. So using the data that exists now is not a very good indication of what this impact will be for this wind farm. The turbines are larger, there are susceptible species nearby, and we need to make the assumption that they are at risk because the evidence suggests that they are, even if we haven't collected the carcasses. So each wind farm will develop a bird and bat management plan, which will include how they're going to monitor for their post-construction fatality. There are international guidelines which have been developed for emerging markets, which, so it's what I'm implementing in Southeast Asia, for example, countries like Laos and Vietnam, which are doing a much higher survey effort than what we do in Australia. For example, they might survey every turbine every week. And one of my projects has 145 turbines. So they are surveying every turbine every week. We are more likely to survey 20 to 30% of the turbines every month. So there's a huge difference in survey effort, and that makes a huge difference into what you detect. You are only going to detect the common species that are impacted because those rare events are more likely to go undetected. And you're also going to have a lot more influence of predators. So because you've got carcasses on the ground, you can increase and change predator behaviour at that site, where predators become familiar with the idea that there might be a free feed under the turbines. So you get a lot, you therefore increase your predation rate over time if you're not removing that food source. So I think the reason why our survey effort is not meeting sort of these international expectations, there's a couple of reasons. Australians are paid very highly. So the cost of labour in Australia is much greater than that overseas, even including in developed countries like Europe and the USA. It's much cheaper to put people out there every day. And in the United States, they will survey every day. If they've got a species at risk and they want to know what the true impact is, they will go out there and survey every day. So I think cost is a real limiting factor, but there's also been no regulation around that. So whilst cost might be a limiting factor, I think they're getting out of it pretty cheap, because we could employ staff or full-time personnel to do this for several years every day. Like it can be done. It hasn't been regulated or been required to do that. Birds that have poor manoeuvrability, who are not necessarily watching where they're flying, which counts for a lot of our raptors, or are even very fast. So, you know, our white-throated needletails are a very fast bird, but they are impacted in high rates because they're sort of flying so fast. So those sort of characteristics of either poor manoeuvrability, not looking where you're going, or a fast flyer does tend to end up increasing your collision risk. But we haven't done the modelling on these sorts of birds in Australia. That hasn't been done yet. So we don't have, collision risk modelling for all of these species. There's current projects out there now looking into it, but they haven't been done yet. I mentioned white-throated needletails because they are one of the listed species that is continually popping up in wind farm mortality surveys, and that's from Queensland right down through to Victoria. And if you look at their migration path, it pretty much follows sort of, the windiest parts of Australia down the coast to Victoria. So, they might avoid 20 wind farms on their way and get hit at their 21st wind farm. So it's a bit of a treacherous journey for them. And looking at how we can avoid and minimise those sorts of collisions, I think is really important, because the cumulative impact is what wind farms are going to create. And we need to make sure that we're minimising what that cumulative impact might look like. Many of the wind farms aren't in similar areas to where black cockatoos are flying. We do see cockatoo impacts. It is one of those species that is impacted at a relatively consistent rate across a lot of sites, particularly our sort of soft-crested and our coralla, but they are also much more abundant in the landscape. But as I mentioned earlier, our survey effort is designed to detect common occurrences, not rare events. And so we can assume that these impacts to cockatoos and corallas are even higher than what we know. And I think under the new ARI guidelines, the red-tailed black cockatoos are listed as a species of concern. And as wind farms develop in that further western area, I think it's absolutely valid that they should be a species of concern, that they are likely to be a collision risk, and that our survey effort is unlikely to detect and identify that. Looking at the site map and its location, there is a species that is likely to be impacted in reasonable rates, and that would be the white-bellied sea eagle. So as it's a coastal site, we know that eagles are highly susceptible to collision. We have detected white-bellied sea eagles at the Portland Wind Energy facility in the past. Again, survey effort was relatively low and confined, but we certainly had multiple events of this nature. And we will see it with wedge-tailed eagles as well. So whichever raptors are in the area, we are going to see that impact. Blue-winged parrots have been recorded as impacted at wind energy sites down in Portland, so right nearby your site. They do cause a bit of a headache because they need to be positively confirmed and ID'd to make sure they're not orange bellied parrots. So we do see that susceptibility, and they are now on the list of species of concern for ARI. So absolutely, you can add that to another species that's at risk if it's present at your site. I think there has been a single Brolga recording at a wind farm in Victoria, so it's not that they don't collide with turbines. I also know in the same sort of time period that I've been doing this work, 2 into power lines. So there's sort of multiple risks out there for Brolgas, but it absolutely needs to be considered. They're a large bird, so they're easy to identify in your fatality studies, provided you're surveying every turbine, which is not always the case. The basic fact is wind turbines kill bats, but they don't have to. Heaps of publications out about this, and there's more coming. Bats are killed at low wind speeds. They're not killed above 7 metres per second, for example, with the exception of flying foxes. But our small bats, our southern bent-winged bats, our common species of bats, such as our white-striped three-tailed bats, which accounts for around 20 to 30,000 deaths a year, these species can be, collisions can be avoided with curtailment November through to May, under 7 metres per second, dusk till dawn. There is technology such as acoustically triggered curtailment. These can be put in place. This just requires good regulation and a willingness by the company to do the right thing and avoid biodiversity impacts. In Australia, we haven't developed what our fatality thresholds need to be. We don't know how many bats we can kill while still maintaining a stable population, yet we are killing them in the tens of thousands. So one thing that we do need to do moving forward is develop these sort of take thresholds. How many bats can we kill without it impacting the population? And that information is not currently there. So we need to not kill any until we've worked out that information. And we don't have to. We have operational changes. It can be implemented in the first few years of operation while the company gathers this sort of information and provides evidence about when they can operate and when they won't kill bats. But in the meantime, we absolutely need to curtail all our turbines. It's international best practice. It's required by law in many countries, and we are failing to meet our obligations to protect wildlife. And if we can't do it where we have the critically endangered southern bent-winged bat, then we are just completely failing our vulnerable species. If we're looking at the best practice, the best scenario to protect bats, and we're talking around about 7 metres per second as the start-up speed. Now, currently turbines start at around 3 metres per second, so this is a big pushback. And this could be up to about 5% of annual generation for the company. It depends on their night wind profile and the price of energy at that time. So if we're talking November to May, up to 7 metres per second in wind speed, we could realistically expect to save 95 to 99% of bats. But this seems to have no support with industry. I think where we've got critically endangered bats, we should be doing 99, 95% protection. But more realistically, people push for a 5 metre per second curtailment, which might be half of all the bats. Now, we don't know which half. We don't know if southern bent-winged bats are impacted between 5 and 7 metres per second. We certainly found in our curtailment trial in Portland that when curtailment was in place, we still saw impacts to southern bent-winged bat. Our curtailment wasn't strong enough. It reduced overall bat impacts, and we had 2 in our pre-curtailment trial and 1 southern bent-wing in our post-curtailment trial, so the numbers are small. But the point is they were still there. The 4.5 metres per second was not enough to prevent southern bent-wing bat impacts. So realistically, in order to achieve really good no net loss of critically endangered biodiversity, we need 7 metres per second. And that could look like about 5% of your energy generation. What's really disappointing is people are often looking at the published paper that I put out where we did a curtailment trial of 4.5 metres per second. It was an increase from 3.5 to 4.5 metres per second. Whilst we saw some reduction in bat mortality, we still saw impacts of threatened species. 4.5 is not internationally recognised as a significant curtailment strategy. 5 is typically the beginning benchmark, with 7.5 being the ideal. Germany are calling for 10 metres per second. 4.5 metres per second, as published in my paper, is not my recommendation. We know that pre-construction bat surveys do not predict post-construction bat impacts, so we cannot say because a species isn't present in our recordings prior to in our assessments that it won't be killed at the wind farm. That just doesn't hold true at all. And similar, our sort of bird utilisation surveys, which is a made-up term for the wind industry and outside of what other bird surveys do, I think they also don't necessarily complement the data in the way that we would like them to. A lot of the pre-construction and work that's done before the wind farm is built is often not rigorous enough. It's not intensive enough. And when they come back after the wind farm and increase their survey effort, it's really difficult to compare or look at changes in behaviour, changes in presence of species and those sorts of things. So, I think we're pretty poor in the way that we deliver and evaluate our impact based on international standards. There are certainly guidelines out there that Australia could benefit from adopting and improve the way that they do it. All of those things are difficult to say, and the evidence is that wind farms are having high mortality on bats, high collision rates with raptors, and particular vulnerable species, like I said, the white-throated needle-tail, and that we are not doing anything about that in Australia. We are just letting it continue unchecked. There is current research and information happening right now to try and answer some of these questions, and ARA have got the new guidelines. But if we've got a current wind farm that is not built, that is not subject to these guidelines or new recommendations, then we're still lagging behind a long way. I can tell you that some of the sites I've worked at that are close to important wetlands do have higher mortality rates, whether it's for bats or birds. And certainly proximity to forest in general has higher mortality rates. So it is a really difficult question to answer, but I would also be looking at species presence. If you've got multiple species that are at risk, that are listed as high collision risk with turbines, that have declining or listed populations, then we should be looking elsewhere. There's no point in putting multiple species at risk when we don't have that information. We need to err on the side of caution. Our mitigation hierarchy says to avoid the collisions. If we don't know how to do that, then we don't build there. I guess one of the failings of development in Australia is that we put the onus to prove the impact onto not-for-profits and ecological consultants who are often paid by the wind farm operator or those that are interested in the area. One of the ways this is handled differently, even in places like Laos and Southeast Asia, in developing countries, is the onus is put on the wind farm operator to demonstrate that they are not having an impact, not on these other people to prove they are. And the way they do that is by implementing really strict conditions in the first few years of operation, where curtailment is enforced 365 nights of the year, from dusk till dawn, to minimise bat impacts, while data is collated and collected around those impacts. People are out there spotting and shutting down turbines when particular threatened species enter the landscape. So if we know they are there, this sort of precautionary acts need to happen before the wind turbines start spinning. If they start spinning without this impact, it is not fair to ask not-for-profit community members or even ecological consultants who are paid by the wind farm operator to say this impact is now too high. Regulators should prevent the impact from happening in the first place. And that is the fundamental failing of how we are undertaking our regulation in Australia. Regulate. I know, I've seen examples. The companies will go and collect the data. They will crawl back their lost energy production time. They will move to sites that are more profitable and have less risk. And this is really important because at the moment in Australia, there are no penalties for people operating in high-risk areas. Putting a site near a significant conservation area that has multiple species at risk of collision that are already at risk of population declines anyway, it just doesn't make sense. We've got threatened bats, threatened birds, a particularly important insect ecosystem. It seems to be one of those places that you should be avoiding, not building.
It is incredibly difficult to provide concise feedback on the Kentbruck wind farm proposal because it raises so many issues on so many levels for the environmental assets in and around the Discovery Bay Ramsar sites in Victoria and South Australia. It may have been noted by IAC members that, with the exception of specific detail in relation to the Australasian bittern, we simply have not had the time to compile similarly comprehensive submissions on the long list of other threatened species. Preparing for this submission has been completed voluntarily in our own time, over and above our normal work, so we have focused on high-level matters that are critical for the integrity of the EES process and other relevant legislation that we feel are currently at risk of being overlooked as everyone works through an endless list of finer details. For protecting the integrity of a Ramsar site and Australia's international standing, the bigger picture is vital and cannot be overlooked. As outlined in our earlier submission, we are equally concerned about the potential impacts on other threatened species such as the southern bent-winged bat, white-throated needletail, southeastern red-tailed black cockatoo, near-FEMA species, migratory birds and brolga, and the impact of a transmission line being unnecessarily sited through Kabobani National Park. We hope that others who share our concern will have the time and resources to pay more attention to these issues and the many shortcomings we have observed in the EES documents and further submissions by the proponent, which repeatedly downplay the likely impacts to all of them. Beyond FFG and EPBC Act listed species, to which considerable specific attention is being directed through the EES process, we also ask the IAC to carefully consider the wider food web, ecosystem services and long-term viability of populations of the wide range of other more common species of bats and birds in the biodiverse landscape in and around the proposed wind farm. Developers seeking to advance proposals typically race ahead to work out which individual high-profile threatened species might be the trigger or the showstopper for their proposal under specific threatened species legislation. We remain concerned that this reductionist approach overlooks the other species and systemic impacts that would be caused to the food web in this sensitive landscape, as a wide range of species would inevitably be impacted in large numbers every year of its operation, should the wind farm be allowed to proceed. Based on studies of wind farm collision and avoidance by wildlife internationally, we expect these impacts will one day, when Australian research catches up, be proven substantial. Given the IAC terms of reference and the breadth of the EES scoping requirements, we suggest that these matters, which also relate to cumulative landscape impacts, are also very much relevant for consideration in this case, but have not been given any attention by the proponent. Given the high level of uncertainty as outlined in the submission, we seek full and proper application of the precautionary principle in this instance as required under the relevant legislation. In the most remote environmentally sensitive areas of Victoria, if the most remote environmentally sensitive areas of Victoria are kept free of large-scale industrial developments, we have the opportunity for them to remain reference areas for preserving biodiversity. Building on the existing reserve system and its Ramsar status, the Discovery Bay environment is a special place worth protecting for future generations. The fundamental design flaw we are contending with via this EES is that all participants are being required via the process itself to assume that a project will occur, despite its chosen footprint being in a sensitive location. In Part 2 of this submission, NGT has outlined how the Kentbruck wind farm proposal, firstly, is sited in a highly significant biodiverse landscape that is recognised at the state, national and international level. Secondly, is proposed within a zone that has now been flagged as deprioritised for renewable energy by the Victorian Government in recognition of its biodiversity values. Thirdly, is reflective of a past organisational culture where the proponent has chosen to ignore environmental matters at the site selection stage. And finally, creates an unnecessary ongoing conflict between renewable energy and biodiversity in an area where those conflicts were entirely foreseeable and could have been avoided through better site selection. In Part 3, we've also outlined NGT's track record in restoring wetlands and the substantial community effort that has resulted in highly successful wetland restoration outcomes that actively contribute to the values of the Ramsar-listed wetlands on public land in Discovery Bay, in Victoria and South Australia. We've also outlined how and why, for a range of reasons, such outcomes cannot be replicated easily elsewhere and would not be readily achieved by a simplistic offset purchase model often promoted and favoured by developers. One of the many benefits of this work has been to enhance local habitat availability for the nationally endangered Australasian bittern, aiding the national recovery efforts for this threatened species and many others concurrently. Part 4 summarised the research conducted over the past decade, which has begun to reveal key new information on the continental movement pathways for the Australasian bittern. As a result, it is possible to infer that the Discovery Bay wetlands form part of the most important flyway for the species between the breeding habitats of the New South Wales riverina and its most reliable coastal habitat refuges on the Discovery Bay coast. This highlights the heightened risk that the proposed wind farm in this location would pose to the Australasian bittern, either through potential collision or ongoing displacement from key habitat in contravention of several EPBC Act significant impact criteria. NGT has also explored the range of factors that point to significant data deficiencies for threatened and migratory species in the EES documents, which all stem from the remoteness and inaccessibility of the Glenelg Estuary and Discovery Bay Ramsar site, and a lack of past dedicated survey effort or opportunistic records. Further, the methodology adopted by the proponent, that is a limited window of time and poor site coverage during new surveys to inform the EES, has done little to meaningfully add to the knowledge base for the Ramsar site. Of note, the proponent also does not consider or account for local or national climatic trends, which can have huge bearing on wetland values, variability and usage by fauna species over time. For instance, we suggest that the current regional drought, coupled with the ongoing availability of water in Long Swamp throughout this period, is likely to have altered the way species of birds and bats are currently interacting with the wetlands at Discovery Bay and their patterns of movement through the adjacent pine plantation. However, we don't know how important the drought refuge habitat and this fresh water source in Long Swamp is during dry times at the regional or national scale, because, unlike nearby Pick Swamp, which has had the benefit of monthly volunteer bird surveys for the past 18 years and clearly illustrates that value, this data has not been collected for Long Swamp, and the survey snapshot collected by the proponent is not in any way representative of such conditions. Further, we outlined how pre-construction bird and bat surveys in Australia currently do not reliably predict post-construction impacts, nor the magnitude of those impacts. International best practice reverses the onus of proof to better protect key biodiversity values from potential harm by wind farms. In places of high conservation value where multiple species are anticipated to be impacted, proper application of the mitigation hierarchy, achieving avoidance through appropriate project site selection is the most critical step. This step was not correctly applied by the proponent for this project. We questioned what value and surety offsets can provide if the highest level of site protection which already applies to Long Swamp under Australian law ultimately proves to be incapable of preventing harm to A, a wetland restored that is perpetually protected on public land, that B, currently assists the recovery of multiple threatened species which are matters of national environmental significance, in C, a Ramsar listed wetland of international importance. Where there is a serious or irreversible threat and scientific uncertainty about it, the correct application of the precautionary principle requires the benefit of the doubt to be given to environmental protection and places the burden of proof on those who argue that a proposed activity will not cause significant harm. After compiling this material for the IAC's consideration, we've been reflecting on the following overarching questions that we feel are especially pertinent to the issues under consideration. Firstly, have NEON sufficiently met the required burden of proof, or is it possible that this development will have unforeseen, significant, irreversible and ongoing detrimental impacts to one or more matters of national environmental significance? Secondly, at a time when long-term wind farm impacts on wildlife are still so poorly understood, is testing those impacts in this highly sensitive location justified? And finally, if this location, adjacent to multiple protected areas and a Ramsar wetland of international importance, were approved for wind farm development, what precedent would that set for future siting of wind farms across Victoria? To conclude, and firstly in relation to the Minister's requirements for the ES, NGT does not consider that the proposal satisfactorily meets the Minister's requirements as a result of the systemic data deficiencies we have identified and outlined. The result is poor appreciation of risk and high degree of uncertainty on the potential effects on biodiversity and ecological values within and near the project site. It would be a perverse outcome if the proposal were allowed to benefit from these data deficiencies and uncertainties by gaining development approval. In short, NGT suggests that in such a significant location, the proponent should bear a much higher burden of proof than what has been offered via this EES process. Secondly, in terms of the application of the mitigation hierarchy and precautionary principle, NGT does not consider that the proposal has correctly applied the requirements of the mitigation hierarchy or precautionary principle based on the likely effects we have outlined on, firstly, state and regional landscape values and national parks, secondly, listed species under the FFG and EPBC Acts, and thirdly, predicted cumulative effects on environmental values of the Discovery Bay and Glenelg Estuary Ramsar site. Finally, in relation to matters of national environmental significance under the EPBC Act, NGT considers the proposal poses a high risk of causing unforeseen, significant, irreversible, detrimental impacts to a number of matters of national environmental significance under the Act. From NGT's perspective, the most serious of those matters under Commonwealth legislation include, but are not limited to, firstly, triggering of the significant impact criteria on Ramsar wetlands of international importance, where an action is likely to result in, and I quote, the habitat or life cycle of native species in general, dependent on the wetland, being seriously affected. And secondly, triggering of several significant impact criteria for threatened species, including the Australasian bittern and southern bentwing bat, but many others we have also referred to in this presentation. Further, it is highly likely that additional survey effort and intensity over a longer period of time would result in the identification of additional matters that also require attention, and then allow us to more clearly articulate, quantify and calibrate our understanding of risk for all the matters that have been identified. Nature Glenelg Trust considers that this proposal carries significant uncertainties and an associated unacceptably high level of environmental risk, and hence should not be recommended for approval in any form in this location. However, if the IAC determined that the project could proceed in some form with conditions, we would recommend, firstly, application of a mandatory minimum 5 kilometre wind turbine-free buffer around all protected areas and Ramsar sites. This will address risks to protected areas and also protect the life cycle of native species in a Ramsar wetland. Secondly, avoiding all potential inland flyways to and from the Ramsar site for the most at-risk species like the Australasian bittern and many others, including migratory birds. And we suggest in this case that might actually be achieved through the application of the mandatory 5 kilometre buffer in this instance. This would address matters of national environmental significance under the EPBC Act for threatened birds. And thirdly, mandatory curtailment of turbines in wind speeds of up to 7 metres per second between dusk and dawn. This will address matters of national environmental significance under the EPBC Act for, firstly, the southern bentwing bat, and secondly, again, to protect the life cycle of all native species in a Ramsar wetland. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bachmann. We're just going to take a short break, actually, and come back and we'll ask you a few questions when we return. So we'll just be 5 minutes or so. Thank you.
That's all right.
vision as clearly as one of those impact pathways. You've also mentioned avoidance. Are there other specific pathways that are of concern, or does it all stem from those two?
There are other pathways that are of concern, something that we didn't go into at all. And I guess we did in mentioning the food web. So I guess that's the other concern about the impact here is indirect impacts. So if you impact one part of the ecosystem and ecological processes, then all of us in ecology, you hear about cascading effects or trickle-down effects for an ecosystem. So what happens if we take out large numbers of raptors, wedge-tail and wedge-tail eagles, white-bellied sea eagles, for instance? That will have a trickle-down effect in the ecosystem. A discussion that I had with Emma in preparing our submission, she was talking about some of the interesting research that's happening overseas now with insect impacts around wind turbines, and she actually mentioned that we don't even really know what's going on, but wind turbines appear to be attracting bats, and it might be because they're also in some way attracting insects, and then there's a concern about the impact. Now, insects, people sort of shrug their shoulders. Most insects aren't. We're not counting. We don't know what's going on, but they're the building block of all ecosystems. If something alters the food web. So I guess what I'm getting at is, yes, indirect impacts from the top down and from the bottom up are a concern. We don't understand these impacts well. That's an example of another pathway that could have a flow-on effect for other attributes in this ecosystem. Obviously, people concentrate on the most direct and most obvious impacts, collision strike and avoidance, and that's all, because we're much better as ecologists at measuring direct impacts. The indirect ones are much more problematic.
Yeah, okay. I'll turn more specifically to the Australasian bittern, and there's in your submission you talk about basically saw three types of movements. A lot of those movements as tracked by Robbie were around Long Swamp, so those sort of local foraging movements. Occasionally Robbie sort of flew across to Pig Swamp, and so there seems to be some movement between the swamps along the coast. And then there's of course the long distance movements up to the Riverina. So in relation to those movements, are all those of concern from a collision point of view, or is it specifically related to that long distance movement to the Riverina that's of concern to the Trust?
That's a great question, Member Wilkinson. Please keep in mind that our snapshot from Robbie, his transmitter is off 48 hours of the time, and then it comes on for 8 hours. So 8 out of every 56 hours, we got insights into his movements. And from those, the ones of main concern are the long distance movements to the Riverina, directly over the proposed wind farm or adjacent to it. But there's every chance that there are other movements that were not detected when his transmitter was off that also occurred over the pine plantation, over the proposed wind farm.
Okay, thanks. And just one very specific question on to Dr. Herring. On slide 110, you say that it's reasonable that 50 separate individuals each year could fly directly across or immediately adjacent to the development. Could you just clarify where or how you arrived at that figure of 50?
It's a very broad brush estimate. It's based on the publicly available data that we have looked at from BirdLife Australia that shows the significance of this part of the landscape, far southwestern Victoria and far southeastern Australia. It draws on that and the projected number of birds, also based on the the local population estimate that is in the environmental effects statement that the proponents' consultants came up with, that I think is a reasonable estimate for that area. It is an estimate that I would give low reliability to. It could be 25, it could be 125, but I think 50 is a reasonable estimate based on the limited data that we have.
All right, thanks for that. No further questions.
Thank you. No further questions from the IAC other than to ask that we have the links to the videos that were in your presentation shared as well. So I'm not sure, I'll let you work with the planning panels team to work out the most efficient way to do that.
Happy to do that, and because the data limit for the upload meant that I couldn't provide that with the submission initially, but I will follow up with Amy. And if I could just make a final comment before we leave. Our intention is not to have any further contact with the IAC after today. We won't be initiating any further contact with you. Our intention was to make sure that this process has access, from our point of view, to the highest quality information that we could provide based on our work in this area and our expertise. However, if you wish to speak to us and want further contact, then we're very happy to be asked for that. But I just wanted to explain again, this is not a normal thing for our organisation to be here. We've gone to great lengths to try and provide you with high quality information for your use and consideration. But this, as I say, this will be our final interaction with you unless you initiate contact with us.
Thank you, Mr. Bachman. Thank you. So I'll ask if Mr. Jordan Cook could come and join us. I'll just give you a moment to settle in at the submitter table there. And thank you for your patience as well. So we'll hear from Mr. Cook before we have another short break and hear from this afternoon's submitters. And the documents, I understand we've got a hearing presentation, so I'll just take a moment to open that. It's document 431.
We seem to have lost all audio.
Just while we're waiting for the submitter to set up, as I understand it, this is an example of a material that wasn't circulated to us but was filed with the committee. We haven't had a chance to review its contents, compare it to the written submission. So if anything arises, we'll
Thank you, yes. And I was going to speak at the end of the day in asking parties to please be as prompt as possible and circulating documents by midday before they're due for the benefit of everybody to review those. So I will recap on that at the end of the day. But in the context, there's a number of documents before us, Mr. Chessel. I invite the proponent to do that with the material as you need to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, we're ready to go when you are, so welcome and thank you for coming along.
Cool. Thank you very much, Chair and members. My name's Jordan Crook from the Victorian National Parks Association, also a qualified arborist. So before we start, something that's missed a lot today is acknowledgement of the Gunditjmara people and acknowledgement of their river forest country. So the VMPA is a small, not-for-profit endeavouring to look after Victoria's wildlife and wild places. We're a not-for-profit, non-party political supporter, membership-based group between 25 and 30,000 members. Just before we start, I'm a big fan of renewable energy. We are in a climate emergency. We need to rapidly transition from fossil fuels to renewable sources. The cost of this transition shouldn't be at the cost of wildlife and wild places, but good planning can avoid this conflict. I just want to add renewable energy, such as wind turbines, are a life raft in the climate emergency. But if we aren't all on the life raft, including the Bittons, the southern bent winged bat and the Brolga, we are just furthering the issues that we've already started. So in Victoria, ecologically, it's a bit of a mess. So well over half of our native vegetation is gone, and this part of the world is no different. As you would have seen when you've driven down here, you would have predominantly passed through clear paddocks, bitumen roads, concrete and houses. So very little native remnant vegetation exists in this part of the world, and with remnant vegetation is habitat. So the Kentbruck Power Hub, as we've told the proponent before, is a great project. It's just poorly placed for wildlife and national parks. As Nature Glenelg Trust has already talked about, a big issue in conservation planning and planning in general is the need to use the precautionary principle. This principle came about in 1992 as part of the Rio Declaration of the Environment and has been put into most of Australia and Victoria's planning and assessments when it comes to threatened species. There's also been quite a few very prominent court cases lately in regards to impact on matters of national environmental significance, as well as FFG, Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act listed species in the courts, predominantly the leadbeater's possum and the greater glider. So the two critters that I'll be talking about most today are these two, and it in no way should diminish the impact on the other species, as well as the common species in the landscape. So the orange-bellied parrot, the wild population is somewhere between 50 and 100 individuals. This year, roughly 15 to 20 have made the trip across from Tasmania. And with such small populations, issues such as genetic erosion, inbreeding depression, poor reproductive rate, disease and loss of knowledge between those generations is a great risk to this animal. Even the loss of a handful of animals will not just delay their recovery, but has the potential to impact their future existence. The southern bent-winged bat, there's been a severe decline in the southern bent-winged bat populations in recent times. It is only found here in southwestern Victoria and southeastern Australia in a limited number of caves and with suitable microclimates. Wind farm developments have been identified as a potential risk for the southern bent-winged bat by the department. Bats that share the same attributes as the southern bent wingbat have also been found to be impacted by wind farm developments, keeping bats away from water sources, attracting bats to wind turbines, fragmenting suitable habitat and flyways. And as you can see, the home range of the bent wingbat is very, very small. That is all it's asking for in this world, is that little area to be safe. Even with risk mitigations in place, such as curtailment, which the closing down of turbines, one Australian study found reduced fatalities of bats by just over half, 54%. With southern bent-winged bats with such a low population, a mortality rate of 46% within such a population would have an unacceptable impact. And as we can see, the proposed Kentbruck development there in yellow of the populations of southern bent-winged bats, the one down near the Discovery Bay Coastal Park down there near where we are, Portland, is a cave site, and then the other records just above the Lower Glenelg Park there at the top, and one or two there through the middle of the Lower Glenelg National Park as well. So the animals are moving through this landscape. One of the reasons we go through these EES processes is to understand the cumulative impact on threatened species. So this is the impact on southern bent-winged bat of wind turbine infrastructure. If folks can see my mouse there, we have wind turbine projects along the coast here and down here, as well as the proposed Kentbruck one here. It is definitely intensifying in the southwest, and the impact is growing. So the southern bent-winged bat is in strife, to put it quite precisely. Dr. Reid here has put it, in the next 20 years they could be gone. What does that mean? Well, as the Nature Glenelg Trust before me spoke about, the loss of one species has a cascading effect through an ecosystem. Do we really want to find out what it's like to lose the southern bent-winged bat? The other species raised is the orange-belly parrot. This is a map from the ABC from last year of its probable migration route. So again, small population moving between Tasmania and Victoria, and this area in Discovery Bay Coastal Park is one of its critical habitat sites. And again, tiny population holding on by the skin of its beak, and the Australian Museum puts it at less than roughly 50 parrots left to exist in the wild today. This information posted by BirdLife Australia just days ago shows that 18 have made it across Bass Strait to Victoria this year. And I guess there's lots of numbers and this and that about threatened species, but the official IUCN criteria, critically endangered, the next step is extinct. So least concern, near threatened, vulnerable to extinction, endangered, critically endangered. Those two species, the orange-belly parrot as well as the southern bent-winged bat, are sitting at that critically endangered area. We also hold very deep concerns about the Australasian bittern, and even more so after hearing those presentations today, as well as a very, very deep concern about the southern brolga. I was very lucky enough to see a pair of brolgas yesterday on my way here, and it takes them quite a long time to get up and into the sky. And as you can see, the southwest of Victoria is an absolute hotspot for the brolga. So there's roughly 600 to 700 birds, brolgas, left in Victoria. They are genetically distinct from the brolgas in the Northern Territory and in Northern Australia. They are genetically distinct and likely on their way to becoming their own subspecies. The maps of the Australasian bitterns as well, it's all publicly available. You can see the decline in numbers between 2000 and 2021, and that again, this area in the southwest here is quite a hot spot for the bitterns. And again, with a heat map for the bitterns, really showing up high for the Discovery Bay area. The other impact on this development is on the next door neighbours, the 2 national parks and numerous protected areas surrounding the development. And as you can see, Victoria, the most cleared state in Australia, the national parks are very small at the best of times. So it's a bit of a word salad there for folks, but this is the Commonwealth Government's summary of what protected areas give to us as humans. They sustain human life, they protect our air, water, forest, flora and fauna, our water catchments, our wetlands and the like. The National Reserve System, which these national parks and reserves are a part of, are critically important to keeping those ecosystem functions going and keeping us all going as well. So in this area around the development site, there's quite a lot of protected areas. There's the 3 national parks, 2 abutting the development, as well as a series of small reserves. So the National Parks Act is very clear and sets out the framework of how the parks are to be managed and protected. And those objectives have been there for over 50 years, and that's how those parks have been managed and cared for by current and past generations. As we can see, dotted throughout the development site, hopefully you can see my mouse there, quite a few little bushland reserves and flora reserves, all important for other species making their way through the landscape, not just those listed as threatened. So the National Parks Act and the acts that protect these protected areas, they don't just protect the threatened species, they protect all native wildlife that lives in these places. If we go to the final recommendations of the creation of these parks, it's very clear about what the Land Conservation Council back in the day put forward. These recommendations have been accepted by government, obviously, as the parks have now been created. And this is their purpose under the National Parks Act, under the VAC Act, as well as meeting those Commonwealth and international obligations. Discovery Bay and the Ramsar site. The Headitch Hill Scenic Reserve, which I was very lucky to visit a few days ago, which would be impacted quite heavily by the development, gives a beautiful vista over that area, and it was put aside in the 1970s for all of us to enjoy today. And it gives very clear and precise purposes as to what a scenic reserve is and how it should be managed into the future and how it's currently being managed. Most of, if not all of these protected areas were not recognised in the proponents' information. All the smaller reserves were brushed over. You can even see in the map that was on the website, we're missing 2 of the larger national parks, Mount Richmond National Park, as well as the Lower Glenelg National Park. So the impact of endangered tree species is quite substantial in the proposal so far, and it's a bit more of my wheelhouse, having worked in arboriculture for close to a decade now. So the Eucalyptus splendens, as well as the Eucalyptus falciformis, it's Latin, it doesn't matter how you say it, all occur within protected reserves, all adjacent to. So they require very specialised, very seasonal water logging and very specific needs for soil and water movement through the soil, as well as the western peppermint. So it was raised by DECA in 2021, incremental habitat loss due to intensification of infrastructure, including roadside management. So there's a direct risk here from the tunnelling, the proposed tunnelling work for these trees. I've seen it work well, but I've also seen it work terribly. So over a short period of time, the tree might look fine, but it ends up on this tree mortality spiral. So it might look fine for 5-10 years later, but the damage is done. So even trees, when they've been implemented, proper Australian standards such as the tree protection zones and the like, this is just one example of where there's numerous slight changes in hydrology, slight compaction around the root plate and the like has led to these trees to decline and die. Unless you have an arborist on site every day of the development, making sure people stay away from their trees and their tree protection zones, as well as tunnelling deep enough not to impact the hydrology and the soil profile, then you're going to end up with a net loss of these trees. So habitat fragmentation, we think of it a lot as in the direct loss of habitat, but we also need to think of it as safe areas to fly, such as for the birds. And this is acknowledged through the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act, the Scientific Advisory Committee. There's no current action statement, which is how planners and the like can use the FFG Act. So far there's only the advice. So it makes quite clearly that fragmentation is one of the worst things we can do to wildlife and natural places, and it's a slow, cumulative death by 1,000 cuts. And again, more incidents of the fragmentation leading to wildlife mortality and displacement, particularly of the larger birds such as the cranes and owls. So if I was to look at it through a bird's eyes, particularly an orange-bellied parrot or a brolga, it's not just they're not just turbines, they're big, scary, noisy things that scare little birds away, and we're, in my point of view, going to put a wall in between 3 of the most important protected areas in this state, particularly for birds. Another concern was no reference to the Marine and Coastal Act policy or strategy within the documents. The project is well within the 5 kilometres of the marine environment and should be assessed as part of the Marine and Coastal Act. If you look at the policy, it's quite clear and again raises the precautionary principle and the need for ecologically sustainable development. In my opinion, the need to implement the precautionary principle is real here. There's too many question marks, and the plants and animals that we're dealing with here do not have the numbers to sustain themselves into the future, even with the smallest impact. There's other places to build these things. So Closing statement, precautionary principle must be triggered. The placement of the project between 3 national parks will impact the amenity of the park, degrading visitor amenity, as well as the movement of threatened wildlife. Placement of wind farm infrastructure within the Kembobini National Park is completely unacceptable and against government policy. The wind farm infrastructure within the Kembobini National Park places unnecessary risk on the 2 threatened and endangered tree species. It places unnecessary risk on migratory birds, as well as other threatened species such as the brolga, the southern bent wingbat and the Australasian bittern. It will have an impact on the social licence of other wind farm operations and public perceptions, which is not what we need when we need to be building more renewable energy projects to combat the climate crisis. The project can also not meet the marine and coastal policy and has paid little attention to that legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crook. Sorry, I just hadn't highlighted in my notes something. I'm just going to double check. No, I'm happy to leave it there. Thank you very, very much for coming along. We really appreciate your submission. We don't have any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. We will break now so it's 3:30. We'll break for 10 minutes. We'll come back and we'll hear from BirdLife South East, South Australia. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you, everyone. So we'll move straight into submissions. Welcome to you, Cassandra Halava. Welcome to advise me how to pronounce your name correctly. And yeah, just note you've got 20 minutes allocated in the timetable, and thank you very much for coming along to present to us. I'll hand directly to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name's Cassie Halava, and I'm the Deputy Convener of BirdLife South East South Australia. I live in Nelson, Victoria, and I'm a professional ecologist. I've worked in this region for about 15 years and have a strong interest in birds and undertake habitat restoration of wildlife habitat, mainly for woodland birds, the southeastern red-tailed black cockatoo and the southern bent-winged bat. I'm also a member of the southeastern red-tailed black cockatoo recovery team and the southern bent-winged bat recovery team. Today I'll be representing BirdLife South East South Australia. We're a community-based organisation with around 80 members, and we're entirely unpaid volunteers. We mainly undertake outings, participate in bird watching and bird surveys. Our members are very active in surveying threatened species in the local area, so in the Limestone Coast. And our activities naturally straddle the border because we're right on the edge, and we do surveys within Discovery Bay, Glenelg Estuary, Lower Glenelg National Park, Kabobani National Park. And some of the species we've been involved in surveying for is the Australasian bittern, eastern ground parrot, orange-bellied parrot and the southeastern red-tailed black cockatoo, as well as shorebirds. So we have a lot of local knowledge of the species that are in this area. A favourite haunt of ours is Pick Swamp, and I'm sure you've heard a lot about Pick Swamp this morning, so I won't talk about it too much, but it's located just over the border from the project area in the Piccaninny Ponds Conservation Park. It's a restoration site that was restored in 2007, went from an old cow paddock and is now a flourishing wetland. We believe it's the same continuous coastal wetland system as the ones represented in the project area, so the ones at Long Swamp, Lake Monbiong, and the wildlife that occurs there are part of the same system. We've been involved in monitoring this site for nearly 20 years now, so our group members have undertaken monthly bird surveys at this site for 20 years. I've been involved in the surveys for about 3 years myself. And it's been amazing to watch the progression from, very low diversity to now we've recorded 205 species at the site. So it shows just what's possible in a habitat restoration project. It's now a hotspot for Australasian bittern, one of the most important sites for it in southeastern South Australia, and a really important site for neophemas. So that's your blue-winged parrots, elegant parrots, orange-bellied parrots. We have some concerns about the development in the project area. Our group is not political. We don't put submissions in. We do not present at hearings typically. We're a birdwatching group, but this development is going to impact Pick Swamp and the places we love to go birdwatching. The area is a key biodiversity area, which is one of the most outstanding areas for birds in Australia, and that's a system set up by BirdLife Australia for identifying these areas. You've heard a lot today about its setting in the landscape. It's surrounded by protected areas. Many diverse habitats mean it's an absolute mecca for birds. We've got forests, woodlands, coastal habitats, shrublands, sedgelands, wetlands. There's water there, which is so important as a drought refuge. In our drying climate, drying landscapes, those wetland habitats are just absolutely critical, and lots of birds rely on them. There's around 158 bird species that occur there and 28 bird species of conservation significance, which is immense in such a, it is a large area, but that's a high concentration of threatened species. It is one of the most important areas for neophema parrots in Australia. And that's a picture of one of them. That's the blue-winged parrot. We believe this whole system is very important for movement across the landscape. These habitats don't exist in isolation. The birds move all the time, everywhere. They're moving to take advantage of resources. This photo here shows a family of brolga, and there's a brolga chick there, and that chick was banded in Portland, so right here, and one of our members observed it at Ewan's Ponds Conservation Park, which is about 80 kilometres away in South Australia. So for those parents to leave their breeding area and take that bird about 80 kilometres away means that there was a really great feeding spot in South Australia at the time. That would have necessitated movement all the way across where the project area is. There's known brolga sites in all directions from this project. So no matter where it is, brolgas will be intersecting, travelling between their wetlands, their feeding areas, their roosting areas, their breeding areas. These movements happen all the time. We can't just put buffers around breeding and expect that they'll be effective. There are also many other threatened species that undertake these regional movements and longer distance migrations, and these are the birds that we're most concerned about. Species like the Australasian bittern that you heard about this morning, blue-winged parrot, Latham's snipe, white-throated needletail, they are all at risk. This map just shows the distance that was travelled between those birds. So there's Portland and Ewan's Ponds showed on the map. That's 82 kilometres with the project area smack bang in the middle of it. Where would you fly if you were travelling to Ewan's Ponds? I've read extensively through the documentation and have noted that pine plantations have given very little in the way of habitat value by the proponent. We believe that pine plantations have significant value for birds, and as Linda Mayer and Hobbs have found, that the closer the plantation is to intact remnant habitats, as well as features like wetlands, that their habitat value increases significantly. These pines are surrounded by native vegetation. They're effectively an extension of the surrounding landscape. They are not a barren wasteland. They are important for biodiversity. Biosis detected 71 species in their pine and blue gum plantation sites. This is a high level of diversity. So that's 50% of the all the species they recorded were within pine plantations. So, you know, it's actually quite surprising even to me how much was in there. Within the surveys, they detected threatened species such as brolga, Australasian bittern, blue-winged parrot, gang cockatoo, white-throated needletail, all within the plantation. So this isn't just the investigation area, this is right in the middle of the plantation. There's recent database records as well of Latham's snipe, Pacific swift, white-bellied sea eagle, all within the project area. And we know that wedge-tailed eagles nest in pine plantations as well. The EES makes mention of this habitat being of little value to many species and even cites it as a mitigation for the project, that because it's in a pine plantation, it's got very little impact. Some species, like the white-throated needletail, were found more often in pine plantations than the control sites nearby. Wedge-tailed eagles were, you know, it says that it's poor habitat for wedge-tailed eagles, but anyone in our group knows that they are in pine plantations all the time. As I was driving here today, I saw 3 wedge-tailed eagles. There was remnant forest on one side, plantation on the other. The wedge-tailed eagles were foraging over the pine plantation. Brolgas surprisingly had a similar occurrence between control sites and treatment sites, and that's what this graph shows. The white-throated needletail and Pacific swift are species that we're particularly concerned about. The white-throated needletail, I'm sorry to put this quite depressing picture up here, but they are incredibly vulnerable to wind turbine collisions. This individual was photographed in the UK. It was one of only 8 species. It's the 8th time that species has been recorded there. And a group of bird watchers were watching this bird, delighting in it, wheeling around, and they watched it fly into a turbine and drop to the ground. And this person took a video of them picking up that bird. these mortalities, they are not just numbers on a page, they're real birds. They're birds that have flown sometimes thousands of kilometres to be in this area. We're really concerned. The white-throated needletails forage preferentially over the pine plantation. And Pacific swift, whilst they weren't recorded during the project surveys, earlier this year I was lucky to see a group of 50 Pacific swift foraging over the project area and travelling down to Lake Monbiong, where I saw them enjoying foraging over the lake. This map shows, so the white-throated needletail were found at 8 treatment sites over just a 2-day period. So the surveys, you know, they only coincided with white-throated needletail probably for a month that they were here, so their peak periods is February and March. Biosis only surveyed in February and they still managed to get white-throated needletails at all this location, showing that they're using a large proportion of the project area. So those little purple triangles are where the white-throated needletails were detected. I've observed similar behaviour of the fork-tailed swift / Pacific swift earlier this year. The collision rates presented in the EES are very conservative, which provides some you know, hope that collisions won't occur, but we're really concerned by mortality rates that are coming out of the Cattle Hill wind farm in Tasmania. There were 8 white-throated needletail mortalities in 1 year, and the wind farm's only been operating for 3 years. We're also concerned about mortalities to blue-winged parrots. They use the habitat in a really similar way. The records are all through the site. And at one turbine in Tasmania, there were 5 blue-winged parrots that were found on 1 day, which may suggest that a flock of birds collided with the turbine, something that the EES says there's no empirical evidence of. There's some really inconsistent data presented in the EES, which has made it very difficult to interpret what was found through the surveys. This map is the map of the blue-winged parrot records, and you can see right in the middle of the project area there's none displayed. However, when I interrogated tables in the back of the EES, there was records detected within the pine plantation. So to help everyone obtain a clearer picture of where blue-winged parrots were found, I've mapped them here so they're underlined in green. And you can see that they were pretty much equally found in the treatment sites as the control sites. So the treatment sites are within the project area. I'm not sure why these weren't displayed clearly in the EES, but it leads for it's a misleading picture of how these species are used in the area. And in comparison to Cattle Hill, the Kentbruck, the total surface area of the turbines will be 4 times larger. Does that mean we'll hit 4 times as many birds? We're really concerned by these large collisions that are occurring and what this means if we have similar collision rates down here, which is very likely since we have similar abundances of birds. Another concern that we have with the EES is that we think there's been gaps in survey effort. This table presents our assessment of which species we think were surveyed for appropriately, some which were partially surveyed for, and ones which we couldn't find any targeted survey. For a project of this size and scale in such a sensitive habitat, it's really important that these surveys have the best chance of observing these species so that mitigation can be put in place. Now I'll talk a little bit about the southeastern red-tailed black cockatoo. It's an iconic and much-loved species of this area, and we're concerned about impacts of this species. What is one of the most perplexing things that I've found in the EES is that it states several times that it was not recorded within the project or investigation area. However, the tables in the back of the EES have records presented, so I'm not sure whether they actually did or didn't find red-tailed black cockatoos within the project area. Nevertheless, we know they are there. The decision not to undertake surveys for the red-tails is concerning, considering their habitat directly adjoins the project edge for about 3.5 kilometres. So that map there with the blue line shows it's not all entirely stringy bark, it's probably about 50% stringy bark, but that edge does have feeding habitat on it, and that's directly against where the turbines are planned to go. There was only one site, so C2 was a control site, which potentially could have been suitable for detecting red-tailed black cockatoos. That's the only site where they potentially could have been detected, but they didn't follow, the approved method that the red tail recovery team uses for surveys or the Australian guidelines for recommendation for surveys. For such an important bird, it's not clear why a targeted survey wasn't done. When we knew that they were in the area at the time, there's records for 2020 from Nelson, and I observed them throughout that year in Nelson. As mentioned before, there's 3.5 kilometres of suitable feeding habitat that interface directly with the project area. The highest risk area for collision is that edge. So that map shows a potential likely flyway. So there's turbines planned to go in that northern section, north of the highway, and we're really concerned that red tails might be flying across that area to access stringy bark on either side of it. And that puts them at risk of collision. There's also a sighting on the edge of the Bully Range, so I'll put my mouse there, from 2014, and there's a lot of stringy bark feeding habitat within that area. There's also little bits and pieces along the edge of Long Swamp, and there's potentially freshwater drinking habitat there. This river isn't suitable drinking habitat for the red-tailed black cockatoo because it's salty, and they travel into Nelson, we think, we don't know, but to drink from troughs. It's highly likely that if birds are feeding down towards this eastern part of the park, that they very much could travel along to Long Swamp to drink. As Jordan mentioned before, we're really concerned about the barrier effect from this turbine development. It's 25 kilometres of uninterrupted line all the way along a coastal system that provides key habitat to birds on all sides. Whilst it's not impermeable, it is hostile. Some birds will be reluctant to cross through there, and others will run the gauntlet, putting themselves at risk of collision. We don't know how birds learn. We don't know how they learn to navigate these environments, whether they get better at it. But what happens when it's night time? Lots of these birds travel at night. What happens if it's foggy? We think there's an unacceptable risk of collision. Any bird trying to access habitat on either side will have to risk crossing through it. We think flyways need to be implemented to allow for safe passage. Maybe additional survey work would need to happen to identify where most birds are moving through the area and turbines removed from those locations. The area to the north of the highway is not appropriate for turbines. It's in between the park, and we think there should be at least a kilometre buffer of turbines from the Lower Glenelg National Park. There's many birds undertaking regional movements, and they're at risk of collision every time they do that. They're not just in one habitat and that's where they live. They're going everywhere all the time. GPS studies are showing, like, they're only in their infancy, but they're showing us that birds are moving. Things that we didn't even think moved inland, like sanderling, that we've even got records of them flying on overland, long distance movements. One went to Tasmania in the middle of the season for no apparent reason. We don't even know why. And these studies are only just starting, but every time we get data back, it's amazing what we're finding out. And birds do all sorts of movements. Red-tailed black cockatoos, we see them flying in places where there's no habitat. What are they doing? Are they just looking for other resources? Was there habitat there in the past and they're visiting known areas? Sometimes they'll fly over no habitat areas because that's the most efficient route. So we can't just assume that because a bird's habitat isn't there that it's not going to be moving through that area. To finish up, well, we have a number of concerns, but I'll just state the main ones, that the area is a key biodiversity area, diverse avifauna and critical habitat for many species. We're not only looking at significant numbers of threatened species mortalities, we're considering a project that will likely have a broad mortality rate across a large number of species that will have real impacts on biodiversity and connectivity in one of the most important reserve areas in Australia. We know threatened species move through this area on a regular basis. They're at risk of collision. Impacts will not stop at the border. Our group's really concerned that at Pick Swamp that we're going to see declines in bitters and brolgas, things that have been, these projects have taken so many years to establish, and they provide hope, they provide a success story that, we can recover habitats and species. And then if this wind farm is in the wrong place and it starts to reverse those gains, I think it'll be devastating for everyone that's involved in that site and that project. We're really concerned about cumulative impacts. Jordan did a really great job explaining what they are, but white-throated beetletails are wide-ranging. They move over huge areas. There's lots of wind farm developments happening. At some point, it will have an impact. Blue-winged parrots are partial migrants from Tasmania to Victoria and other parts of southeastern Australia. They are hitting turbines, and how many does it take for that to have an effect on their population? We think the likely impacts have potentially been underestimated and downplayed in the EES in a number of places, which are further detailed in our submission. There's no effective mitigation that has been proposed or agreed to by the proponent. We think it's unacceptable to defer further monitoring and risk mitigation to the bird and bat monitoring adaptive management plan. It needs to be transparent at the time the decision's made what will be implemented. The current things that are being proposed have they're not proven to work, and there's been no commitment that they will actually be implemented. So as a final word, as bird lovers, we're deeply concerned about the impact of climate change on bird habitats and populations. Whilst we support Australia's transition to renewable energy to reduce carbon emissions, this must not come at the cost of biodiversity and already threatened species. This landscape offers vital refuges of largely intact and diverse habitat for many birds already struggling with climate change, habitat loss, disturbance, predation and other human-induced pressures. Safe and unrestricted movement between these areas is essential to maintain ecosystem function and genetic diversity in these rare populations. Building a large wind farm here would introduce a new avoidable threat to these sensitive ecosystems, especially when there are already degraded areas in Victoria much better suited for such development. As climate change accelerates, preserving large connected wildlife refuges will be critical to preventing extinctions. Undermining them with industrial infrastructure like wind towers will only worsen the existing challenges facing our native species. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Wilkinson has a question. I'll just hand you to him. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. You talk a bit about birds using the pine plantations. In the EES, you would have seen in relation to particularly red-tailed black cockatoos, some discussion about that, and it indicates that they preferentially feed on brown stringy barks, and unlike their cousins over in the west, they don't seem to feed within pine cones within plantations. Is that what have your members observed them feeding in the plantation?
No, they don't feed on pine cones. Our red tails, bless their cotton socks, are very fussy eaters. There's only 3 species of tree seed that they will feed on, and this area only has the brown stringy bark. But as I said before, so there are patches of that. So there's, obviously expansive areas of brown stringy bark within the neighbouring national parks, conservation areas, the roadside places, and also some small strips of habitat around Lake Monbiong and Long Swamp, and some other little road reserves do have stringy bark in them. At the moment, there's not a lot of food around, and the birds are quite dispersed. They're in small flocks, and they are going everywhere to try and find food. In those sorts of conditions, I do feel that it's possible that the birds will be seeking out those trees that might not have been fed on for a long time and probably have seed crops that they can take advantage of. And there's also the drinking water, which could bring them into the area. So Long Swamp is fresh water. There's not many other freshwater sources, and I guess if birds are feeding on stringy bark nearby, it's it's conceivable that they could go over to Long Swamp to drink. And I said in my presentation that the red tails, I've seen them just flying in places that I wouldn't consider habitat. We have a record of them at our Pick Swamp surveys. That's right on the coast. There's no stringy bark habitat there. What were they doing? People see them in Mount Gambier. They fly over town. There's no brown stringy bark within 10 kilometres of Mount Gambier. They're similar to these other birds. They're flying over the landscape, so that they might settle in a patch for a little while, eat the food, and then go, oh, I'm going to move 50 kilometres to the north, or I'm going to go over towards Hayward and Portland and see what's going on over there, and then they'll take a bigger movement. Those regional movements, they might fly higher. They're not going to be necessarily flying in their preferred habitat. They'll be flying maybe the most direct route, or maybe even established movement pathways that they've done for generations. We don't really know. There's not been a lot of tracking of the birds, but yeah, from observations, they're not always in their habitat. They just fly where they want to go. It's not black and white.
Okay, thanks.
Member Wilkinson's question is just piqued my curiosity. Would it be unusual in your local experience to see red-tailed black cockatoos at Lake Monbiong, for example?
Yeah, it would be unusual. So there's only a small amount of stringy bark habitat there, but it's possible. Like I said, I've seen them in all sorts of places within their range, places that I wouldn't expect to see them. So yeah, they could go there to drink, they could feed on the stringy bark that's there, or they could just be moving through that area. We saw them at Pick Swamp, which is a coastal site similar to Lake Monbiong. They fly where they want to fly. Yeah.
Thanks.
But yeah, there's not a lot of resources down that part of the world, but it is possible.
I have a question for you with your slide that showed the likely flyways. So if you could just go back to that slide, it's PDF 16. Could you just talk through...
was it this one?
That one, yes.
Yeah.
Could you just explain or talk to that blue line through the middle with the likely...
Yeah, so the one at the top is that there's very good patches of stringy bark habitat on both sides, so on the northern side. Oh, I'll use my mouse. So up here, there's stringy bark feeding habitat over here. So, sorry, I also didn't mention that all these, you probably worked it out, but all these funny coloured shapes are records of red-tailed black cockatoos. So they are well within that area quite regularly. And there's a lot of feeding habitat there. But yeah, if there's birds feeding here, so Nelson's over this way, that we get lots of birds feeding in Nelson. If they, for some reason, were like, oh, I want to go feed over in here, there is lots of feeding habitat in here too. Maybe if there's a big scary wind farm there, they might fly around, but we don't know that they're going to do that. Like, most birds will just fly the most direct route, and they're quite happy to fly over pine plantations. So, in the spirit of efficiency, they'll that's the most likely way that they're going to fly to that habitat over there if they decide they want to fly feed over here.
Sorry, and the one that's more running north-south?
Yeah, so that was if birds are feeding on the Bully Range. So, you know, we refer to this area as the Bully Range. So there's quite a bit of, quite a bit of stringy bark habitat here. If they were to take advantage of, so there's some little pockets of stringy bark that are mapped along this edge. There's not much left there. There used to be a lot more, but it's basically all gone. Or if they decided that they were going to have a drink, this would be the shortest place to go and get water, fresh water for them. Then this is, I guess, the way that they might fly if they were going this way to access water or food.
Thank you. And when you were talking about, you made a suggestion that it may be helpful to consider designation of flyways. For that species, what does that look like? Are there examples of that around the world? And what are the dimensions? What are the requirements?
It's difficult. There's I think only one wind farm in the range of the red-tailed black cockatoos. We don't know how they'll respond to wind towers, and there's probably not a lot of flights. Their behaviour is unpredictable, so it might be difficult to understand. But I sort of thought, if you could do vantage point surveys if we could see a lot of the plantation area, and you could see if there were, places where birds, not just red-tailed black cockatoos, but where other birds were moving back and forth, that there might be some natural places, probably where the shortest distance between the native vegetation and on both sides would be an obvious place to start. And this is one of those places where it's one of the shortest distances between the Bully Range, so the native vegetation here, and the native vegetation and all the resources at Long Swamp. So they're the sorts of places where you might put a flyway, but ideally it would be informed by, observations of where most birds are flying.
Thank you. No further questions from the IAC. Thank you very much for coming along.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll be hearing from BirdLife Australia now is my next in the timetable. So
yes, I'm here.
You're joining us online. Apologies, yes. Thank you. I'll just ask Ms. Halava to stop screen sharing. And is it, so Chris Purnell?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I'll just check that we have you loud and clear. It looks like the tech is working. We've still got a screen share happening. It's about to, yes, thank you. That's been sorted. Oh, yes, I can see you clearly online. So thank you and welcome. Thank you for with the flexibility with the timetable today as well. I'm running slightly behind time, but not too bad. So I'll hand directly to you to talk us through your presentation. Thank you.
Not a problem. Okay, thank you, and thanks for having me. My name's Chris Purnell. I'm the National Program Manager for Migratory Shorebirds and Wetland Birds at BirdLife Australia. So I manage a wide portfolio of works, from Albany all the way up to the wet tropics that seek to target conservation of wetland birds and migratory shorebirds. And that work also takes me into the Yellow Sea and throughout the East Asian Australasian flyway. I sit on the orange-bellied parrot recovery team, and I've been working in wetlands for about 20 years. I've worked for BirdLife for 17 years, with a high focus on migratory shorebirds, but have worked with bitterns very closely for about a decade. Just to give you a summary of what I'll run through today. I don't have time, as others have said, to touch on all the pertinent points that we'd like to cover, because there's a plethora of potential species which could be impacted. And so unfortunately, you're going to hear a bit more about Australasian bittern because it is one of the birds that I work very closely with. So I'll run through some landscape context, which will overlap with previous presenters, the flight characteristics, and then other matters of national environmental significance. So neophemas, blue-winged parrots and orange-bellied parrots, white-throated and needle-tailed shorebirds. And so in the case of Australasian bittern, we'll sort of work towards a conclusion from BirdLife Australia that there is a likely significant impact to the species. And for the other matters of national environmental significance, I would assess them as having insufficient and unreasonably uncertain risk. So taking the precautionary principle, we'd want to enact that. Now, from there, we look at the proposed mitigations, which have been addressed by expert witnesses, and the idea of offsets, and again, how the precautionary principle can be explained and applied. There's a bit of a background as to who BirdLife Australia is. You've heard us reference quite a bit. Now, data has been referenced quite heavily, and we've been around for over 120 years and have an extensive data set, which was previously the largest single biodiversity data set in Australia until the ALA was formed. But we maintain a huge network of professional and citizen science-led data gathering. And we have on-ground projects, advocacy informed by rigorous science and sound academic partnerships, which are tenure blind, but also bipartisan. We have over 380,000 supporters. Conservation programs work on a multi-species landscape approach. So we don't, as we said, address the borders which birds can't see. We coordinate 13 threatened species recovery teams, which in some cases are being formed, like the Australasian bittern recovery team and the Eastern Curlew recovery team, which are part of the Saving Native Species recent tranche of funding came through in 2024. And we have thousands of volunteers and citizen scientists active across Australia. We have long and continuing cross-sectoral collaborations, and that doesn't just limit us to academics, state and federal governments or other NGOs. We also work with industry partners like plantations. We work with mining groups. Some are surprised to hear that I've worked with Woodside, PF Olsen, so non-traditional partners, all as long as we've got a clear conscience going towards the right conservation outcomes. We're part of the world's largest civil society partnership, that is BirdLife International, and which has 123 nature partnerships in 119 countries. And that gives us a lot of perspective, and it keeps us on the front foot when we're considering some of the case studies which we can learn from overseas. So recently that's been very important for me. I've started to work a lot in the One Health region and looking at high pathogen influenza, but also for wind farms. So traditionally, BirdLife Australia and other NGOs have been incredibly reactive to proponents and development requests, particularly because of our expertise and our depth of data. And we provide the data. We're happy to do that as an objective contributor, but when we're given a short window to react and provide a submission, the balance is not in our favour. So we have to be very strategic in the campaigns which we present, and you know, of late we've triaged a lot of sites which we get approached to comment on environmental impact, and that's not because of the validity of the case, but rather just our strategic time that we can put into it. So the fact that we're able to put our name behind this Kentbruck submission is quite significant. And yeah, I guess is a bit of a case study for renewables, which is a very big ticket item for us at the moment. We've commented also on Robins Passage, but we have had successful campaigns around Toondah Harbour for migratory shorebirds, Whalers Bay for Emus and the rocket launch site. So and in the LOC around Simon Goulburn and other migratory shorebird sites. So renewables is a really pertinent one, and to the point that we get asked so much that in 2023 we independently sought industry funding to progress Step Australia, which is an initiative which was started with BirdLife International to build that that step 2 of the mitigation hierarchy, which is the avoidance. So helping the proponents to choose sites within their wind availability mapping and overlay biodiversity values on that. So from the get-go, there is an acknowledgement about the cumulative biological value in that site. So we've been independently progressing this, and this is sensitivity mapping, which is widely recommended in best practice guidance internationally. And we started, as I said, when species like the great bustard in India was highly impacted by renewables and high voltage lines, with up to 14% of the whole population of the critically endangered bustard being impacted by new infrastructure. So there are numerous examples of development being derailed by not planning with nature in mind. And increasingly, energy investors expect reassurance that the development will not risk compromise within their biodiversity standards that they purport quite widely. So the system looks at calculating sensitivity risk and eventually categorises a mesh. You can check this more in detail, but basically this is just speaking to the fact that we're pro-renewable and we just want it to be in the right place. So this will eventually have a categorised interactive map of avian sensitivity by region, and these are 5-kilometre grids, and it's been rolled out in a lot of places internationally, and so you can have a look at some of the case studies overseas. But importantly, this is not designed to replace an EES. An EES still needs to be done to look at finer scale values within any one site. It's only as good as the data that feeds it. And so at the moment, we're at the stage where we've produced this impacts from onshore wind farms, this sensitivity index, looking at all Australian species, which take into account things like their altitudinal height of flight and their interaction with blade sweep, their manoeuvrability, and the site networks which they are reliant upon. And there are other what we call aggravating factors like annual adult survival and endemism, and they sort of bolster those sensitivity scores for any one given species and are sort of surrogates for their threatened status. So we've done that.
Mr. Purnell,
yes.
I have a question regarding the material in the presentation. So I just wanted to be 100% clear. This is some of the content you're taking through isn't derived directly from your original submission. Is that correct?
No, this is not pertaining what I'm looking at right now to Kentbruck, but it's just giving you background on who BirdLife Australia is.
Okay, thank you.
The work we're doing, yeah.
Thank you. So not specific to the project.
It's not specific to this. We've not applied it to the project area, and it's still in development. It's just saying that we're being proactive in this space because we recognise that there is an issue.
Thank you.
So at this stage, we're up to the expert elicitation, and we're layering up those species distribution and sensitivity layers. So we hope to have a final product by the end of 2025. So this is what was in the submission. We're starting to look at it now. So the significant impact guidelines, as we all know through EPBC, and we were most pertinently looking at the impact guidelines that modify, destroy, remove or isolate or decrease and ultimately interfere with recovery of the species. And we're looking at the significance of the habitat, we call the habitat critical to the survival of the species. Habitat critical to the survival of the species are important for activities such as foraging, breeding, roosting or dispersal to maintain genetic diversity and long-term evolutionary development. So as you can see, there's a bird on the right. I photographed quite recently at Kentbruck Wind Farm, just down the coast on the Warrnambool coastal plain again. And as we'll look at now, it is, as we've heard before, quite a hot spot. Matt showed this shot earlier. This is just an idea of our survey coverage. Every blue dot is at least one survey that's been in our database, but the kernel density basically gives you a heat map of where the generalised high proportion of surveys come from. And as you can imagine, down the west here, particularly in those coastal areas which are inaccessible, there's a paucity of information. Now, we're increasing our information for Bittern, particularly through a large 4-year federally funded project which started in 2019 and ran to 2023, the NLP2 project, where we targeted the southwest of Victoria with Glenelg Hopkins CMA and worked with others on ground implementation of restoration projects to target Bittern habitat. And so that was a federally funded project, and they recognised the significance of the site. So we can see we're improving our knowledge, and you can see the pink dots. This is the Bittern record density here. We've already seen this again. We have a lot of pink sites around the western Port Phillip Bay and eastern Port Phillip Bay, but unrepresentatively for the survey effort, the far west really punches above its weight. So part of that project, we wanted to model what makes this area so important for Bittern. So we took all known Bittern records and what's called pseudo-absences to build a general linear model to try to model potential occurrence of Bittern habitat throughout the Glenelg Hopkins catchment management area. And this is the result here. So this was to try to both improve our targeted surveys, because we can't be everywhere all the time, but also to try to look at sites which would be candidates for restoration. So sites which exhibit or have exhibited similar characteristics, both foundationally but also florally or hydrologically to where Bitterns occur. And you can see this is the project area in red. And if we look a little bit closer, we can see that obviously Long Swamp is a really high value site for Bitterns, and so are a lot of these sites throughout the southwest. So if you look, these two quite contiguous habitat units from Warrnambool all the way to the border are of really high value. Up in the northeast, up there towards Gurrawad and the Grampians area, there are a number of another cluster of sites, and across onto the Victorian volcanic plain. But these sites are a lot more ephemeral in their nature. Whereas in the southwest, we have a lot more reliable rainfall and reliable wetland conditions. So these are really significant for resilience, as I'll speak to in a second. Now, I've uploaded these orange polygon layer here is the most recent DECA current wetland layer. So this is actually, I've laid that over, this is our occurrence model which used the old wetland layer. So we now have knowledge about a lot more wetlands which have been mapped remotely by DECA. You can see that the wetland layer has been taken from 38,000 to up to 427. So we've got a more accurate representation of where the wetlands are in the environment. Now, you can see that Long Swamp, and it was really puzzling. I heard one of the expert witnesses say that Long Swamp wasn't a high value site. I think the EHP witness said that it didn't contain, that Bitterns would only use high tall marsh in dense vegetation, which is quite untrue. That they use a whole mosaic of sites from emergent vegetation, shallow water, all the way to dense high vegetation like reed beds and tall marsh EDC. And to show that the model works, one of our staff accessed this site, which was incredibly difficult to access in the national park there, and bashed in for a good 3 or 4 hours just to get to the edge. As soon as he got to the edge of this largely Bomia predominant site, the Tremaine Swamp, he heard bitterns booming. So this just testifies that this whole area, although it's largely inaccessible and undersurveyed, likely supports a high density of bitterns that we are still learning about. And importantly, that is because of there's a high landscape resilience in this area. So bitterns use large scale mosaics. And you heard Matt talking about what happens in the northern Murray-Darling Basin and in the Riverina. And these are birds that they're sort of the high-risk stocks, if you will. In the Murray-Darling Basin, they've got high fluxes of biodiversity and biomass that the birds can take advantage of at certain times of year and only intermittently interannually. So these sites down here are more your sort of Commonwealth Bank stocks that you can invest in and you can really rely on. So these mesic regions have reliable rainfall and reliable habitats, but they might not be as booming as those ones which are more ephemeral in nature. And so these sites down here are becoming particularly important with seasonal and interannual variation. So we see birds not only migrating down here, but what we think is happening, as I didn't explain earlier when we were looking at the heat map of the region, is that these areas are pink because there are birds here year-round. And traditionally, we did think that birds were going migrating. A lot of the population was migrating, but some birds do stay in this area. So that's just testament to the value of the habitat. We do have breeding records down here, and we certainly have a lot of booming records, which means that they're attempting to breed, and in some cases, like in Bull Lagoon and Pick Swamp, in high densities. Now, the landscape resilience of the Glenelg and Warrnambool Plain regions is evident in not just biodiversity terms, but it's obviously been taken advantage of for agriculture. So you can, and it's been modified. So this whole region, this is from the evergraze.com, interacts with a lot of dairy farming. It's one of the most sort of prolific dairy areas in Australia, and that's because it's got high reliability of rainfall. And that's why we set up, on the back of our findings from that long-term NLP2 project, we set up this Birds on Farms project in southwest Victoria and the Grampians region. And we also started it over in the Albany Sand Plain, where we're looking to not only fill key knowledge gaps, assess opportunities for restoration and management, develop management plans and assist on-ground action for private landowners, because a lot of this area is still tied up in private tenure and farmed. And that's been really largely successful, and we are we're producing these voluntary management plans for landholders to either implement themselves, or we can help to facilitate funding and implementation of them. Even these regions, which are traditionally very, very wet, and they have things like this. This is one of the Mar craters in the Cobden region, is a deep peat wetland. And we can see in June 2023 it was wet, and it had up to 4 booming bitterns in it, as well as a list as long as your arm of threatened species. Then by January it was bone dry. So this is atypical, and a lot of the farms we're talking to are repeating these same messages. The sound of, we haven't had one this dry since 1975. This is extraordinary. So with this intensifying climate risk, And this is part of the recovery plan, which Matt was there. We developed. There's a handful of bitten experts, including representatives from the Arthur Eiler Institute, who developed the bitten recovery plan. And part of it is really reducing the manageable risks to these birds, especially in the intensifying climate risk. So things like duck hunting, or things like irrigation of wetlands, predation by invasive species, or impacts by infrastructure. So we're trying to reduce these manageable risks, knowing that climate is knocking at the door. And unfortunately, we've got a really bad canary in the coal mine. Southwest Western Australia has already, this population really been heavily impacted. So they're down to about 50 to 100 birds, and that suite of wetlands in the Albany sandplain has been subjected to dryland salinity rather, and the availability of freshwater wetland is really condensing down towards the coast and the estuary regions. Places like Muir, Unicup, Ramsar site have collapsed because of the effects of climate change. So this just highlights the importance of drought refuges for this particularly wetland species, and particularly the bitten. And they include estuaries, artificial or highly managed sites like treatment water sites, sewage ponds, but also stormwater retention areas and dams. Karst Springs and coastal lagoons, as we heard about earlier in the Kentbruck region. So these are really, really important to as drought refuges and for added resilience when we're considering a mosaic that's required by a largely dispersed species. So here we have a few examples: Edithvale Seaford, Ramsar site, Woollock Swamp over in Portland, where you guys are, and the Sale Common in Gippsland. These are areas of urban sites, but they're regularly used by bittens. And as you can see here, these are bitten chicks that were actually found in Woollock Swamp in Portland back in 2022. So the Southwest resilience really, as I said, is linked to that Glenelg Plain, and the Warrnambool Plain bioregion has long ancient sort of history in its roots and the structural formation of the geomorphology and hydrology of the area. There's 12 open coast saltwater estuaries and Cape Otway to Nelson, and these intermittent estuaries close in dry periods, and then the floodplains become really significant magnets for water birds who are otherwise perturbed out of regions which are drying. So, and we know that these sites also support seasonal fish migration, so a lot of tidal creeks and rivers and estuaries. In fact, in Southwest South Australia, some of our staff and Southeast South Australian BirdLife members have documented bittens lining up to 14 bittens lining up along channels fishing each season based on these seasonal fish migrations. These large lagoon systems and deep mar crater lakes are integral. So that builds the context of the site and why it is such a hub and foundationally important to the National Recovery Program. Now I just want to address some of the assumptions that were made in the the proponent's expert witness statements. So there were some statements which purported that bittens would not fly over plantations and not use wetlands near plantations. So I just wanted to speak about that. And here we have a bitten. This is a blue gum plantation in this photo. So this is Bassbill Swamp in your region, bordering the blue gum plantation. And these habitats are stranded and subject to island effects. But the fact that we do get bittens quite regularly in these areas, and here we can see Bucknells Road, which is a pine plantation in Glenelg Hopkins CMA, and we've had bittens in there. They're flying over, and it demonstrates that they not only fly over them, but they're doing exploratory flights to actually find habitat. Now, one of the expert witnesses claimed that these water birds would use a path of least resistance, and I think that there was a notion that they would fly down roadways or in between turbines. The path of least resistance for water birds and any bird that's flying a long distance is the most direct route A to B, which has the greatest tailwind. And in this region, it's largely north-south wind orientation. And if that goes over a plantation, that's going to be the path of least resistance. The altitude is negligible. The wind speed and the thermal uplift are the important things for that bird. And I'll speak about altitudinal considerations later. Over in the Western Australia, in our projects over there, we have other instances where we've got highly significant sites which are stranded completely within plantations. These are blue gum plantations, but similar in theory. Now that brings me to some monitoring considerations. So we did hear about the paucity of available information down there and assumptions made from that limited information. And then I just wanted to speak to the difficulty of finding these birds. So, and this is a difficulty for us, and it's going to be a difficulty for anybody who's purporting to do a mitigation or management plan that looks to give a before and after approach. So here we have Diamond Swamp, which is this blue gum plantation and the significant site for bitterns in the southwest. It's stranded in the middle of the pine plantation, and it's about 14 hectares. You can see it's quite dense, impossible to walk through the whole thing. So we do really rely on the presence of booming birds to estimate how many birds are there seasonally, and that's only available during the breeding season. More recently, we've got into using the use of thermal drones, and one of the proponents, expert witness, said that this would be an approach that we could use for a long swamp. Now, this is a 14-hectare wetland. It takes 1.5 hours and 3 battery changes, flying at 15 metres altitude, to do complete transect of Diamond Swamp. And here you can see this is a thermal image of a bittern for 15 metres up, and this is a Bomia dominant swamp. So this is a lot more open than the swamps that we get down in Victoria, which are in tall marshes, talking about Kentbruck phragmites, are a lot denser. So can you see the bittern there? Getting a little bit closer. We're zooming in, and I'll put it in colour so you can see there's a bittern here, and a little bit closer again. So very, very difficult method, and this is one of the best that we've got to find them. So here is a scale picture of diamond, 454 metres wide and 14 hectares in total. Just to give you an idea about what was proposed for survey methods and that it may not be appropriate. And here's Long Swamp and the same scale, 18 kilometres wide and over 1,000 hectares. So, you know, we would have to be a targeting of particular sites, and they would only act as a surrogate for the entire site. Booming surveys, as we said in our submission, are only as good as estimating seasonal booming males, and that's only for the breeding season. We don't know what's happening down in these sites in non-breeding season unless you can get it in there and flush birds out. So if we're looking at booming birds, that's only really 33% of birds. Not all males boom, and not all birds are male, of course. So we've got a large program of citizen scientists across Australia, just in the Glenelg Hopkins area. We've trained 50 citizen scientists to utilise these things called audio moths, which are deployed across the landscape and rotated to try to find birds during the breeding season. But it's only as good as the breeding season. It's regionally variable when they boom, and it's climate influenced as to the participation of any male booming. So they won't attempt to boom if they know that productivity is low in that area. They might be there though. And here we have an example from of booming rate that's the red polygon under the red graph, and black line is water levels. This is Hacks and Bull Lagoon in the Gambia region, another Ramsar site. And you can see that they're really closely tied to the availability of water, and they only start booming when there's sufficient water. Now, we'll get into probably the more interesting part for a lot of people, flight characteristics. This was a study which I presented in the submission. The expert witness said, well, BirdLife said that they would fly at 200 metres, but in New Zealand, this is in a hilly landscape. Well, the three examples presented here are three different birds, and it's true that example A there, where you can see the high intersection with the rotor sweep, there were some hills in that landscape, and the other two were in flat landscapes. But the departmental expert, Emma Williams, still advised that this would be based on this single bird that birds would fly in this rotor sweep area. And her testimony and her studies have also found that birds predominantly fly at night, which has influence on a few slides coming up. So what I've done, I've just taken a lot of some of the measurements of what we're looking at for Kentbruck. So we've got these 275 metre upper range with a 250 metre option at a lower range. And something which I guess hasn't been addressed, I don't think sufficiently enough, is the gap between the 30 to 40 metre radiator pine plantation and the lower end of the rotor sweep. Gives you a very finite flight elevation pathway that these birds can use. So to assume that they're going to use that, they're going to fly below the rotor sweep but above the plantation, was what was purported by some of the witnesses earlier in the case. And there's just a scale I've given you Cattle Hill, because Cattle Hill is spoken about and will be spoken about. And for anybody who goes to the G quite often, I like to know that the MCG light towers are 85 metres. So when you see a bird flying and you think it could be flying at the height of the MCG light tower, that's what I like to know, that's about 85 metres. So if we don't have examples from locally, because as Matt told you, the duty cycles of his oldest style tracking units didn't give the resolution and the time frame that was sufficient enough to be able to know accurately where birds were flying throughout the whole migration. Well, why don't we use surrogates? And I was surprised that there wasn't an investigation into other birds, including birds like the Eurasian bittern, the great bittern. So this is a study that was published in 2021, documenting several birds flying on migration from Africa to Europe and then spending the season in Britain and the Wadden Sea area. So these birds were tracked at an average height of 289 metres across 3 years. Some years it was lower, some years it was higher. The lowest flights were at sea level when facing headwinds, and the highest flights were at 2,000 metres when under a tailwind. When they flew over London, flat area, they were at 957 metres. So there I've just put a scale drawing of the 30 St Mary's axle, the Gherkin, which is 180 metres. And again, they're taking the path of least resistance dependent on the wind. And here we can see a scale of where they're flying. So this is one bird that flew altitude on this flight from west to east. You can see that the altitude varies from 0 all the way up to nearly 500 metres, back and down and across, and then similarly altitude here. So this paper is available for anyone who wants to interrogate it a little bit more closely. And again, a lot of those flights were recorded at night, the majority at night time. If we want to look more locally, we can use surrogate species which have been well studied. And if we want to look at facultative migrants, so one that responds to availability of water in the landscape, a large-bodied, wide-winged species capable of long-distance migration that's relatively common and well studied, and overlaps in distribution and breeding regions, we've got a few candidates, because we've got the straw-necked ibis, Australian white ibis and royal spoonbill, who've been really intensively studied in a really excellent program of research through the CSIRO, who's doing a lot of work on the Murray-Darling Basin Environmental Flow MER program. So here's an example of one bird, this juvenile, who was tracked, called Keith, from the Riverina, went up into the mid-Murray-Darling Basin and down back to the coastal Victoria over a period of from 2017 to 2023. Now, this is a paper that is more targeted to be looking at the manuscripts currently with the publisher, but the data on the left, you can see in figure 2, is readily available on the CSIRO webpage and shows flight altitudes of these 3 species. And you can see the range is well within the rotor sweep height. And it does depend on what sort of movement they're doing. So there's large scale movements where they're soaring, they're using thermal uplift and tailwinds. That's when they're using the higher range. And when they're actively flapping, they're in the lower range. If we take this all flights and apply it to our picture here, we can see that there is still a large body. Although the average is higher, the average mean height is actually higher than 300 metres for straw-necked ibis. We can see that there is a lot of overlap with the rotor sweep area. So straw-necked ibis average was 518 metres with a standard deviation of 358. Australian white ibis, 207, standard deviation of 295. Hang on, I must have got that wrong. We'll have a look back at the paper. And royal spoonbill, 518 with a deviation of 358. And so the conclusions made by the authors were that it's difficult to predict these movements and understand flights depending on their mode, but species during longer distance movements would inform collision risk assessment. So we really need to do, there's more research that needs to be done on these birds, and we're really at the advent of that area. And here's another look at the altitudinal data. So it's highly variable. This is one track of a straw-necked ibis called Han Solo, which moved from Victoria up to the Hunter region. And you can see in these green lines here, the variability of the altitude at the most reasonable scale. And if we look just here, which is the biggest zoom in that we can get, this is getting to its terminal habitat at the end of its travels. So you can see there's high variation all the way up to 1,500 metres, and then it stoops down, then comes back up and to about 750 metres and starts descending. So if we can imagine that over the last 10 kilometres descending from quite a high height at 750 metres across less than 10 kilometres, the intersect if we apply that to the lower Glenelg area to arrive at Long Swamp, would put it reasonably within the road sweep area if it was undertaking that long distance flight. So that's looking at direct collision. Now, we've heard a little bit about the barrier effect and displacement, but the other thing is, the barrier. So displacement from favoured habitat to creating a barrier to daily movement or migration. And this has been looked at extensively, particularly in the Northern European context. We can see the flight trajectories of migrating waterbirds on offshore wind farm when we look at avoidance of particular areas. But if you want to, I'll wrap up about bitterns because we heard a little bit about it there. But if you want to hear about the wider conservation effort and all the little nicks that they're facing, or the little cuts that they're facing that accumulate to large bloodletting on the species account, there's a great documentary which we put together with the help of our partners in the recovery effort from across Australia called Shadows in the Reeds. Now I'll move on to blue-winged parrots. So we're only listed in
sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
It seems that there's material in the presentation
Thank you.
that's not in the file document.
Noting
I would note very little of what's in the file document is in the submission, and it's a matter we're going to have to address.
Yes, thank you. No, I'm anticipating that we will. I was wondering, with the slide that you did just show, it isn't in the slide pack that's been circulated. So have there been some updates from the version that was uploaded?
Oh, this one?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, well, that was updated, but I thought it's of little consequence because it's really just a communication piece.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's just
Apologies.
important that we have the version that you're sharing on
I'll
screen
forward
so that
around
everybody. Thank you.
No problem. Sorry.
No, and I'll let you continue. Just noting the time, and I know that you had an hour allocated, but we've probably got about 15 minutes left at the most. So.
All right. No problem.
Thank you.
All right. So I'll get onto blue-winged parrot, which we understand that was listed subsequent to the initial investigation. So it was only listed in March 2023. As we heard earlier, the Cattle Wind Farm, it was the most mortalities of any species were recorded in blue-winged parrots, 12 individuals, 9% of all mortalities for that year. There's evidence of occasional mortality for wind turbines in Victoria. And we note that obviously being an olive bird that is evolved to blend in with vegetation, carcasses are difficult to detect for human observers, and mortalities are likely underrepresented at wind farms that do not use detection dogs. Now, we can also look at the Cattle Hill Wind Farm here. It's a really open landscape, which has a lot of potential feeding opportunities for the birds, but it also, in that it doesn't have canopy, encourages birds to fly you would suspect at lower heights because they can make short distance movements from site to site and forage there because they're a ground feeding bird in the area without having to stoop too high into the sky and travel over canopy. But there's still a high rate of deaths occurring for blue-winged parrots in this area. Now, we have a project that, as I alluded to earlier, with long-term project implantations, looking at biodiversity implantations with PF Olsen in Victoria and New South Wales and Western Australia. And so initial results through that program, I think it's been going for 6 years now, show that, yes, there is a lower abundance of species, lower abundance of total birds in plantations, but there is a similar diversity, and there's a novel use of the fallow areas, particularly by seed eaters and lower canopy dwellers and shrub dwellers, when there's that growth, new growth that's unimpeded by the pine or blue gum canopy. So what we saw from BirdLife South Australia is particularly pertinent in that blue-winged parrots are known to use fallow areas in plantations and take advantage of those conditions. Here's again the same one that was presented by Cass previously. This is without I hadn't picked up on the tabled discrepancies in presentation of the data, but you can imagine, you can see that there's birds on the south and north of the project area, and there would naturally be flights that are occurring over the project area quite regularly. Now, orange-bellied parrot. So the orange-bellied parrot recovery team has its own document addressing wind farms, which is regularly updated, and I believe that the next one is due to be endorsed by the Strategic Action Group late in July. But it's readily accessible to the proponent, and I think it may have already been referenced in the previous version. So there are 172 birds which are predicted to migrate from Melaleuca this year, which is the third highest number in a decade. So it's encouraging, but when we're looking to plan for species recovery, we need to recover the sites, the known sites, but also the sites which they're predicted to colonise and utilise. They display high site fidelity, and that's particularly important because although we see them in so few sites, and we heard earlier presenter say that 18 have been observed on the mainland this year, and that's now 20, but it's largely in the same places every year, which are easy to access and highly visited by observers. A new tracking study that's been led by Zoos Victoria with funding from Corangamite Catchment Management Authority and funding from the NHT is VHF radio tracking these birds, and those on the back of those pings that we're getting on certain antennas at only a handful of sites along the Victorian and South Australian coast are identifying that birds are still using areas that we traditionally knew that they were using, but they're in such low densities that they're very, very hard to pick up. So there's a high reporting rate for the known sites, and some of those are in the lower Coorong and southeast South Australia. They're a passage migrant through the southwest of Victoria, but perhaps also a non-breeding resident. But the fact that they were picked up by Biosis in that survey in 2020 was absolutely extraordinary. I couldn't tell you then the number of volunteers that we've sent out on cold winter days looking for OBPs for decades, and they haven't seen a single bird. So the fact that they saw them on that coastal gene system in the Long Swamp region was quite extraordinary. Now, I also have put in this little note, because I only received it on July the 3rd from the recovery team chair, that there has been a detection of a bird at Nelson on that VHF tower. So it's showing that this year there are still movements of birds happening in the region. Now, when we look at this, and I apologise, this isn't the greatest image because this is from a 2009 paper which we produced, but there is a more recent habitat suitability model which has been produced by DEGA, but I didn't get it in time. But it just gives you an idea of the habitat, modelled habitat extent for orange-bellied parrots in the region. And the only thing which I think that we need to consider, because what we've traditionally thought is that, yes, they might move along the coast, but also they might avoid areas which they know there's no suitable habitat. So they might take shortcuts. They might take the path of least resistance, which may bring them into interactions with developments. But we don't have any evidence of that yet. So I would say that there's a lot of unknowns, particularly in the migratory pathways for orange-bellied parrots. Here again are the records which Biosis had from 2020, which were incredibly significant. Our shorebirds, migratory shorebirds, I'll quickly get through these. So we know that this site, this region is significant for migratory shorebirds, and here we have part of the National Migratory Shorebird Monitoring site network. So this is a site network which has been ongoing and been additive through from the 1980s to the present. Some sites obviously surveyed more than others, and our volunteers have been fantastic in supplying this data, which feeds into the federal advice and site directory networks, and goes towards listing of Ramsar sites, KBAs and flyway network sites. So here we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, what we call shorebird areas. So we consider these terminal closed groups of contiguous habitat where there may be some limited movement between them, but largely birds are migrating. And we've sort of designated them at the boundaries relatively closely so they can be surveyed regularly. So Discovery Bay to Glenelg River is a long walk to do, but is internationally significant for sandling, nationally significant for a handful of other species, and so forth. You can look through those sites there. So it's an important region, and it has inspired local Friends of groups. There's the Friends of Shorebirds Southeast South Australia, which is a very active group, and it has been really important in a lot of filling in a lot of the key knowledge gaps in shorebird conservation internationally. So these sites are listed in the Australian Directive of Important Migratory Shorebird Habitats, and we've got another draft which is being reviewed by the feds at the moment and will be released shortly. I think they're holding on to it until the meeting of partners, the Conference of Parties in November in the Philippines. But here we have a draft. This is a table from it. Nothing's changed for the discovery of Beta Glenelg since the 2016 edition. Still internationally significant for several species, a wide range of species as well. Now, what we know is that there's passage migrants and which face the cumulative impacts throughout the whole flyway. And then have to make their own non-breeding way down in our Victorian coastline, so that they have to accumulate enough of a positive energy balance to make that northern migration again. And we know that birds that are arrived, they don't just use coastal routes, they don't just filter through the east coast or the west coast. In many cases, they use that path of least resistance, will pick straight up and head due north or towards their destination. We can see a simulated data points from Curlew Sandpiper and Redneck Stint, which are visible there. But if you want to have a look, because I'm working with Deakin University on high pathogen influenza, we've recently developed this tool, which is the link there, which also visualises a lot of the migratory pathways of the birds that we're talking about here. So pathways that might go directly inland from coastal distributions. Now, one of the species which is significant for the region because it supports 1.4% of the flyaway population of sandlings is sandling. So for that reason, it's a limited acceptable change requirement under the LAC that it cannot get below 0.7% of the population. And there's recent research by Deakin using GPS trackers looking at their movements locally. And I've been able to access, courtesy of Annie Broadway at Deakin, some of those data points which show local movements of sandling. And this is a coastal obligate. So this is a species which is associated with high energy coastal areas and coastal beaches. And we thought that they exclusively fed and migrated in those same habitats. But as you can see, there is some inland movement, which sets precedent for where some of these birds are going. And as I noted in this previous slide here, ICA are doing similar things with sharp-tailed sandpiper tracking, and I've seen some really interesting preliminary results from the tracking showing that there is a lot of within-season movement. And you can see this is an altitudinal track of one particular bird showing that on one day, December the 2nd, it took off and it flew at quite an altitude, over 600 metres. So a lot of surprising stuff that's coming out, and we're just on the advent of this really interesting tracking period, given the technology restraints that we've had before. White-throated needletail. Again, I just wanted to comment that this is a species that is of concern, but we won't drill in too deeply into it because there isn't a lot of information. But I thought it was interesting that one of the expert presentations speaking to the Cattle Hill instance and the use of Identiflight acknowledged that there were none detected by human monitoring, but thousands were detected through Identiflight, and the majority flights were in Rota Sweep. So I thought that was an interesting concept. Now onto the proposed mitigation tactics, particularly Identiflight. Now, if we're considering the huge extent of the proposed footprint of the Kentbruck Green Hub, it would obviously require an enormous array of these the surveillance units. So at Cattle Hill, where they have just 48 turbines, they use 16 cameras, and they have had issues. They've had to remove trees, and they've accepted that they're only good for a number of species and that they're effective in low light. and we heard that that bittern was one of the case species, but that is still yet to be trained. So the great bittern in the European context is contracted for training and hasn't been shown to be effective yet. So that's a bit of a watch this space as to whether it's effective. And as we heard earlier, and it's written in the European tracking study and the New Zealand tracking study, is that these species, particularly on those longer distance migrations, are largely moving and low light at night time or just before dawn and dusk. Now, just a quick comment on offsets, and Principle 1 in the guidelines looks to, if you significantly impact a protected matter, you must make up for any residual impact through an offset. In most cases, the offset will need to be for the same attribute of the environment you're impacting. And I noted that there were lots of suggestions about habitat that could be restored for the species, and we really do encourage Neon, if this does get up, that a lot of those sites should be investigated, and if they're proper to be appropriate to be restored, then we would like to see more bittern habitat, certainly. But you can't offset migratory pathways. It's not a like for like. If you're building a barrier, you're creating a functional isolation of that habitat. And if you're encouraging more habitat on the southern side of that footprint, what are the consequences for the species there? You're isolating a unit of that subpopulation. So, yeah, I think that there was also some assumptions made about the feasibility of and ease of restoration. As we heard from Magic and Algal Trust, who's had a lot of skin in the game in the region for a long time, there is a feasibility element, which is what would be good habitat restoration, what would be a good site, but that's only a small part of the actual implementation. The landholder buy-in, the permitting, the surrounding stakeholders, it's a very complicated process and something that needs to be established prior to the approval, I would imagine. Precautionary principle, I think we've covered this pretty well, but I think that this does apply to those species which there is a paucity of information, and the uncertainty certainly suggests that there's an unreasonable risk given we don't really know enough about them. Now, finally, I just wanted to look at the model risk versus the actual mortality, because there's been a lot of weight in the past being put on collision risk models and their accuracy. Stockyard Hill was a particular farm which had a lot of conjecture about the purported annual risk to wedge-tailed eagles, where it was the proponent suggested that their expert modelled 0.6 annual mortalities in wedge-tailed eagle, and what we've seen over the last 2 years of the project since it got initiated is that 21 eagles have been detected over the 2-year survey period, and they're modelling that could be as many as 63 birds. And as for the ability for birds to learn, overall, there's a quote from the report from SMEC. Overall, there appears to be no clear indication that wedge-tailed eagles are becoming customised to infrastructure at Stockyard Hill Wind Farm as originally hypothesised. Within the report, they also said that the 3rd year, which is apparently due to get published shortly, there is no sign in that trend of bird mortalities shifting. So it's an accumulating problem in that area, and I just wonder where the onus of responsibility lies in that case. So that's all I've got to present, but I do want to note that there is on the way. There's a filling of this key knowledge gaps, which we've been discussing. It is on the way. It's been recently funded through the federal government, the Renewables and Environment Research Initiative. Sorry, there's a bit of feedback. So I just wanted to suggest that perhaps there's no risk in waiting for that dearth of information to come through that very extensively funded program to inform, especially this is such a large project that it could do with the body of information that's been collected by a wide range of national experts in the field. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Purnell. Yeah, sorry, I was just checking with the members if there are any questions. We don't have any questions. We understand your submission. Thank you very much for taking the time to present to us. Yes, thank you, and no questions from the IAC.
Thanks.
Thank you. That does bring us to the end of our day, a long day. I just note we have received a submission from Gordon Stokes, who'll be presenting to the IAC on Wednesday. It's document 432. As I mentioned earlier, we do have a large number of submitters presenting over the next few days, and it would be of great assistance to the IAC and the proponent and other parties if parties are circulating additional written submissions for these to be done as directed, so by 12 noon on the day before they're due. I understand there are some, we're still expecting Mr. Cummings' material to arrive for his submissions tomorrow, but I ask everybody to please do your best to circulate that material in a timely fashion. Mr. Chessel, I note the comments that you made slightly earlier that in relation to the material that's being presented to the IAC through the submissions, I'm thinking, given the time of day, it might be good for us to put that for preliminary matters discussion tomorrow morning, and if you have submissions that you'd like to make in terms of an approach,
I think
we'd be happy to hear them and discuss that.
We'd like to foreshadow that we'd like to address you on that tomorrow morning.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So I don't think there are any other issues we need to discuss this afternoon. I will just check online. At this stage, we're expecting to sit starting tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We'll be hearing submissions from Mr. Cumming. So it looks like we're all clear. All good to go. Thank you. We'll see everybody back here tomorrow at 10. Thank you.